From the stillness, a lotus begins to bloom. Sound awakens.
In a world where war devours all and magic demands blood, the line between victory and destruction begins to fade. When the cost of freedom becomes unbearable, how much are you willing to sacrifice?
Chapter 47. Aoife. If there is even a chance that Niraja holds the answers we need, I said, then we cannot afford to ignore that. Cadwan is right. If we refuse to meet with them simply because of our own stubborn traditions, the cost will be unthinkable. Ishka, Siobhan, and Ashreya stared back at me. I met Cadwan's gaze for a split second, just long enough to see the faintest of smiles twitch at the corners of his mouth. "What you propose is treason." Ashreya spat the words out like rancid food. "And we have already dismissed it. Rightfully." He turned to Ishka, as if already anticipating his equally strong rejection. A rejection that I was expecting, too. But one that did not come. Instead, Ishka crossed his arms over his chest, looking at me with a piercing gaze that I could not decipher. There was something different in this particular stare, something that made me want to shrink away, as if he were looking at me for the 100th time and only just realizing that he missed some fundamental detail that changed everything. He had not been the same since we left Yithra, but then again, none of us were. "If you will not go," I said, "I will go by myself." "And I will go with her," Cadwan added quietly. Ishka's eyebrow twitched. "What does your father have to say about that decision?" "He supports it." Untrue. But I was the Terness. Cadwan was right. I had all the power I needed to make the decision on my own, and he wouldn't even need to know that we made the detour. Ishka's lips thinned. "Do not lie to me." I met his stare with equal intensity, ceding nothing and apologizing for nothing. "I am ready to go alone, if I must," I repeated. "Queen Shadia would not approve of this decision." "I know." "She is nearly 500 years old. She prizes the old ways, much like your father. Change is not in her blood." "I know." And I wasn't sure what I was expecting him to say next, but it wasn't this. "This is why," he said smoothly, "it would be best if she did not know." My jaw fell. Ashreya did such an intense double-take that he nearly toppled over. "Seven skies, what?" If I hadn't been so shocked myself, I would have burst out laughing. It took me several long seconds to wrap my mind around what Ishka had just said. Pristine, traditional, well-behaved Ishka. "That's essentially treason," Ashreya growled, attempting to lower his voice and doing a poor job of it. Only Ishka's eyes moved, shooting Ashreya a withering stare. "As general, I was given supreme authority on this mission. Even if I were to contact our queen and seek permission, we would not get a response for days or weeks. In light of what we've seen, I don't believe we have that time to waste." "But the Nirajans are the only ones likely to actually know anything." "Yes." Ishka's gaze slid back to me. His face remained stoic as marble, but I could have sworn I saw a glimmer of laughter in his eyes. "Is your mouth open because you intend to contribute to this conversation, Aoife?" I closed my mouth and scowled. Ishka actually smiled. "I'm glad you have some sense," I sniffed. "Some, indeed." Then he crossed his arms over his chest and surveyed me, the smile replaced with a thoughtful frown. "Traditions may not be our only problem," he said. "The Nirajans may not be especially welcoming to a pair of Sydney." "Perhaps a small possibility," Siobhan muttered, letting out a sarcastic scoff. It was a fair point. All of the Fey houses had cast Niraja into excommunication, marking the kingdom and all its citizens as irreversibly tainted. That alone was bad enough. But the Sydney, led by my father, when he was still just a young man, had been the only house to attempt to smite the Nirajans completely. More than half of their population had been killed by the Sydney. It was that battle, in fact, that had earned my father his honour, and my mother's hand in marriage. Of its own accord, my left arm twitched. I knew those stories well. They were inked into my skin, my tribute to my bloodline's greatest victories. But for reasons I couldn't understand, I now felt inexplicably uncomfortable. The Sydney told of these stories often. The story was always the same. The brave, skilled young warrior driving away the corrupted. And all my life I had dreamed of leading such a conquest myself. Such a victory had earned him the respect of the Sydney, and such a victory could earn me his respect too. Now? I blinked back the memory of those corpses in Ithera, split open and bleeding on the ground. Is that what it had been like? I shuddered and shook away the thought. We do not have to tell them that we're Sydney, I said. That goes without saying. Siobhan shook her head. Simply not telling them won't be enough. She gestured down at herself. Her leathers, the tattoos, all unmistakable marks of the Sydney blades. No, it won't be. A certain spark leached into Ishka's eyes as he looked from Siobhan to me. But we can be creative. You look ridiculous. Cadwan's voice was low as he leaned over my shoulder to murmur in my ear. I scowled and resisted the urge to snap at him. Aoife, none of this will be terribly convincing if you don't stop. Stop what? Ishka arched his eyebrows. That, he said, gesturing broadly at my entire person. I threw my hands up. An inordinate amount of chiffon fabric rippled with the movement. This is unreasonable. Cadwan placed a very thoughtful hand over his chin, covering his mouth just enough to stifle his obvious chuckle. Unreasonable? Ishka frowned. This is what all the Waishraj noblewomen wear. I gave him a pointed look. Yes, Ishka, and it is unreasonable. The corner of his mouth twitched, and it was only then that I realized that he was enjoying this, the bastard. I grumbled and looked down at myself. An expanse of skin and floaty, sheer turquoise fabric greeted me. The fabric wrapped all the way around my body, held together with a series of jewelled gold pins, at my shoulders, beneath my arms, around my waist. Putting the thing on had taken the better part of an hour. It was all an incredible amount of work for something that offered such scant protection from the elements. Most of my skin was exposed in one way or another, whether it be through the sheer fabric or simply left that way intentionally. I resisted the urge to curl up into a ball and cover myself. I gestured to my exposed abdomen, to the black ink running up its side. I deliberately avoided calling any more attention to the X's on my other side. This was humiliating enough already. Are we not forgetting something terribly important? Or do we intend to convince the Nirajans that Waishraj have developed a sudden interest in the art of tattoo? I can hide them, Cadwan said without hesitation. When everyone shot him confused glances, he said simply, Magic. So matter of fact, as if it was obvious. Ishka arched a cool eyebrow at me. Magic, then. It's quite airy once you get used to it, Siobhan remarked. Of course she managed to look, well, perhaps a little silly, but at least elegant. She was significantly shorter than I was, and as a result the swathe of fabric covered more of her body than mine did. I noted this with some envy. It's not ideal, Ishka remarked, finger at his chin. Noble women's clothing would be more ornate than this. But the Nirajans won't know the difference. Ashreya scoffed. No one would confuse them for well-bred Waishraj, he muttered, and Ishka shot him a withering look. They certainly will, he said. No one would dare question the legitimacy of the wife of a Waishraj noble. There was a beat of silence. All eyes turned to Ishka. Cadwan went very still in a way that I deliberately chose not to notice. "Wife?" I said, finally, voice tight. "Of course." "Wife?" "It only makes sense," he said. "If we introduce you as my wife, then it will be clear to them that this is nothing more than a political visit, totally peaceful." Of course, that would be true in any house, but the Weishraj in particular tended to leave matters of politics to the women in a noble partnership. For military leaders, even Weishraj military leaders, would be looked upon with suspicion. But a Weishraj nobleman and his wife, that would be seen as safe. Still, my teeth ground. "Perhaps Siobhan should be your wife," I said. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Siobhan shoot me an affronted glare, just as Ishka quirked one eyebrow in a cool challenge. "If you wish," he said. "But as my equal, I assumed you would want to assume the same rank as me." Damn him, he was right. My silence said so, even if my words didn't. "Fine," I muttered at last.
Chapter 48. Max. For a while, dreams and reality blended. I didn't remember losing consciousness, at least not the way Tisana had, like her entire body just stopped at once. My sense of the world simply seeped away, leaving only dreams, strange dreams. I was used to nightmares, but this was different. The family horrors, yes, but with something else hanging over it, a shadow, watching. But by the time I clawed my way back to reality, dreams were the least of my concerns. The battle was well over, Nura told me. The clean-up effort was underway. The first thing I did upon regaining consciousness was stumble to the windows, watching the activity in the streets below and the hazy plume of smoke that still trailed up into the sky. A knot had formed in my stomach. "I told you not to bring the army." My voice was raspy, raw. Nura's was smooth as ice in comparison as she replied, "We won the war because of what you two did. I told you not to bring them." I looked over my shoulder, jaw clenched. Nura stood there with her arms crossed over her chest. "Hypocritical for you to lecture me about honesty, isn't it, after what you hid from us?" She cocked her head. "But the two of you were remarkable. You were remarkable, Max. You must know that. Even after hearing the stories from Thrall, I didn't think you would be so." Her voice trailed off, eyes going far away. I looked to the capital, to the smoke still rising above it. The battle was a bloody, rage-induced haze, hazy enough that my mind could fill in the gaps with the worst possible scenarios. My fingers curled against the glass. Was it another Saladzai? A part of me hated that she knew what I was going to ask. She gave me a pitying look. "No, it was nothing like it. All things considered, the death toll was low, the destruction minimal, and we lost few of your soldiers comparatively." Then she said, more softly, "It was nothing compared to what it could have been without you." All things considered, comparatively, wasn't that bad. All phrases that did little to quell the guilt that sat in my stomach. I turned away and started to push past her, but Nura's fingers caught my arm. Her eyes fell to my wrist, and her brow furrowed. "What are you?" She pushed my sleeve up, and my voice trailed off. We stood in silence, looking down at my arm and the dark veins that now trailed up it. I yanked away from her grasp, pushing my sleeve back down. "I have more important things to worry about." I was halfway to the door when she called after me. "I meant it," she said. "Did you ever think about what you could do with power like that, if you let yourself dream a little bigger?" I didn't dignify that with an answer. Perhaps Nura dreamed of what she could do with the power that I had, that Tisana had. But I dreamed of a world in which power like that never existed at all. But no matter what I dreamed, the whole world knew what I was now. And Nura wasn't the only one who looked at me differently for it. Everywhere I went, stares followed. Even the healers gave me long looks, part fear, part awe, when they thought I wasn't paying attention. As soon as I could walk, I managed to visit Essene and Arith's drills, albeit only briefly, and practically derailed the whole exercise because everyone decided to stop and gawp at me at the same time. Eventually, The shock faded, but I understood that something had permanently changed in what remained beneath it. They had respected me before, but now they looked at me with starry-eyed admiration. I didn't like that one bit. I wanted to shake them and say, "No one deserves to be put on a pedestal. They won't climb down to save you, and if you're looking up at them, you're not looking ahead at what's coming for you." Every time I saw those looks, a weight settled over my chest. For the first time, I truly understood how Tisana must feel when she stood in front of the refugees. And that was the other reason why I didn't spend much time with the army. Tisana. Days passed, and she didn't wake. She lay in a white bed in her apartment in the Tower of Midnight, looking small and fragile and so unlike the untouchable goddess who had commanded the attention of the refugees. Samarin healed the wounds on her arms, but they were still covered with scar tissue, crawling over the dark veins visible beneath the translucent pale of her skin. She was injured badly, Samarin told me, and she used an extraordinary amount of magic. She just needs to rest. He was right. I knew better than most exactly how high of a toll Reshe's magic demanded on the body, especially after using so much of it, but I still hovered anxiously at her bedside. Through her window, I watched the sky change, from dusky overcast to bloody sunset, to night and then sunrise, and then all over again. And still she did not wake. Days had passed when she finally opened her eyes. It was night time. I was in my chair in the corner, vision blurring over pages of my book. Maxentaris. A pit formed in my stomach at the sound. Tisana's voice, yes, but not her words, not her accent. I looked up to see Tisana, Reshe, peering at me through those brilliant, mismatched eyes. I closed my book. "Where is she?" I asked, my voice tight. "Resting. She's very tired, as am I." "If you're so tired, then why are you here?" Tisana's expression was calm and thoughtful, mouth twisted the way a child's does in deep thought. There was no rage, no anger, an unusual expression for Reshe to wear. "You told me once that I did not know what love is." The wrinkle deepened between her brows, her hand pressed to her chest. "Does love feel like an open wound? Like skin peeled back from flesh, like a ribcage exposed? Is that what it is, to be opened?" I blinked. What a strange question. I didn't know how to respond to this. I thought of the night I helped untangle Tisana's dress from her hair after the orders ball. I had stood there drowning in her scent, in my own desire, and when she had looked over her shoulder at me, I realized her stare cut so deep because she saw me, even the things I wanted to hide from the world. "Is love frightening?" Reshe whispered. I wasn't sure why I answered. "Yes, it's terrifying. It is a painful thing to be seen, to be given something to mourn, to be reminded of what has already been lost." Then that gaze, familiar and unfamiliar, slid back to me. "I built walls around you because I wanted us to be the same. If there was no one else for you to see, then you would see me. But I think I understand it now. Grief." Reshe rolled over, Tisana's eyes fluttering closed. "She will come back soon," she whispered, voice fading. "She dreams of you. Did you know that?" She was gone before I had time to say more, fading back into a deep sleep, confusion still etched between her brows. The next morning, Tisana finally awoke.
Chapter 49. Tisana. We had won. When I awoke after what felt like a million-year sleep, Max was there beside me. He told me of the outcome of the battle and filled in my murky memories with his crisper ones. He told me of the death toll and of the victory those deaths had bought. The capital was now under Zereth's control. "So the war is over," I murmured. "It should be, though Zereth has not publicly declared its end. Not that there's even anyone left for him to fight." This made me nervous. I'd been watching Zereth slowly unravel, his mind withering, and now I found myself wondering whether his paranoia would find new enemies to target within the shadows of his own towering heights. But I was pulled from this thought when I noticed the way Max was looking at me, his brow creased and a single muscle feathering in his jaw. I blinked at him. What? I found the note that was left for you that morning, he said. I stilled. I knew immediately which note he was talking about. The one from Fijra, asking me to visit her grandmother. The thought of it still made a lump rise in my throat. So, is that where you were taken? I nodded. Perhaps he knew me well enough to see what I wasn't saying, because his voice was deadly quiet. So it was a trap. And that's why you wanted to go there, after the battle. And again my silence was answer enough. Max's anger was so intense that it thickened in the air. You're fighting harder for them than anyone else ever would, and they turn you over to him. That's not just cruel, it's stupid. Before I could think, the justifications that I told myself spilled from my lips. You say they, like they are all the same. It was one person. For some, it will be always hard to trust. I thought I was too late, Tizana. He didn't raise his voice, and yet the rawness in it was still enough to make me jump. I thought that I was breaking into that palace to go find your corpse. I thought some of those Ilizath visions had come true. I have never been that scared. Never! His gaze flicked up to meet mine. My mouth closed. That fear was still all over his face. And if I had been in his position, if he had been the one trapped there, the thought of it made me sick. You will not get rid of me so easily. I pushed a rebellious strand of dark hair away from his eyes, my thumb smoothing the wrinkle of his brow. Those people were forced into an impossible position. For some, it will always be hard to believe in me. He dragged my palm down to his mouth and kissed it. If they didn't before, they'll believe in you now, he said quietly. They looked at you like you were more than human. I wasn't sure why that thought made me feel vaguely nauseous, even though it was exactly my intention. That's how people looked at you, too, I said. And he had deserved it, that wide-eyed reverence, because he had been breathtaking. Max flinched, looking away. He had confronted his biggest fear by showing the world what he was capable of. It was hard enough for him to do it in Threll. Now it was out there, beyond even his paper-thin denials. I preferred hiding, he muttered, but it was worth it. I leaned against him, pressed my lips against his neck, breathing in his scent. He abandoned my hand for a fuller embrace, pulling me close. Sometimes, in moments like this, there was so much I wanted to say to Max that the prospect of forcing all of that emotion into mere syllables seemed laughable. I had spent my entire life being ripped from what I loved. My heart never could grow roots because every few years they would be hacked away. You learn to live without them. You learn to find love where it doesn't exist, like in the superficial kindnesses of a cruel man. You learn to accept the loss as a part of you, and pretend you don't mourn every severed connection. I had forgotten that it was possible for the roots of someone's affection to run so deep, so solid. I could build a life in the branches of this tree. I could cradle a generation's future nestled in its leaves. But I still had so many scars. And it's hard to dream when you're surrounded by the ashes of loss. Hard not to wonder if whatever scraps you have left over are even worth offering someone who deserves so much. I squeezed my eyes shut. They prickled. I love you, I choked out. Love. The word was all I had. Still, it didn't feel like enough. Max and I stayed there for as long as we could, until a flurry of healers began to shuffle in and out of my room. Max reluctantly left in order to undergo his own examinations, and for a while I was left alone. When a gentle knock came at the door, I was expecting yet another healer, but instead a familiar face peeked into the room. Cyril. My first thought was, I don't want him to see me this way. I pushed myself up, giving him a weak smile. He returned it, and a dagger of guilt twisted in my guts. I hadn't realized that I had been hiding so much from Cyril until now, when I found myself scrambling to erect walls around my weakness. When did that happen? When had I drifted so far away from him? "You look awful," he said. I batted my eyelashes. "You do know how to flatter me." He just gave me a grim smile, taking a seat at the edge of my bed. The seriousness of it made me think of the way the other refugees had looked at me when I had visited them after the battle. A sobering thought. I had been so deep in Reche's bloodlust. I'd had to give away so much of myself to keep myself standing, let alone fighting, and I had maintained control, but only barely. Gods, I never should have gone there, especially not without Samarin. That had been a careless mistake, one that could have ended so badly. "Is everyone safe?" I asked. "At the apartments? Did any of the damage—" "None of the fighting touched us." Cyril placed his hand over mine as if to calm me, and I felt his stare acutely as he said, "I know what happened. I know how you were taken." It was suddenly difficult to speak, any measured words lost in a flood of hurt and anger, and guilt at feeling any of those things at all. Phaedra felt so guilty about it that she told Phileas. And he was furious, Tizana. I was furious. His eyes darkened. None of us tolerate that, not even Phileas. I know he's hard on you sometimes, but he would never. "Why?" I asked. "Why did she do it?" "There's a lot we still don't know. Someone asked her to do it. We don't know who yet, but when we do—" "I don't mean that. I mean, why did she do it?" My eyes flicked to him. "It wasn't for money, was it? She wanted to turn me over to the Zorakovs, in exchange for her granddaughter." Cyril's mouth pressed to a thin line. Yes, that was her thought. Of course. Terrible situations leading to terrible ends. Pain begetting more pain. "Why should my life be worth more than that little girl's?" I choked out. "I bought those people time, but if I stood in their place, borrowed time would never be enough. They need more than that. More than I've been able to give them." Pity suffused Cyril's stare. "This can't all fall on you, Tizana. No one person can do this alone." No person can. No human, perhaps. That's why I needed to be more, even if I could only make it a performance. But now I was starting to feel all of those different expectations tangling around me, like a spider's web capturing me thread by thread. "No one needs you to be more than that," Cyril murmured, and I almost laughed. Gods, how he knew me so well. "They deserve to feel the way I did, Cyril. The way I felt when I saw your face again." Cyril's fingers tightened around my hand, and I paused, to keep my voice from breaking. "There is no sacrifice too great for that." He gave me a sad smile. "Listen, Tizana. No matter how godlike you looked out there, no matter how many feats of magic you pull off, no matter how much you wish you were more, you're just a person. And I wouldn't trade the person for the figurehead. Not for anything. I'd rather have a friend than a savior." My eyes stung. I was so lucky to have what I did, in him, in Max, even in Samarin, in these people who treasured my humanity, not the spectacles I sacrificed it to create. But I didn't know how to be both. I didn't know how to preserve the part of me that they loved while still being what so many more needed me to be. You were already my saviour, I murmured, and you are my friend, and I'm so grateful to you for it. He patted my hand and pressed a kiss to my forehead. Just be careful, Tisana. We owe you a thanks. A war ended just as we were bracing for it to get bloodier than ever. We're very fortunate. Nura's eyes darted between me and Max. You two look like shit, though. I was getting tired of hearing that, though it was undeniably true. Nura was so buttoned up and dignified that it was almost comical to think that she had fought in the same bloody battle we had mere days ago. She stood in the doorway with her arms crossed and chin raised, wearing a tiny, satisfied smile. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hiding beneath it. There is always something hiding in her, Reshe whispered weakly. It was very far away, clearly depleted from the immense amount of energy we had used together. I would like to speak to Zereth, I said. No word from him yet. I didn't like that. And Nura clearly didn't either. Wouldn't we all? She replied dryly. Max's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? It means that no one has seen much of our dear ruler since the battle. He's been busy. Busy with what, exactly? I asked. In a time when any other newly victorious king would have been quick to establish their leadership with a statement or a public appearance, Zereth seemed to have simply hidden away. Nura's lip twitched, just enough to be visible. He didn't fight in the taking of the capital, she said, but he participated plenty nonetheless. Why do you think the Syrizen were in such fine form? It was very draining for him just to help Eslin the way he did, and he did it at a much larger scale this time, because he knew how much was on the line. I rubbed my temple. It all had been such a blur, the memories soupy and ill-defined. But thinking back, the Syrizen had been especially brutal, their magic sharper and deadlier than usual. I still didn't understand what exactly Zereth had been creating to give Eslin such power, but I did know that he had gotten sicker and more paranoid over these last few months, and I knew that there were magics in this world that could drive someone towards the edge of a cliff. How many steps closer had this forced him to take? So what's his plan? Max rose, paced with his hands shoved into his pockets. His brow knitted. He needs to officially declare an end to this, and quickly, Nura. The longer he lets Ara hang in uncertainty, the longer he's giving more unrest to grow. He knows. Does he? He does, and I do too. He's holding a victory celebration in a few days. He will officially declare the war over then. I suppose he wanted a more cheerful environment for such an event. Max scoffed. He wants to make the announcement surrounded by drunk, adoring nobles in ball gowns, rather than on a pile of bloody rubble. Sure, sounds like Zereth. But there was still a note of unease in his voice, one that lingered in the back of my mind, too. And even Nura seemed to share it, her expression going hard for a split second. Then she blinked it away and turned to me. I also had been meaning to ask you, she said. We've gotten pieces of your kidnapping story, but only pieces. Of course we need to hold those responsible accountable. My mouth went dry. I kept my expression very still. Max told me the kidnapper is already imprisoned. Or dead, maybe, by now. Not that I even remembered that person's face. Just their arms around my throat and hand over my mouth. No, it wasn't his face that slipped into my nightmares. That honour went to Phaedra and her grandmother instead. But was he the only one involved? Nura asked. Her tone said, I've seen you dismantle armies, and that rat managed to take you alone. I should have been paying more attention, I shook my head. I was tired, and I was walking alone, coming back from visiting the refugees. All it took was 1 second of distraction. Stupid of me. Nura gave me a long stare. I could feel Max's eyes, too, bearing into the side of my face. Then she shrugged and turned away. "You're lucky," she said. "That could have been a much deadlier mistake." Chapter 50. Afa. Narajo was spoken of in hushed whispers, or more often not at all, as if it was some place that lingered on the other side of the world. But in truth, Narajo was an island that sat to the south, not far from the House of Nautilus. Journeying there did not take long. Their gates were barely visible in the distance when we dismounted and donned our, still, I insisted, utterly ridiculous, costumes. "Help me with this one," I asked Cadwan, pinching fabric around my waist and handing him a pin. He was silent as he leaned forward and pinned the chiffon around me. His hands, as always, were incredibly warm. He stood close enough that I could feel his breath on the crest of my ear. "Thank you," I muttered, suddenly shy. I expected him to pull away, but instead he stayed oddly close, running his gaze down my body in a way that sent a shiver up my spine. "Your tattoos are beautiful," he said quietly. He said it in a matter-of-fact tone, and yet there was something about that tone that made me carefully avoid eye contact for reasons I didn't fully understand. All Sydney A warriors have them. I didn't look at him. But strange how I could feel his gaze shifting away from the intricate beauty of my tattoos to the black X's that covered my entire left arm. He didn't ask, so I wasn't sure why I said, "I have had many victories, but I have also made many mistakes." "What kind of mistakes earn these?" I swallowed. "Some petty, some not." I heard the question that Cadwan didn't ask. "One time," I admitted, "I beat a fellow blade nearly to death. I would have killed him, had Siobhan not pulled me off of him." I blinked away the memory. The man's face had been nothing but smears of violet, bloody flesh, bone visible beneath his wounds. He didn't come back to the blades. Still couldn't walk properly. The memory came with a pang of shame. I had never volunteered such information about myself before. These were my ugly parts, the impulsive and rash deficiencies that I tried desperately to file away. I wasn't sure why I was telling Cadwan this. I forced myself to lift my gaze. He wasn't looking at me with judgment, just with a quiet, curious gaze. "And what did your colleague do to deserve that?" he asked. "He made a joke about my sister." "A joke?" "A joke about raping her." Mathera, that snake. For a moment I vividly remembered the way his bones felt cracking beneath my fists, and I relished the memory. "I don't regret it," I said quietly. "Sometimes I wish I had killed him." One corner of Cadwan's mouth tightened. "I suspect it wouldn't have been a great loss to the world if you had." His gaze softened, and he added more quietly, "Your sister is very fortunate to have you." I smiled, but beneath it I felt a bittersweet twinge. How strange to hear someone say that to me. "Perhaps," I said, "but that's just one X. You should hear about the others before you say that." Cadwan let out a low chuckle, and with the sound a certain tension between us relaxed. Still, I crossed my arms and realized I had goosebumps. "They're all lovely," he said, "but I think they might undermine some of our secrecy. Can I hide them?" I nodded. He reached out and touched my arm, just the lightest touch of 3 fingers. Still, I had to stop myself from jumping, carefully avoiding eye contact. There was always something that felt strange about even the smallest and most innocent of Cadwan's touches, especially now that I had felt his magic thrumming in my veins. It was like I could feel the remnants of it coming to the surface every time the space between us narrowed. Then my interest overcame my discomfort. I looked down and watched as my tattoos slowly blurred and faded, like they were being covered layer by dust, until all that remained was the smooth tan of my skin. I held my left hand up, turning it. I could not remember the last time I'd seen myself unmarked this way. It was an odd sensation, to bear no markers of my shame. "Thank you," I said. "Of course." And he hesitated for just a moment before he turned away and went to Siobhan. I let Ishka handle writing to the Nirajan nobles, announcing our intention to visit. Even though the Nirajans didn't have the bad blood with the Waishraj that they did with the Sydney, I was still sceptical that they would welcome a visit from any powerful Fae house, after we had all excommunicated them. Ishka's confidence, however, turned out to be well-founded. A few letters back and forth, and soon the gates of Niraja were opening for us. Niraja was an island kingdom, situated right in the centre of the sea that separated the Fae lands to the north from the human nations to the south. We could see it from the shore, just barely, though the evening sky was misty enough that it was reduced to a sunset silhouette. We were greeted by a quiet, polite old man. Fae, I noted, who manned a small boat that would take us to the city. We were all silent through that boat ride. The city emerged from the fog like a painting refined layer by layer. I hadn't been expecting it to be so beautiful, even from a distance. It rose up into the air in a series of delicate spires, trees flourishing between them, as if nature and stone were tangled in the same dance. As we grew closer, I could see the shine of silver lining the walls that surrounded its shores, and the glint of gold at the peaks of its spires. I glanced at Siobhan, who stared up at the sight with a single wrinkle between her brows. She looked the part of a Waishraj noble. Her freckles, combined with the loss of her tattoos, gave her a certain elegant girlishness. Then my gaze slipped to Ishka, who looked considerably more concerned, his mouth drawn tight. "No one ever spoke of it like this," he muttered. "It's beautiful," I said. He frowned. "Yes, I suppose it is." He said it as if it were an admission that didn't make sense. He was nervous, I realized. That was a strange thought. Ishka seemed perpetually confident, so at ease with being exactly what he should be. But then again, perhaps he wasn't. Trusted Waishraj military nobles, after all, were not supposed to go visit excommunicated half-breeds. It took only a couple of hours to reach the shore of Niraja, and when we disembarked we were greeted by 2 Fae guards. They bowed their heads to us and led us down the pier, to a set of tall golden gates. We strode into the city on private pathways lined with twisted vines and brightly coloured unfamiliar flowers. Then we were led up winding sets of stairs towards the castle, in the centre of Niraja's cascading spires. While the walls on either side of our pathway were quite tall, there was one turn where they came low enough to peer out, and down on the streets below I could see people bustling about a marketplace, getting ready to close for the day. "It looks very normal, doesn't it?" Cadwan muttered, and I nodded, watching him. I wasn't sure what I would do if I were him. Coming here and having to speak to humans, after what they had done to my people. At last we were guided into the palace. The ceilings were high, and I realized only after we were inside that the tops of some of the peaks were glass, letting light spill inside and cascade over the floor like pools of water. The same ivy that covered the walls of the pathways crawled up the walls in here, and I even heard the chirp of birds. And there, ahead of us, against a wall that was covered in vines and flowers, were 2 glass thrones upon a dais of uncut stone. On the left, there sat a woman with long, smooth hair spilling over her shoulders. It was black, but streaked with grey. She was beautiful, though she had lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth. She wore not a gown, as one might expect for a queen sitting in such a throne, but a long green velvet jacket, embroidered with threads of gold, and tight leather breeches with boots that laced up to her knees. A delicate crown of silver sat over her brow. Beside her, a fey man sat, his hand laid over hers. Unlike hers, his face was smooth and unlined, with fair skin and blonde hair, so gold that it nearly clashed with the silver of his crown. His clothing resembled hers in style, though his jacket was bronze and slightly more ornate, and with the addition of a surprisingly practical-looking sword that hung at his side. A third figure stood at their side, a man with dark hair and eyes that were the colour of fey blood. He wore simpler clothing than the royals, fine but practical battle clothing, and a blade hung at each hip. His ears were pointed, but not as sharply as most fey, making me wonder if perhaps he was mixed-blooded. He stood with his hands behind his back, watching us. He had a piercing stare. I could feel it digging into me from the moment I walked in the room. "King Ezra and Queen Athelina," one of the guards announced as we approached. "I introduce the King of the House of Stone, Cadwaniero, and representative of the House of Wayward Winds, Ishka Sayes, and his wife Ashmay, along with their travelling companions." We all dropped into bows. "It is an honour to be welcomed into your home," Ishka said. We straightened. The guards had already disappeared, save for the slight echo of their footsteps down the hall. There was a long, brutally uncomfortable silence as Ezra and Athelina surveyed us. Could any of us really blame them if they chose to skewer us where we stood? Maybe they would know who I was. It would be fair, by any measure, for them to take my life in exchange for all the ones my father took from them. Athelina stood slowly. Ezra followed. And finally, a smile broke over Ezra's face. "It is a pleasure to have visitors of the old blood after so long," he said warmly. "Come, you must be hungry. Let us talk." The dinner table was incredibly ornate, with platters of every type of meat and vegetable, decadent sauces drizzled over artfully arranged plates. My mouth watered. I wasn't sure how long it had been since I'd eaten so well. Yet there was a knot in my stomach where my hunger should be. While we all graciously accepted the Nirajan's food, it remained largely untouched. Our dinner was private, attended only by Ezra, Athelina, and the dark-haired man, who was introduced to us as Orin, Ezra's half-brother and Niraja's lead war master. He barely spoke, aside from a terse greeting. But I couldn't tell if I was imagining his uncomfortably long stares, ones that made me keep glancing down to make sure my tattoos were still hidden and disguise intact. Pleasantries were brief. We barely made it past the first course before Cadwan was telling them of the humans' escalating attacks. He recounted each slaughter, first on the House of Stone, then upon the House of Reeds, and finally upon Yithera. Ezra and Athelina were pale by the time he was done. For a long, long moment they did not speak. I watched their faces carefully. "Horrible," Athelina muttered as if to herself. "Horrible." Ezra reached for her hand, but instead of taking it, her fingers curled into a fist. The two of them exchanged a glance, one leaden with a silent language only the two of them spoke. When we had first arrived, Ezra had seemed the picture of a noble fey king, carefully controlled. But now, in the wordless conversation he was having with his wife, his face revealed a deep concern. "We are the first, then, to bring you this information?" Ishka asked. His voice seemed to pull Ezra from his trance, because when he looked back to us, his face was once again pleasantly calm. "Of course you are," he said, and despite his warm smile, I did not miss the slight edge to his voice. "We have no contact with the Fey world, as your people had long ago decided." "Of course," Ashreya said. "We didn't mean to imply—" The world of humans is simply foreign and unfamiliar to us, Ishka cut in smoothly. Despite the extent of their destruction, we still do not know why the humans are targeting us, nor who they might strike next. You sit between the human world and the Fae. If anyone would have greater insight into this, we thought it would be you. He bowed his head, respectfully. Ezra and Athelina exchanged another glance. That look confirmed what the first one had made me suspect. They did know something. I was certain of it. "We're sorry to disappoint you," Ezra said tersely. "This is all as much of a surprise to us as it is to you." I just watched Athelina, who sat there in noticeable silence, with her jaw tight and eyes drawn to the table. "Ezra," she murmured. But his arm shifted, as if he had placed his hand on her knee beneath the table, and she went silent. "Of course," he said, "you are all welcome to stay here as long as you wish. Speak to our scholars if you so desire, or simply rest before continuing on your journey." Something told me that Ezra's scholars would have little more to tell us either. My fingers curled into fists against the polished mahogany. I did not come this far for nothing. "Do not lie to us," I said. I could feel Ishka's warning glance, even if I wouldn't meet it. Ezra's brows lurched. "I wouldn't do such a thing." "We took a great risk by coming here," I said. "You must understand that. We didn't defy a century of expectations just to be fed a mouthful of pretty food and pretty words and turned away." "Wife," Ishka started, and even in that one word I could hear the razored warning. "Stop, you idiot, right this second." "Lives are in the balance," I said. "The humans have proven that they will not stop, and you are foolish if you think they will not come for you after they—" In one smooth movement Ezra stood, his blue eyes suddenly cold as shattered ice. "They will come for us? You have the audacity to come to my kingdom, the very kingdom that your people tried to destroy out of nothing but your hatred and ignorance, and pretend to be concerned for our safety? Do not treat me as if I'm stupid. I was there when the Fae houses attempted to imprison and slaughter my people, my blood. My family is in a perilous position. Perhaps the only kingdom despised by all, Fae and human alike, and I will never allow the same fate to—" His voice broke, and he cut himself off abruptly. Athelina put her hand on his, and I watched Orin look to his brother, a faint wrinkle of concern between his brows. Ezra let out a breath, collected himself, and looked back to us. "So I ask you not to sit there and tell me how I should protect my family. Trust that I am very well aware of which weapons are drawn at my back, whether they are held by humans or held by you." Beside me, Ishka leaned forward. I could already imagine the words that would come out of his mouth next. Smooth as butter and sweet as honey, the product of decades of training in politics. But he did not get the chance to speak, because Cadwan did first. "I know as well as you do," he said, "how it feels to have your people targeted. I have none left to fight for, and I would not wish that upon Niraja, just as I would not wish it upon any other house. I do not know what my word is worth as the king of a nation of 19 people and a pile of ruin, but I am certain that one day the House of Stone will rise again. And when it does, if you help us here, I offer you our alliance for life." He extended his hand across the table, palm up. "Exile be damned. It would be yours." I forgot to breathe. The blood of a king could forge an unbreakable bond. It was an incredible offer, and one that was rarely given. My father had forged only one unbreakable alliance in his reign, and even that he did under great duress. Ishka, Ashreya, and Siobhan were all looking at Cadwan as if he was absolutely insane. Even Ezra seemed to be questioning it. Orin looked abjectly confused. Only Athelina seemed to be considering it, her mouth serious and downturned. Still, something about his offer seemed to put Ezra at ease, if only slightly. "Your generosity is kind. But that does not change the fact that we cannot help you even if we wished to. We know nothing more than you do." He lowered slowly into his chair again, returning to his glass of wine. "And so, King Guillermo, today your blood can remain unspilled. But your offer is appreciated, and I would like more than anyone for our houses to live in harmony." It wasn't enough. But before any of us could press further, the door squealed open, and a little blur of eggshell blue bolted into the room. "Sora, you're not supposed to be—" Athelina's scolding was interrupted by an oof as the child launched herself into Athelina's lap. The little girl was perhaps no older than 5 summers, squirming to regard us with big, curious brown eyes. Her dark hair was styled in what were likely once perfect ringlets, now messy and fallen. The little girl's ears, I noticed, were mostly rounded and short like a human's, with only the faintest point. "I apologize," Athelina said to us. "Our daughter is quite social." "Sora," Ezra muttered sternly, "we said that you must stay in your room." His eyes flicked from us to his daughter, clearly tense for reasons I didn't quite understand. I noticed, too, that Orin had shifted forward in his chair, watching us more carefully. "I have a son that age," Ishka said with a wry smile that held none of his typical practiced polish. "Trust me, I understand it." "Come now," Ezra muttered to his daughter. "Time to return to bed." The girl had no interest in such a prospect. She watched me, wide-eyed. Despite myself, a smile tugged at my lips. This, I knew, was wrong. The intermingling of fae and human blood was a travesty, only a shade away from bestiality. But this child didn't look wrong. She looked normal. Loved. Ezra turned to us, oddly tense. "I apologize, but I must be getting my daughter back to bed. Our hospitality still stands. You are welcome to stay as long as you wish, speak to our scholars, and make use of our archives. But I'm afraid we have nothing more to offer you." "Perhaps we could meet—" Ishka started, but Ezra was already rising, his daughter in his arms. "I don't believe we have anything further to discuss." He didn't look back as he strode to the door. The child waved goodbye to us over his shoulder as he crossed the threshold, leaving us sitting at the table in silence.
Chapter 51. Max. Zereth's celebration ball managed to be even worse than I expected. I hated the Order's functions well enough, but engagements thrown by the Crown or by high-ranking nobles made those balls look like drunken pub parties. At least by this point in the Order's annual ball, the drama had already begun, and it usually came in the form of someone yelling, someone crying, someone slowly removing someone else's clothes in the corner, or, most frequently, all of those things at once. Wielders, after all, tended to fall a bit far from subtle. If nothing else, it made things interesting. This just set my teeth on edge. Long ago I had attended many of these parties. They were always refined and tasteful, the decor beautiful but never gaudy, the music skilled but never loud, the insults cutting but always hidden between polite words. Now, one look at this party told me that Zereth's hand was involved. The tasteful, opulent decor of traditional crown parties was here, yes, pedestals adorned with relics and statues, impeccably neat bouquets of flowers, lanterns, with flames hidden within orbs of crystal-stained glass. But overlaying all of it was a new, distinctly Zereth flavour of decor. White roses and ribbons hung down from the ceiling, suspended above us with magic. Between them were little lights that twinkled like stars. And there, in the centre of it all, was a shimmering conjuring of the sun and the moon, so enormous that it nestled perfectly in the curve of the domed ceiling. Ugh. I could imagine Zereth walking in here 5 hours ago, looking around at the nobility-approved decor selected by the royal planners and saying, "This is terrific and all, but do you know what I think this really needs?" I was not the only one who noticed it. As guests entered the room, every one of them cast little glances up at the ceiling. An undercurrent of uncomfortable snickers hung in the entryway. Nobility knew. They always knew when something didn't belong. Those were the same sounds they would make at my mother at these parties, just low enough that they could pretend they were being subtle and just loud enough to ensure they weren't. Disgusting. "General Farleone!" A hand clapped my shoulder. I stiffened and resisted the urge to slap it away. A doughy, mustachioed face grinned at me. The man was 10 years older than he had been when I last saw him, but no less obnoxious. "Congratulations on your victory, General. I always knew you were headed for big things. 2 of our greatest wars now ended, thanks to you." He lifted his mostly empty wineglass, surely not his first, despite the early hour. "Your father would have been proud." I made a non-committal noise and looked for escape. "Of course, it is a shame." The man's voice lowered, poorly, as he leaned towards me conspiratorially. "A bit of a waste, isn't it? Such a great victory for a nameless king. Did you know his mother was a whore?" Amazing. They hated Zereth for all the wrong things. "Actually, Lord Quinlan," I said, "some might say the only good thing about Audris is that he doesn't come from—" I was interrupted as an arm delicately slid around mine. "Here you are. I thought you would have skipped." I turned. Whatever barbed words I'd been preparing left me all at once. Ascended above. That woman did know how to make an entrance. Tisana wore a gown unlike anything that I'd ever seen before. It was deep red, of course, and accented with gold embroidery, which lined the double-breasted bodice that resembled the cut of a military jacket. The shoulders were sharp and the sleeves open, exposing burgundy silk gloves that reached her elbows. A thick gold belt cinched her waist, and below it, the dress fell to a layered skirt that gradually darkened to black. It was open in the front, revealing heeled, polished boots that laced to her knees. I cocked an eyebrow. Tisana gave me a sweet smile. What a show-off. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she purred, "but we are late for a very important meeting." My eyebrows arched in exaggerated surprise. "Ascended, you're right. It does seem like the right time to be late for a very important meeting." I gave Quinlan a tight smile. "It was a pleasure, sir." We didn't give him time to say anything more. Tisana and I strode across the ballroom, her arm casually resting over mine. "You were about to say something very rude to that man," she said. "You couldn't even hear me." "I didn't need to." "He deserved it." "I'm sure he did." She smiled at me, a real smile, not the delicate act she had given Quinlan. I wondered if she realized how much the intensity of it outshone her performances. Combined with the rest of her appearance tonight, that smile made her look as if she could conquer worlds. I caught a glimpse of the two of us in one of the long mirrors on the other side of the room and realized that we complemented each other perfectly. I wore a double-breasted military jacket rendered in dark violet, with red and gold in the trim and at the cuffs. Her outfit looked as if it could be the brighter, more feminine mate to mine. Damn, she really thought of everything. Her eyes met mine in the mirror. "You are staring. Do you like my dress?" "I don't know. It's a bit conventional." I glanced at a nobleman who wasn't even bothering to hide his rubbernecking. "Surprised you didn't go for something a little more attention-grabbing." "You know me. So shy." She batted her eyelashes, and I rolled my eyes. The truth was, every set of eyes slid towards her. Some in subtle glances, some in outright stares. Tisana soaked up their attention, but those looks made my jaw clench. This was different from the Order's ball. That night, she had dressed to show off her scars and force members of the Orders to acknowledge the brutality of what had happened to her. Tonight, she dressed to appear powerful, playing off the whispers of what people had said about her, about us, in the wake of the battle. And yes, there was some admiration in these looks, but there was also fear and petty judgment. This, after all, was high society. And while even the most snobbish members of the orders could begrudgingly admire skill no matter where it came from, high society feared what was different and judged what they deemed to be inferior. And there was nothing they hated more than someone who didn't know their place. "I hear she was a slave," they'd whisper. "A whore even. Can you imagine? A whore girl serving our beggar king? How funny. How fitting." We passed one such whisper in the crowd, just loud enough to hear. And despite myself, I stopped short, giving the couple a glare so sharp it almost brought flames to my fingertips. "Excuse us," I said. "We didn't quite catch that. Care to repeat yourself?" The couple stared at us, wide-eyed. I wasn't feeling particularly inclined to let it go until I felt Tisana give my arm a gentle tug. "Max," she murmured, a gentle warning in her voice. I gave the couple a withering stare and turned away. "You're the reason they get to be at this ridiculous party," I muttered. "They should be thanking you. There have always been people who saw me as less, and there always will be. That doesn't make it right. When does right matter? You deserve better." That was always the thing, those 3 words. You deserve better. Tisana had always deserved better, because she was better than all of them. Better than the people at this party, better than Zereth Aldris, better than the bastard who had nearly killed her, better than every last one of them. Something flickered in Tisana's face, a wince that she hid so well that most wouldn't have noticed it. But over the last 6 months, I had learned to read the invisible movements in Tisana's expressions, no matter how good her performances were. She leaned back against the wall, and I stepped closer, again. And then her scent of citrus surrounded me, and my face was inches from hers, my arms against the wall behind her. "You deserve everything," I murmured. I bowed my head, breathing in the scent of her hair, her skin, and swept my lips over her cheek, right where tan skin met white. She gave a weak laugh. "Everything?" "Everything." My lips travelled to her jaw, and I felt her let out a little breath. "Such big promises," she murmured. My mouth moved to her throat, her earlobe. Her exhale became a little less silent, and with one barely audible sound, the rest of the world fell away. "Well, aren't you two just so cute?" Not all the world, apparently. Tisana and I abruptly pulled away from each other. Nura stood at the corner of the hall, arms crossed, looking unamused. She wore a body-hugging white gown with long sleeves and a high neck, sleek and unadorned. "Zereth wants to see us," she said. "Though no time to wait for you to take a cold bath, I'm afraid." None needed after that sentence. Nothing killed a mood like Zereth's beckoning hand. Tisana's brow furrowed. "Why?" she asked. "I don't know. He's in his personal wing, apparently." I paused. "He's in his rooms and not swanning around his own victory party." Nura's lips thinned in a way that told me she, too, found this odd. "He is indeed." I did not have a good feeling about this. The 3 of us exchanged a look, all clearly thinking the same thing. Without another word, we went to the stairs. I'd been to the King's Wing in the palace several times during the Rivenai War. It was a beautiful place, in the same stuffy sort of way that everything in the palace was beautiful. The wing was large enough that it was more than the size of a house all on its own, and certainly much larger than Zereth's apartment in the towers. The central room had a hammered glass ceiling that cast fragmented sunlight across the black marble tile of the floor. It was sparsely decorated, and what furniture was here was haphazardly placed around the room, as if Zereth had ordered Cesri's things taken away and still had not replaced them. He did not acknowledge us when we arrived. He stood at the window, looking out over his party guests scattered across the patio, his back to us. The door closed, and the 3 of us stood there awkwardly, while Zereth did not turn. Nura cleared her throat. "What was so important?" "I've never thought of myself as naive." Zereth's voice was oddly quiet, his typical charming drawl replaced with a raw rasp that made the hairs stand on the back of my neck. "Seems like it would be impossible to be naive coming from the world that made me," he went on. "How could you ever be naive when you watched people starve to death at 6 years old? But at least survival was transactional. That was my mistake. I thought all of this was transactional. I thought it would be fucking simple. if I made the right moves, if I fucked the right people, if I wore the right clothing, the right title, the right woman on my arm. That would make me powerful. And then at last, he turned to us. I almost cursed. He looked like a walking corpse. Dark shadows smeared his eyes, little black veins expanding like spiderwebs clinging to pallid Valtane skin. He was gaunt, like somehow he'd managed to lose another 10 pounds since I'd last seen him. His hair hung in limp white tendrils around his face, unbrushed and untamed, looking as if it hadn't been washed in a little too long. Zereth had never seemed to carry the crown well, as if he didn't quite like the way it felt on his head. But now it looked comically out of place, like an image sliced from a grand painting and slapped onto a death portrait. His eyes landed on Tisana. "But it isn't transactional, is it, Tisana? It doesn't matter what you trade away. And I did trade it all away, all of it, just to get that prized apple with the world carved into its flesh." His smile soured, and he glanced over his shoulder at the partygoers, only to find that it's fucking rotten inside. "Zereth," Tisana said quietly, "perhaps you aren't feeling well." He let out a sound that barely qualified as a laugh. "Of course I'm not. I'm surrounded by traitors." He looked to Nura, then me, then to the partygoers outside, and then, at last, back to Tisana. "I have a gift for you, Tisana." I had a terrible, terrible feeling about this. Zereth motioned to the guard at one of the doors. The doors opened, and 2 figures were dragged into the room and pushed to their knees before us. One was a finely dressed woman, golden hair escaping a once neat binding and spilling over her face. The other was a wiry young man with copper hair. When he lifted his head, I saw that he was disfigured, a split across his lip and 2 triangular holes where his nose should be. Tisana drew in a sharp breath. "Voss," she whispered.
Chapter 52. Tisana. My hands clenched at my sides, my heart racing. Voss looked up at me through tendrils of his messy red hair, a sneer at his lip. Zereth dismissed the guards, sending them out of the apartment. Then he smiled at me. Every time I met his eyes, something noxious slithered beneath my skin. Reshe recoiled in distaste. "He is poisoned," it whispered. "Poisoned? For too long he has been toying with magics beyond him. He is dangerous." "Tisana," Zereth said, "why did you lie about how you were taken?" I froze, my eyes flicking to Voss. "Why is he here?" Zereth's smile did not waver. "He is here because he offered you up to Atric Avernus. With the help, of course, of Lady Erksan here, ever loyal friend of Avernus." My jaw clenched. Voss. Gods. Of course. Every time I thought of my kidnapping, I had to fight back my anger. Now, with Voss on his knees in front of me, it was nearly impossible to choke down. "How you insisted it could be different. And yet I have watched hundreds of years pass, and I know it is the same story so many times. So many betrayals." Reshe coiled around my hurt. Dangerous. I carefully kept control away from its grasp. "I don't know what you mean," I said. "Do not lie to me, Tisana." I did not know that either of these people were involved. The truth, technically. Zereth's lip twitched. "Then it must be quite a shock," he said. He leaned closer, and I was so distracted by the unnerving gracelessness of his movements and the veins around his eyes that I nearly jumped when something cold pressed to my hands. I looked down. It was a dagger. "How lucky for you, then," he said, wandering back to the window, "that you'll get to have your justice." Lady Erksan fell against the floor, weeping. "No, please, no, no, no!" But Voss met my gaze directly, lifting his chin as if to present me his throat. His face was still, his image defiant, but I wasn't fooled by the way he looked. Neither of them shielded their minds. Their terror consumed the air. Erksan's fear was like that of a startled animal, brittle and fragile, befitting of someone who had never known suffering. But Voss's was heavy with dark knowledge. He was afraid of death, yes, but he knew what pain was. He knew what it was to suffer. It would be a mercy to give him death after all he has endured, to give him the fate that he deserves for what he did to us. He bends beneath the weight of it. It would be a lie to say that a part of me didn't crave vengeance. Reshe found it in me, a little shard of white-hot anger. That part of me hated Voss for what he did to me. Perhaps just as much as Voss hated me for that one lie. That one lie that destroyed his life. I did not look away from him as I said, "Let him live." Reshe's surprise rippled, at the same moment that Zereth's face snapped to me. "You begged me for his life. You sold away half your soul to ensure he was provided for. Then he turns you over to Avernus to be killed, or tortured, or dissected. And you tell me, 'Let him live'?" He whirled to Max. "What about you, then? I take it you would just love to do it." Max was visibly tense, his jaw tight. "You're acting insane, Zereth." Zereth barked a rough laugh. "Insane? I'm saner than I've ever been. It's amazing, actually, how sane getting everything you've ever wanted makes you." "Exactly," I said. "You have everything that you want. You are the king." I went to the window and lifted my chin, nodding to the partygoers below. Now give them what they want. Perhaps now they will be reluctant to love you, but show them you can be the king they need. Show them you know mercy. Zereth stilled, almost thoughtful, letting out a faint scoff. "Mercy, Is that what they want?" "Your war is over, and you won," Max said. "Take your victory, and let it be." Those words seemed to snap some thread of restraint in Zereth, because every angle of his body went hard, eyes flashing, mouth twisted into a sneer. "My war is not over. Not when I'm surrounded by ascended damned traitors. My war has barely begun." My stomach dropped. Nura stepped forward, her eyes darting between us. "We discussed this, Zereth." "We?" he snarled. "There is no we. Don't think that I don't know what you have been up to, my dear, loyal second. Don't think I don't know exactly what your help has done to me." Nura's eyes widened. But Zereth was back to me again before she could react. He moved in fits and starts like a collection of limbs held together by fraying strings. "Execute them!" he commanded. And with those words, the bind of my pact tightened around me like a noose. My fingers were forced closed around the hilt of the knife. "He deserves this," Reshe whispered, "and it would be so easy, but... No, I didn't want to do this, no matter what Voss had done to me. "No," I choked out. Still, every muscle in my body pulled to obey Zereth's command. I held it off for seconds. Then Zereth rolled his eyes, let out a scoff, and the next thing I knew, the dagger was no longer in my grasp. "Fine. Then stay there." 2 smooth strides and he was behind Lady Erksan, yanking her up by her hair, and her scream was splitting the air, and then there was blood everywhere, spattering across my face, the floor, the window. Her scream became a gargle. Zereth's beautiful white suit was awash in crimson. The body fell in a heap. Voss scrambled away from it, slipping on blood. "Do something!" But Zereth's command froze me. "Stay! Stay! Stay!" Zereth reached for Voss, the blade lifting, and then Max was between them, his hand catching Zereth's wrist. "Is this really how you want to start your reign?" he said. "Hiding from the people you rule and drowning in paranoia? That's a rich statement coming from you, after you lied to me as you have." His gaze darkened with feral hatred. "You told me the stories from Threl were exaggerations. And you tell me that I'm not surrounded by traitors when you are one of them? I never... You lied to me! The two of them were locked like that, each pushing against the grip of the other. Magic began to crackle at Zereth's skin. Strange, sickened magic unlike any I had ever seen. Pain flickered across Max's face. I thought I needed you, Zereth sneered. Needed your name, your nobility. So pathetic. Nura began to approach, and Zereth barked without looking away from Max. Don't you fucking move! She lurched to a stop. She couldn't fight his commands either, whether it be due to his magic or her own pact, or both. His magic was toxic in the air, so thick my vision blurred with it. Stay, stay, stay. As a last resort, my magic reached for Zereth's mind, and I nearly gasped. He was so far gone. His mind was a maggot-infested, rotting thing. He didn't even bother to shield his thoughts, if they could even be called that. There was nothing left but pain and rage. He didn't care that he had won. Whatever he had hoped to claim still eluded him. Whatever hole within him he had hoped to patch with the stitches of power still gaped. A horrible realization fell over me. He would never stop. This was a man capable of anything. I tensed, bracing for the worst. But Zereth drew in a long breath, then let it out. He dropped the knife, stepped back. I almost let myself feel relief. The truth is, Zereth said calmly, it's a relief not to need you anymore. I wouldn't have had time to react, even if I could. The strike was like a crack of lightning, splitting the room in two. Pain cleaved through my head, my vision going white. When I could see again, Max was on the ground, blood soaking his shirt. Zereth stood over him, noxious magic peeling from his skin, as thick as his hatred. And I still could not move. Max countered fast, pushing himself to his feet, fire at his fingertips. The flames crawled up Zereth's clothing. But Zereth just smiled. He lunged again. His magic was even stronger this time, knocking the breath from my lungs. Max fought back, fire swelling. He was a good fighter. Zereth's magic was strong, but his body was a shadow of what it once had been. But that magic... Another burst of it had Max on the ground again. This time he was slower to rally. Zereth would kill him. I needed to do something. But the pact hobbled me. Everything in me roared to comply, to serve Zereth's commands, to protect him. My blood pact. Mine. But perhaps... An idea bloomed out of nothing but desperation. Reshe, help me. The pact that binds me is mine, not yours. Together we can stop this. Reshe examined my panic, and then it said coldly, Why? Max was on the ground. Fire thickened the air, and it was thickened more by Zereth's magic, and Zereth just kept coming. Perhaps he deserves this. He abandoned me. My hatred bubbled over. You are a monster. Is that all you think about? The people who have wronged you? Reshe snarled. You know nothing about what I have suffered. You are with me because I know everything about what you have suffered. My memories assaulted us. Esmaris's hands on my skin, his whip at my back, the betrayal in my heart and in his, my blood on Zereth's contract. I loved him and he left me, even after I gave him everything that I had to offer, just as they always do, just as you will. This anger is not love. Love is selfless. And I think you knew that once. I think the part of you that I saw that day at the Mikov estate understood. Another strike. Max was on his knees, swaying. Everything was fire and shadow. How many blows did Max have left in him? I wouldn't let this happen. Every muscle in my body strained. Reshe examined my desperation, confused. Your life is bound to Zereth's, and you still would act against him? Even if it meant sacrificing your life? Max's eyes flicked to me. He would not kill Zereth, not if there was even a chance it would result in my death. But Zereth would kill Max. He would kill thousands more. He would never stop. I did not need to answer. "I see," Reshe said with an odd calm. Something clicked into place. It happened fast. I lifted my hand. Magic sparked at my skin. Zereth was yanked across the room, his body colliding with mine. Together we fell to the ground. At first, Zereth's gaunt face was dark with fury. He collapsed on top of me, a snarl on his lips, so close he could have kissed me. Reshe's smile seeped across my face slowly. "You are right, foolish king," my voice whispered, my accent gone. Zereth's rage gave way to confusion, gave way to pain, gave way to fear. Fear as he realized that my blade was buried between his ribs. Reshe caressed his face like a lover. Decay trailed my fingertips, consuming skin, muscle, bone. "You were naive," I purred. I felt one beautiful moment of satisfaction as I watched Zereth die. And I thought that maybe he really had been bluffing about the extent of his power. Maybe the curse that bound my life to his was a lie all along. My eyes found Max's as he struggled to his feet. He looked terrified. "It's all right," I wanted to tell him. "I'm fine, see?" But then something grabbed me, like a monster reaching up from beneath the sea to drag me down. Less than a second, and I was gone. Chapter 53. Aoife. "They will not help us," Siobhan said, pacing the length of the room. "We should move on immediately. The less time we remain here, the better." We gathered in the sitting room of the guest suite that Ezra and Athelina had given us. The windows spanned the length of the room, its frame covered in winding ivy overlooking the city of Niraja and a star-scattered sky. A beautiful view, though none of us took the time to appreciate it. "I'm inclined to agree," Ishka said. "They are clearly not cooperative to our cause." Cadwan frowns. "I don't think that's necessarily true," he said, and Ashreya let out a scoff, throwing his hands up. "Of course it is. Why are we surprised by this? A bunch of heretic half-breeds wouldn't understand or care about our plight." "But they know why this is happening," I said. "I know they do. Did you see Athelina's face? She knew something. It was Ezra who didn't want to talk." "Can we blame him?" Siobhan muttered, and Ishka let out a small noise of agreement, one that was almost a wry laugh. She was right. I couldn't bring myself to think of Ezra and Athelina's family as Ashreya had put it, heretic half-breeds. But it was undeniable that they had little reason to help us. A knot of guilt that I couldn't quite untangle formed in my stomach. Perhaps it had been foolish to come here, and the sooner we left, the less chance we had of our ill judgment being discovered. "We gave up a lot to come here," I muttered. "I hate to waste it." I wandered to the window and looked out. The city cascaded below us in steps, the flickering lights of lanterns illuminating windows and moving figures in the streets below. If I looked closely, I could still see people laughing and chatting in the streets below. In one of the nearby balconies, I watched two old men smoke pipes and drink wine. "It's different here," I murmured, "than I thought it would be." "It's nicer," Cadwan said. I shot him a curious glance. All day I had been watching him, waiting for a reaction that didn't come. "I thought it would be hard for you to come here, to see all these humans." "Don't you hate them?" Siobhan asked quietly. Cadwan's eyes did not leave the window. "I thought I would. But I got here and—" He gestured to the scene outside. "I look at this, and I see a world absent of the hatred that destroyed my home. There's a certain hope in that. It is a fantasy, Ishka muttered. I knew Ezra once, long ago. He was a good warrior and leader, but he is living in a dream world now, and he knows it, even if his wife and children do not. It doesn't have to be, I said, and Ishka gave me that look, that kind that was ever so slightly pitying. Perhaps it is a nice fantasy, but a fantasy nonetheless. Nature was not made for such a union. He will watch his wife grow old and die, and his children and his children's children. The garden he is tending may be beautiful right now, but he will have to watch it wither. And that's if he doesn't have to watch others come burn it first. His words hurt more than it seemed they should. I pressed my fingers to the glass and looked down at the city. But isn't having built something worth more than the fear of it being destroyed? I think it is. The sound of the voice had us all whirling to the doorway. Athelina stood there, a single flame hovering at her fingertips. She was a wielder, I realized. Her gaze flicked to Ishka. You should feel very lucky now that your wife has a kinder heart than you do. Ishka only bowed his head. My words were rash and cruel, he said. I apologize. You were speaking the truth as you saw it. I can't pretend that many others don't see it the same way. She glanced to me and to Cadwan. But I'm glad to see that some of my guests don't look at my family and see nothing but nature's mistakes. Ishka started, but she waved him away. I don't need your apologies. She turned to Cadwan and stepped closer, searching his face. You meant your offer, she said, didn't you? Cadwan inclined his chin. I did. If I tell you this, I need your assurance that my home will be protected if the humans come after us. If you tell us what we need, I said, the humans won't be coming after anyone anymore. She winced. I hope that is true. Then she went to the table in the centre of the room and knelt down, producing a piece of parchment from her pocket and unfolding it. The paper was so large that it covered nearly the entire table. It was a map, a very old one, painted in now faded ink. Near the top I recognized the Feylands, the House of Nautilus, the House of Reeds, the House of Roiled Waves. Further north, the boundaries got wobblier and more ill-defined, as if the cartographer knew that there was something there but wasn't entirely sure what. Towards the centre of the map was the island of Niraja, and then, further south, there were the human lands, boundaries separating nations that I knew very little about. There is a reason, she said, why this is all happening right now. The human nations are embroiled in war. I heard only stories, but it sounds as if it might be some of the worst bloodshed they have seen in many years. She swept her hand over several human nations to the south. All of these countries are involved. 3 large nations are attacking the others, attempting to conquer them. Some of these kingdoms have already fallen. You see, some societies have advanced their use of magic more quickly than others. The return of human magic has shifted the odds, Ashreya murmured, and Athelina nodded. Yes, drastically. Some of these nations were at the mercy of others for centuries, since they had smaller militaries or weaker economies. But now, the power struggle here changed very quickly. Many have lost their homes, and that leaves them with only 2 hopes. One is to find a new home, one where their conquerors cannot touch them, and the other is to make themselves more powerful than their assailants, and take over once again. Make themselves more powerful. That was exactly what Cadwan suspected they were doing, when he examined the body of the deformed Fae from the House of Reeds. How do you know all of this? Siobhan asked. Some from our whisperers that still circulate among the human kingdoms, some from the traders that pass through, and some... She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was tighter. We had visitors around 4 months ago. A group of humans seeking refuge after their home was destroyed. We had never accepted so many humans into our walls at once before, but none of us could bear to turn them away. They were here for 2 weeks before I realized their intentions were not what they claimed. She swallowed, eyes going distant, then cleared her throat and gestured to the map. They attempted to steal this map from us. I looked closer at the map. Different nations had different symbols on them. I realized slowly that many of the symbols corresponded with nations that had been attacked. The House of Stone, the House of Reeds, even Yithara. "What do these mean?" I asked, pointing to the marks that adorned each of those nations. "Even my husband is several hundred years too young to have ever known the true purpose of this map." Her brow furrowed. "But myths claim that it marks hidden pools of magic, specific places where it is stronger, or perhaps where magical artifacts are hidden. The stories vary." She shook her head. "To be honest, I suspect that they are all more fiction than fact, but I'm not certain how much that matters. All that matters is that the humans are desperate, and they believe it could be true. Even a sliver of a chance is enough to drive them to genocide," Cadwan said quietly. And Athelina was so still, so silent, for such a long moment that I wondered if perhaps she wouldn't answer. "Heinous things," she whispered at last. "Heinous things. The humans that we welcomed into our walls." Her voice broke. "They murdered one of my children. I heard the screams, and I ran into my daughter's room to find them pinning her to the ground. There was blood." Here she choked, as if her words were too sharp to swallow. Still she did not lift her eyes from the table. "There was blood everywhere. They cut open her wrists. There were 2 wielders, a Voltane and a Solari, and they were doing some spell, something to harness her, to turn my sweet child into something." She stopped herself abruptly, and I had to blink away a memory that assaulted me all at once. My father holding me down, his hands at my throat. I fought the sudden, overwhelming urge to vomit. Athelina turned to us. "I made them talk," she spat, her mouth twisted into a sneer. "I made them tell me what they were doing. And they told me of the legends that they were following, unfounded ones like those etched into this map. Stories of fey blood having powerful magical properties if wielded or eaten or changed. They said that they were told that half-blood blood was the most powerful of all, that it could be used to enhance the power of its wielder, that my half-breed child's life was worth so little when weighed against that of their nations." Her voice was raw with pain. Human or not, I felt it too. And I was so lost in it that I didn't even think about the implications of what she was saying. Not until Ishka said quietly, "Like an Esnera." I could feel his stare. I felt as if all of the blood had suddenly left my hands. Beside me, Cadwan stiffened. "I don't know," Athelina said. "I don't even care. To me it sounds as if it all could be a pile of storybook horse shit. Humans have unparalleled ability to believe in things. It's what makes us powerful, makes our society advance as it has." Her gaze went far away. "I always thought I was so lucky to have found Ezra. A fey man who believes in things with his whole self, just as humans do. It is a beautiful thing. But it is also dangerous. Humans will follow a sweet lie to the ends of the earth. They will die for it, and they will kill for it." Her eyes found ours again, brighter, sharper, deadlier. "And this is what I know. The humans are desperate. They have nowhere else to go, and they will not stop. They will never stop. And I know that you may think humans are small and weak, but they will never stop adapting, never stop innovating. A true war between the human and fey nations will be catastrophic. Millions of people will die. I know this in my bones. But She reached into her pocket and withdrew a heavily creased piece of parchment. This she laid on the table. It was a letter. "What is that?" I asked. "This is a letter from the leaders of a coalition of human nations," she said. "My husband does not know that I have this, and I would like to keep it that way." I picked up the letter and unfolded it, skimming it. "They will be meeting soon, on an island to the south, off the coasts," she said. "I took this letter from one of the people who came here. The leaders will all be there, including those leading this mission." "Why didn't you tell Ezra about this?" I asked. And for a moment Athelina looked so overwhelmingly sad. "My husband wears his smile with ease, but the death of our daughter has bled him dry. Even for the stone, it hurts to watch the garden wither." Ishka's gaze slipped away, ashamed. "He didn't want to accept the humans to begin with. I will bear that guilt for the rest of my life. But now he is even more fearful of losing his family. I am too, but I know that it will happen if we don't take action. I want you to do it, even though I cannot." "And what do you expect us to do at this meeting?" Ashreya asked. "I know that some wish for peace, not endless war. You could convince them, bargain with them, broker a treaty. Right now they see you as fauna, not people." For a woman who had appeared so reasonable, this seemed like the suggestion of an optimistic child. But then her face hardened, rage rising in her eyes. "Or you can slaughter the leaders where they stand, and watch their headless armies fall apart." Killing the men who had done such terrible things did not seem like a bad idea at all. Athelina stood. "All I ask is that Niraja remains protected, and that we remain out of this." Pain rippled across her face. "We have already made such painful sacrifices, and I hope that no one, not Fae nor human, has to bear another."
Chapter 54. Max. I felt as if I was watching myself from the outside. When Tisana hit the ground, someone shouted. Was it me? I watched myself scramble across the floor to her, stumbling over Zereth's body, slipping on his warm blood. I gathered her in my arms, feeling for a pulse, for a breath, for anything. She didn't respond. I watched myself clutch this lifeless body, shouted it in increasing panic. "Tisana, can you hear me? Tisana, open your eyes. Tisana, what were you fucking thinking, you insufferable woman? Why did you do that?" And a single thought solidified. This is the end. The world will be different after this. Because every time I thought of a future, it wore Tisana's face. If she died, it would die with her. Tisana did not move, and then the world snapped back into focus. No, I was not ready to let her go. I scrambled for my ink and parchment buried in my pocket, unfolded it, scrawled a stratogram somehow with shaking hands, and held Tisana close as the world dissolved around us. It was a bad land. A chair and a coffee table crashed to the floor where I'd fallen on top of them. Several voices let out shrieks or horrified gasps. Of course they did, because two bloody figures had just shown up in the middle of this seedy Mariata coffee shop. "What is all of this, ascended damned?" Yamara threw back the curtain to the offices. Her eyes went round. "Help me," I ground out. "Max, what in the—" "Now, Yamara, please." She looked at my panicked face, then the body in my arms. "Get in here." There was a cacophony of crashes as Yamara unceremoniously cleared her desk with a burst of magic, then motioned for me to put Tisana there. Immediately, the dark mahogany was bright with blood. Mine and Tisana's and Zereth's all smeared together. Distantly, I heard Eric utter a curse and some frantic question that blurred in the background, and Yamara snapped at him to be quiet. I could look at nothing but the stillness of Tisana's chest. "What happened? Is it— Move, damn it. I can't look at her if you insist on standing in my way." Yamara leaned over Tisana, nudging me aside. Whatever she saw in Tisana's face made her give me a grave glance. "This is it, isn't it? What you came here to talk about? Eric hovered nearby, one of Tisana's wrists in his hand. Oh, this doesn't look good. Enough, Eric. Max, is it? My mouth was so dry I could barely answer. Tell me what I can do. Eric dropped Tisana's wrist. Ascended above. She's dead. Eric, enough. When Iamara pushed up one of Tisana's sleeves, her eyebrows lurched at the scars that now adorned the insides of her forearms. You said it would be an energy pit, I said. The curse, and Vardir said something about mixing our magic, that it would be possible to give her what it's taking. She shook her head. No, not possible. It'll kill both of you. I don't give two shits about what's not possible, Iamara, and you don't either. That's why I came here. Iamara gave me a long, hard look, her mouth thinned to a stern line. Her hand was still around Tisana's wrist, thumb pressed to her pulse, a pulse that I knew was not beating, and every second that terrible silence went on, the farther away Tisana slipped. We didn't have time for uncertainty. I opened my second eyelids, and power roared through me like sparks taken to a pile of kindling. Eric cursed and leapt halfway across the room, and Iamara's eyes went round. Max and Tarius, what have you... Don't tell me what's not possible, Iamara. After a slight hesitation, Iamara reached for my arm. I felt faint magic pulsing at her touch, her magic reaching out for mine, testing it, examining it. When her gaze met mine, the decision was made. The curse that's taking her demands life itself, she said. Maybe this magic you have can go deep enough to help displace that cost, but the cost will be fucking high, Max. I need you to understand that. We might not know exactly what you're giving up for years, decades even. No hesitation. I'll do it. A certain softness flickered across Iamara's face, perhaps pity. She gave me a sharp nod, then whirled back to the bookcases, rummaging through packed drawers. Then she shoved a small bottle of blue liquid into my hands. Drink, all of it. It'll either kill you or keep you alive. The stuff tasted like poison that someone had already pissed out and rebottled. 2 gulps in, and a shock of ice pierced my mind. 3 gulps, and I could barely make my thoughts form a straight line. By the time I finished, the world was vibrating. Iamara leaned over Tisana, pulling a knife from the desk. She opened a slit across Tisana's palm. I wish you'd thought to bring your healer friend, Iamara muttered. That handsome one. Then she took my hand in hers and pulled the dagger across my glowing skin. Even as I drew upon this magic, even as my body was coated with flames themselves, I still bled the same. My blood was bright red over flame-touched skin. Fascinating, Iamara muttered. She picked up Tisana's hand too, so she held us both and levelled a serious gaze at me. When you do this, she said, you can feed her your magic, give her enough of it to grab onto and replenish what the curse is taking from her. That's the theory. Or... I didn't care about the or. I reached for Tisana's bleeding hand. I could have sworn I could feel her, even though as a Solari, my magic wasn't well suited to such things. But I knew her. I had memorized the sound of her silent movements and all the thoughts she didn't say. This was her. She was still there. Iamara let out a little gasp. My gaze flicked down. My blood was a thread of crimson, now floating in the air of its own accord, like a thread suspended in water. And Tisana's was too, rising into the air and reaching for mine. For a split second, they dangled there, like 2 fissures about to collide. And then I slammed my palm against Tisana's, clutching her hand so tightly my knuckles went white. And I didn't let go, not even as I doubled over in pain. Not even as the room went blindingly hot and bright as my flames flared in a wild burst. Not even as my blood itself seemed to rebel against me, like some noxious poison was invading me and draining me all at once. I didn't let go, because through all of that, through the pain and the black that I could now see crawling up my skin, I felt it. Distant and fading farther still, but unmistakable. Her.
Chapter 55. Tisana. Living as I did, one had to become comfortable with the possibility of death. I was so young when we fled Nizarene. Don't look, Tisana, my mother had told me as we ran, my face buried in her shoulder. Don't look. And I didn't. If I had, what would I have seen? My home destroyed? Steel buried in flesh? Would I have seen my father's body, or the dying that we left behind? Would I have understood death then? But my mother told me not to look, and I didn't, and so it remained intangible for a little while longer. I was 7 years old when that illusion of safety shattered. My mother told me, as she always did, not to wander too far from our village. But this time I did not listen. So my friend and I crept away to explore. We came across an encampment of Threllian soldiers. It was dinner time, so they were gathered around a fire. Their food was left lazily unguarded by their tents. There was fruit and meat, even blueberries, which I loved and had not had in nearly a year. We'd take it, we decided, utterly certain in our quickness and cleverness. How many times, after all, had we played this game of theft with each other? That's all it was to us. A game. We crept from beyond the rock and stole one piece of meat, then 2. I was the one that got greedy. I was the one who wanted the blueberries. So we lingered, just a little longer than we should have. The soldiers saw us, and we ran, the game suddenly real. I ran so fast that by the time I got to the encampment, my legs could barely carry me. I made it all the way to my own mother's embrace before I realized that my friend's mother stood alone, her arms outstretched for a child that would not come back. Her scream was cut short by her own hand clamped over her mouth. Even in such grief, she understood that we couldn't be heard. We needed to move the encampment that night swiftly. I was tucked safely into bed the next night when some of the men went back to see if there were remains or if the child had been taken. My friend, apparently, had not been worth the trouble. I remember the shape of his shadow-wrapped little body as I peered from the slit in the tent, and a cold truth settled over me. A shadow stood beside me, and for the first time I saw its face. All along it had been matching my steps. I just hadn't been looking. Never again. From then on I stared death in the eye. So I thought that when this moment came, I would not be afraid. Foolish of me. I was afraid. I was terrified. My last thought, before the noose of Zereth's curse tightened around my throat, was a wild frustration. There was still so much that I needed to do. I saw that little girl in the back of a cart, and all the other little girls just like her, chained, gagged. I saw Cyril's smile, and all the smiles just like it that would be snuffed out forever. I saw 1,000 mothers with empty, outstretched arms. There was so much I needed to do. And there was so much I wanted. Gods, how I wanted. Max's embrace, his sarcastic laugh, that sidelong glance that I always knew was meant only for me. The sun on my face, the taste of raspberries on my lips, a silly joke that was barely funny. And my life would end like this. Right in the middle of a sentence. Right in the middle of a word. A half-stroked letter. I saw my hands in the golden grass of the Nizranese plains. Backwards. Again. I heard Reshe's whisper, "You do not wish to go." "I don't," I whispered. "Why? The world has been nothing but cruel to you." "Yes. But now, in my final seconds, I didn't think of Asmaris. I didn't think of the slavers who had taken my mother away, or the soldiers who had killed my friend all those years ago, or Zereth. I thought only of all the love I had for everything I was leaving behind, spilling out like nectar wine running over the edge of a cup with nowhere left to go. I thought of what Samarin had told me, sitting in that cafe weeks ago, smoke rolling from his lips. "Because my love is stronger than the pain," I murmured. "Because it's worth it. Always worth it. And I didn't have enough time. Maybe there would have never been enough." The thread finished unravelling. The pain lit me up like flames. Within them I saw Max's face. Gods, I hoped this wouldn't kill him. He had so much left to do. The thread kept pulling, dragging me into the darkness, and it didn't matter if I was ready or not. This was death. I closed my eyes. But something stopped me, like a hand grabbing onto mine. I blinked. A face appeared before me, a face I could almost, but not quite, see, as if my eyes couldn't grab onto its edges. And yet I recognized it. Reche's face was more real, more human than I had ever seen it before. I could almost make out the colour of its eyes. Violet. "I do not understand," it said. "I have never understood any of it. I was always searching. I do not have what you do or feel what you feel. But I have had time, more of it than I have ever desired." I was fading. Reche's words floated into the air like smoke. The only thing tethering me to the world was its grasp. Far away, I became aware of a familiar presence stretching toward me, a presence that I would recognize anywhere, a thread of magic that ran as deep as mine, and diving deeper still, reaching for me. Max. My heart leapt. But he was too far away, too far to get here before death did. Reche, I knew, felt it too. Its grip tightened around me. "Always I was searching for something," it said. "I never knew what, but perhaps I would have found it if I had not been so quick to take time from others." I saw Max's family, their faces twisted in confused terror. I felt Max's grief in the time after, and I felt Reche's confusion and regret stretching between us like a sea. "The curse demands a life. I do not know if this thing that I have is a life at all. But if it is, I give it. I give it for yours." I was almost gone, but whatever was left of me recoiled in surprise. Reche pulled me closer. Perhaps it smiled. "You promised me death." A promise I had always intended to fulfill. "Why?" I choked out. "Why did you choose me?" "Choose? Is it a choice? For a warm body to search for shelter from the storm? You are so many pieces. I have seen so many others, the space between their fragments filled with ice or iron, so hard they can pretend they are not broken at all. But you—" Its fingers reached deeper, caressing my mind as if in a final farewell. "What a perfect shape," it murmured, "for a lost soul." And we were out of time. "Goodbye, Tisana." "Goodbye, Reche," I whispered. It happened fast. With the last of my strength, I drew my magic across the threads that connected Reche to me like a razor, slicing it from me. In the same moment, I felt Reche release me, felt it throw itself towards the ravenous pit. All while the thread of light consumed me and the draining magic released me, and suddenly life came roaring back. The air hit my lungs so hard it felt like a brick had been thrown onto my chest. My eyes flew open. My blood went rushing back into my veins. I was in an unfamiliar room, lying on a cluttered table, but my eyes fell only to the person beside me, his hand clutched around mine. I did not look at our bloody hands or our skin, which had turned black and rotted, dark veins reaching nearly to our elbows. I looked only at Max, who was leaning over me, eyes open and dark and wet with tears. His second eyelid slid closed, and his magic withered away, and we fell upon each other, his forehead pressed to mine, weak with exhaustion and delirious relief at the way our pulses felt pressed against each other, beating the steady, miraculous song of a second chance. Chapter 56. Aoife. We would, of course, go to the meeting. That had been decided quickly. This was, after all, exactly the sort of information that I was hoping that we would gain here. Now we knew the motive behind the human's sudden aggression, and had a possible path forward for how we might meet it in kind. But an important question still remained. We would go, but what would we do once we got there? I hated the idea of negotiating with these people, hated it down to my bones. I wanted blood for what they had done. And yet, killing their leaders surely would not avoid another war. Others would rise up to take their place. It seemed equally likely that we would find ourselves at the opposite end of a vengeance as we would find ourselves facing a scattered army that collapsed without leadership. And even with that aside, would we be able to win such a battle? The 5 of us against who knew how many humans, with who knew what kind of power. "We will crush them," Ashreya said after long hours of discussion wound in circles. "I do not understand why this is a debate. What else is there to do with a group who has done such things?" "If we do that," Cadwan murmured, "we'll only be instigating another war. Right now we're incidental to them. If we do that, we become their enemy." His thumb was tracing the curve of his lower lip, eyes lost in thought. "I would think that you, of all people, would be ready to slaughter them," Siobhan said. "I want to win more than I want revenge." "Noble thought," Ishka said. He went to the window, face hard. "But soon, I fear, we will have lost so much that the two will become the same. There will be no revenge without victory, and no victory will be meaningful without revenge. And that is a dark, dark place to be." After so many hours of discussion, it soon became clear that we would not reach a conclusion that night. We retired, but I didn't even bother trying to sleep. My mind was too loud. Instead, I slipped out into the streets of Niraja. The liveliness that made the city so beautiful persisted even in the middle of the night. It was too late for even the latest of night owls, and not yet close enough to dawn for the earliest of risers. Still, the birds chirped persistent, mournful songs, and the wind through the ivy sounded like breathing. It seemed strange to think that this place was thought of by so many as dangerous and sinful. It was beautiful. I paused at a blossom growing on the vines. I thought I had seen the same one earlier that day, then closed up as if sleeping. Now it was wide open. Cerulean blue petals so bright they seemed to glow beneath the moonlight. I brushed its petals and thought of what Ishka had said of the people here, that they were born already dying. The blossom would be gone tomorrow. But did that make it any less beautiful? Behind me, a twig snapped. My awareness narrowed to the sound. This was the 3rd time I had heard it. The first 2 I had dismissed as the wind. Not anymore. I was being followed. Slowly, I turned. There was no one behind me, nothing but moonlight-dipped cobblestones and ivy-covered garden walls. I was still wearing Weishraj clothing, wrapped in swathes of chiffon, but now my hands were around my blades, which I had carefully hidden in the gathered fabric at my hips. As soon as I withdrew them, I felt a warm voice in my ear. "I know those blades." I was surrounded by rolling smoke. I leapt back and whirled around, baring my blades, pressing the tip of one beneath the throat of my attacker. There, with my steel pressed at his jaw, was Orin. He looked utterly unmoved by the weapon at his throat and lifted his chin, peering down at me. A single drop of violet rolled down his throat. So I hadn't been imagining things. He had been watching me at dinner. "Why are you following me?" I snarled. His stare sparked with anger. It came on quickly, oddly familiar in a way I couldn't place. "Get the knife off of me. I don't give answers to people who are threatening me, nor spies who lie to me and my kingdom about who they really are." It was only then that I realized what I had done. I wielded black obsidian blades. There was no weapon more obviously Sydney, or more clearly not Weishraj. Slowly I lowered my blade, though still remained ready to strike. Orin took 2 long steps back, wiping away the drop of blood on his throat and frowning down at his fingers. Then his gaze lifted to me, lingering at my weapons and then travelling slowly up to my face. It was strange to be looked at that way. It wasn't lecherous, but it was thorough. "You are a Sydney," he said. I cringed. The blades were only a gift. "Because the Sydney are so known for giving gifts to the Weishraj." It was... But he looked as if he barely heard my argument. "You are Sared's daughter," he said quietly. "Aren't you? You so resemble her." Shock careened through me. "What?" "Why are you here?" He stepped forward and I thrust my blade up. "How do you know my mother?" He froze, raising his hands. "She never spoke to you then," he said at last, "about her time here." "Her time here?" I nearly dropped my blades. "What are you talking about?" "Would you put down the blades first, please?" I wasn't about to stand here unarmed in front of a magic speaker who had just learned I was his sworn enemy, and whatever else. Orin sighed, muttered something beneath his breath, and lifted his hands. A burst of smoke furled around me, and the next thing I knew my blades were clattering to the ground and skidding halfway down the pathway. On instinct, I almost lunged after them, but Orin shook his head. "Not necessary," he said. "I don't have any intention of hurting you. Do me the honour of a conversation without weapons between us. Please." I didn't like that idea at all. But what choice did I have? I scowled and turned back to him, making a show of dropping my empty hands. "No weapons," I said sweetly. He almost smiled. "Thank you." "How do you know my mother?" I asked yet again. "First, I need to know what a Sydney blade is doing here. With Weishraj, no less." "It was an innocent deception," I said. "Everything else we have told you is the truth. The Sydney and the Weishraj have forged an alliance to investigate and fight the human threat. But considering the history of the Sydney and Nirajans..." I cleared my throat, resisting the uncomfortable instinct to check if my tattoos were still hidden. "We thought you would not welcome Sydney." "An alliance?" Orin let out a bitter scoff, muttering as if to himself. "The tenor of the House of Obsidian forming an alliance. We shall see how that turns out." I was growing impatient. "And what about—" "Your mother?" Orin's lips thinned. "Sared was a childhood friend of mine, long ago, and she lived here for a time." My mouth fell open. Orin said this ridiculous statement, so simply, as if it was some unremarkable fact. "She did not," I said before I could stop myself, and Orin's brows lurched. "Yes," he said, "she did." "No, absolutely not. There must be some mistake. He had to be talking about a different Sared, because my mother, my graceful half-mad mother, could not possibly have lived in Niraja, of all places." I started to shake my head. "Sared did not agree with the exile that was handed down to Niraja," he said. "She did not agree with many positions in the House of Obsidian. She fought them for a long time, but then she got tired of fighting. So she came here. She couldn't, I rasped. She was a Terness. She wouldn't leave. She did indeed. She could have made the House of Obsidian a whole new kingdom if she wanted. Perhaps one that coexisted with all of this. He gestured out towards the Nirajan skyline, but I shook my head. She wouldn't do that. Orin gave me a curious look, a hint of sadness on his face. Tell me, he said softly, how is Sarid now? Is she someone who truly seems so at odds with what I'm telling you? Yes, wasn't a strong enough word. She wouldn't do that, I said again, and that response seemed to make that sadness wrench deeper into the lines of his expression. Sarid was nothing less than visionary, Ava. She had such dreams for what the House of Obsidian could be for so many people. I still have never known anyone as... Words seemed to elude him, and yet his eyes had gone far away, as if so lost in memory that they seemed insignificant. You... I choked out. You loved her. I didn't say it aloud, but we both heard it. Orin's wince and pointed silence told me everything I needed to know. Tell me why my father attacked Niraja? I didn't know why I asked. A part of me knew the answer and dreaded hearing it. A part of me never wanted to hear it. He attacked Niraja to bring Sarid back, Orin said. My eyes were stinging. That's not true, I said. He attacked this place because it is corrupted, because the blood is corrupted here. Orin winced. Ava. I lurched back. Why do you know my name? Because He stopped and swore under his breath, a certain tone that started high and ended low, and hearing it that way was like hearing an echo of myself. No. Sarid was pregnant when she was taken, he said, and I... Taken. Not rescued, not left, taken. As if she had been kidnapped, as if my father had dragged her back to the Pales, had locked her up in black glass until her mind broke, until she was just a shade of... And if Orin... Cadwan's words unfurled in the back of my mind. You're not as easy to control as your sister. And then I thought of that night. I thought of it more clearly than I had in so long. The memory sharper, as if drawn into focus by my anger and confusion. My father leaning over me, his hands on my throat. You are tainted, Ava. What had the priestess seen in my blood that day? Just my curse? Or did she also see my lineage? What would it have meant to my father if the heir to the House of Obsidian had not been his blood daughter? The memories rolled over me. My weeping mother throwing herself at my father, trying to pull him off of me. Her magic flaring at her fingertips, so bright that it lit the glassy black of the room like the night sky. I remember it all looking like shooting stars surrounding her, but I was nearly unconscious by then. It was the only time I had ever seen her use magic. Hers was more powerful than my father's many times over, and it was only then that he relented. I stumbled back. Why are you telling me this? I spat. None of this matters. It was easier, if none of it mattered. Because what could I do with this? I had spent my whole life searching for my father's affection because it was the only alternative to hating him for everything he took from me. It was easier to believe I deserved it. Easier to believe he was right and there was still a path for me. If there wasn't, I had no story. I had no path. I would be trapped alone with my hatred with nowhere to go. And now, confronted with these terrible thoughts, I could feel the walls closing in. Orin's face was oddly vulnerable, almost pleading. I'm telling you this because you are the Terness of the House of Obsidian, and you have the power to change things, Ava. You can do what your mother couldn't, You could build a better world for people who share your blood." Share my blood? And it was those words, at last, that snapped something within me. Orin came a step too close, and I snarled at him, "Get away from me!" Aoife. This man was a stranger. He knew nothing about me. He cornered me to tell me these things and then used them to manipulate me into doing what was best for his kingdom. No. Orin stumbled forward as if to stop me, but I was already retreating down the path, grabbing my blades and falling back into the shadows. A monster was thrashing inside of me, a monster made up of nothing but ravenous limbs. I couldn't allow myself to stop and think, because if I did, I would only think about Orin's words. Orin's terrifying words. Words that would ruin my life, and words that also made sense in so many ways. I was running, leaping over walls and slipping into the shadows. It could not be true. If it was, then I was not my father's daughter. If it was, then even if I was a Terness, my title held no value in a kingdom built beneath my father's leadership and guided by loyalty to him alone. If it was, then my blood made me a traitor. Then my blood itself was tainted. And yet, a voice whispered, it makes so many things make sense. I wasn't sure how I ended up in front of the door. I didn't remember going there, and I was knocking before I even had time to think about it. The door opened and Cadwan blinked blearily at me, brow furrowed in concern. I didn't give him time to speak before my arms were around his neck and my mouth crashed against his. For a split second Cadwan went rigid with surprise, but he recovered quickly, his arms folding around me, his mouth returning my kiss with ravenous hunger. Our bodies were flush. He wore no shirt, and I was wearing that ridiculous Weishraj gown. So little separated us. And yet it was still too much. Our heat tangled in the space between us, skin to skin, as our kiss deepened, as his tongue tasted mine, as his grasp tightened around me as if on feral instinct. I yanked the door closed, clumsily. He pushed me against the wall, my legs lifting and parting around his waist, a serrated breath escaping me as our hips aligned. I was surrounded by him, a presence I had come to know so well. But I hadn't been expecting this, the sheer hunger of it, the way that the desire would overwhelm us both so quickly. Far in the back of my mind, a part of me whispered, this was a mistake. I had come here to escape myself, to drown in the touch of another, but it was too late that I realized Cadwan's touch made me more myself than I ever was. His hands slid over the bare skin of my back, around my sides, as if he wanted to memorize the way my muscles felt beneath my skin. His thumb, just his thumb, slid just beneath the hem of the fabric around me, brushing my ribs. Barely a touch, and yet it felt so intimate that I broke our kiss with a fractured moan. Every part of me wanted, and I knew he did too. I could feel his desire pressed against me in a satisfyingly obvious way, but also in the way he held me, like a dying man clutching life. For one suspended moment, our trembling breaths mingled, our lips nearly touching. And then he kissed me again, this time slower, more tender, his lips and tongue and body all asking a gentle question. It was all so achingly innocent, the kind of innocent that erased the pretense that I could build around our primal desire, the kind that promised, this isn't about bodies, this is about me and you. That was too much, too terrifying. I broke away from his kiss and dropped to my knees. My hands worked at the buttons of his trousers. Aoife. Gods, I had always hated the way he said my name. Is hate the word? I ignored him, but I only made it one button down before he stopped me. Aoife, stop. His fingers tilted my chin up. I didn't realize I was crying until I looked up at him and couldn't pull his features into focus through the blur of my tears. His face changed immediately. He dropped to his knees, bowing his forehead against mine. One hand brushed my cheek. "What happened?" he whispered. "Tell me what happened." I wanted to. I so wanted to. But how could I? How could I say aloud that I was not my father's daughter? That everything I had worked for my entire life was gone? That the stories tattooed on my skin weren't even mine? How could I tell him that the blood that ran through my veins was that of the people who slaughtered his? I opened my mouth and garbled sobs came out. I couldn't stop. I was weeping so hard that I barely felt myself keel over, or Cadwan shift so that his arms were wrapped around me, my face buried against his shoulder. He was murmuring something into my hair that I didn't understand. Perhaps it was old Stoneborn. The words had a smooth, comforting cadence. "I can't," I choked out. "I can't." "It's all right," he murmured. "You don't have to say anything." I hated how easy it was to believe him, to stay here, enveloped in him, to keep the truth buried inside of myself where he could not judge me for it. We stayed like that, intertwined, for minutes into hours. I breathed the scent of him in and held him, long after we fell back against the floor and the hours crept towards dawn. I memorized the way his body felt against mine, the beat of his heart and his breathing, the way his limbs wrapped around me with the same deliberate steadiness with which Cadwan approached everything else in the world. It occurred to me, as sleep began to blur my senses, that all the things that made Cadwan seem strange to the world were what made him perfect to me, and that perhaps, when he looked at me, he saw everything the world judged me for, saw it and still loved it, even though I didn't deserve it. "Get up," a voice inside me begged. "This is dangerous." But I didn't.
Chapter 57. Max. I didn't even remember making it back to the towers. The next days passed in a blur. I woke in small bursts, minutes at a time, of which I only remember fragments. The pain was breathtaking. I remember looking at my hand and the black veins that covered it. I remember Samarin entering the room, taking one look at me and stating matter-of-factly, "You look like shit." I remember sitting up just long enough to look over at Tisana in the bed next to mine, her eyes closed. I didn't dream, not of my family, not of Reshe, not even of Elizath's whispers. My mind was mercifully silent. When I finally awoke, it was because I became aware of movement beside me. Weight, warmth, the familiar tickle of black and silver hair. I kept my eyes closed, relishing it. "I know you are awake, mysterious snake man. I know you know, demanding rock goddess." My voice sounded like sandpaper. We went silent, listening to each other breathe. "You've got to stop doing this," I said at last. "What?" "The near-death experiences. They'll kill me if they don't kill you." I heard her smile in her voice. "I like to live an exciting life, Max. This is part of my charm. When all this is over, maybe we'll take up hiking. Something scenic with a low mortality rate." When all this is over, the realization dawned on me slowly. Sereth was dead. The war was over. What did that mean? Did that mean it was all over now? I almost didn't want to ask. I wanted to live here, in this moment of potential possibility, as long as I could. As if she knew what I was thinking, Tisana said quietly, "It is over." I closed my eyes. "Max, I heard you. I just can't believe it. It just seems too good to be true." "Max." And what she said next made the world tilt on its axis. "Reshe is gone." "Gone." Nura stood there with her arms crossed over her chest, repeating the words slowly. Her eyes were narrowed, her stare hard. "Yes," Tisana said. "Gone." Nura's eyes narrowed further. She stood by the doorway of our room in the Tower of Midnight. She was wearing the same outfit that she always wore, that white jacket buttoned up to the neck, with one notable difference, the insignia now embroidered on her lapel. A sun and moon eclipsed, the insignia that had been on Zereth's jacket not very long ago. Zereth's death had given Nura the thing she had always wanted the most, the title of Arch-Commandant. Or at least, acting Arch-Commandant, surely to become official in a few weeks. Not that there was anyone who was going to challenge her for it now. Zereth's death was cleaned up easily with a thin story from Nura. His supporters gave their loyalty to the Orders, not to him personally. Many breathed a sigh of relief to have the Orders headed by someone more stable. I hated Zereth too much to pity him, but I felt something close to it when I realized how easily the world had moved on without him. He had given up so much to gain power, only to be cast aside as an incidental footnote in history. It was almost sad. Almost. Now I struggled to read the look on Nura's face as her gaze darted from Tisana to me and back again. She had remained silent as Tisana told her what she had told me about how she survived the breaking of Zereth's curse, about how Reshe had been the one to die instead. I still found it hard to believe. Sure, in theory, I could see how it could potentially work, at least by the bounds Iamara had laid out. I was feeding Tisana my magic, and that kept her alive long enough to have Reshe trade whatever life it had, if anyone could even call whatever Reshe had a life, for hers. It sounded unbelievable, but not any more so than any other of the insanity that we lived with every damn day. I just wasn't ready to accept it, wasn't ready to let myself believe in that kind of hope. And since then, Nura said, you haven't heard it at all? No, nothing. And your magic? Tisana extended her hand. Her fingers, like mine, were still blackened, dark veins crawling up the insides of her forearms. Her hands were shaking. Nothing, Tisana said, and I knew that was the thing that terrified Tisana most of all, the sudden powerlessness. Something that even I couldn't quite decipher flickered across Nura's face. I half expected her to rage at this development. I knew she considered Reshe to be the most valuable asset that the Orders held, and for it to disappear now, just as she finally had the power of Arch-Commandant within her grasp. Good, I thought. I'm glad. But if Nura felt this frustration, she didn't voice it. You're exhausted, she said. It would take weeks for you to recover from this physically, let alone magically. It's too early for us to tell what Reshe did or didn't do. Tisana said nothing, but I read the expression on her face, one that said, I know what it did. I think that both of you should go rest for a few weeks, Nura went on. Leave the towers if you want. Go home. Tisana and I exchanged a surprised glance. I'm shocked that you trust us enough to let us leave the towers, I said dryly, but assented. I wanted nothing more. The word home caught in my mind and lingered there. Oh, I know you'll be back. Nura looked to Tisana, ghost of a smile on her lips. Tisana has unfinished business to attend to after all. And sure enough, Tisana wore an expression that by now I knew very well. Relentless brute force, so at odds with the obvious weakness of her body. I watched a silent battle war across her face. And when I return, she said, we will go back to Thrall. When you return, we will go back to Thrall, just as your contract states. You won our war. I have no intention of backing out of our deal. I didn't miss the slight sour inflection when Nura said our war. Zereth's war. I'm sure that killed her. Still, I eyed her warily. Something wasn't right in this response. From the perspective of the Orders, it was objectively unwise to go fight a war in Thrall when the one here had only just ended, and she would need those forces to help rebuild her country and squash small rebellions. It would be in her best interest to try to wiggle out of her terms with Tisana any way she could. If she wasn't doing it now, she'd do it later. I was certain of that. Tisana saw that too, because there was a pinch of skepticism in her expression. Just 2 weeks, she said at last. We can recover for 2 weeks, and then we will come back. Be realistic with yourself. You can't even heal a broken bone in 2 weeks, let alone a broken body. Both of you look like you went through a meat grinder. Tisana just shook her head. 2 weeks. Nura shrugged. Suit yourself, I suppose. And that was that. Tisana and I were to leave the towers the next day. Later that afternoon, Samarin came. He swung open the door, as always without knocking, and stood there giving me a deadpan stare of utter disapproval. I hear that you have had a very exciting day. You hear correctly. Every time I see you, I'm always slightly amazed that you're still alive. He shook his head, set down his pack, and set to work on my arm, which still hurt fiercely. But when I pulled up my sleeve, he looked down at the veins on my skin, frowning and silent. I know, I said. Unattractive, isn't it? Do you know what that is? I paused, Imara's words echoing in my head. Now it seemed so obvious that I was amazed that we hadn't picked up on it sooner. I think, I said quietly, it's some form of Amaril. Samarin's gaze shot to me, his silence not hiding his alarm at the thought. I think that the magic that Tisana and I have exposes us. Imara theorized about it. And even Vardir said some things that implied the magic that we were wielding was not intended for human bodies. And that would mean Amaril, Samarin muttered. Right. I looked down at my hands, veins dark, and thought of how much darker Tisana's were. I didn't realize until I fed Tisana my magic. It felt like it magnified everything. Wait, you... I gave him a weak shrug. Like you said, it's been an exciting day. Samarin leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms and giving me an expectant stare. I sighed and, of course, I told him the whole sorry thing. When I was done, Samarin let out a long breath. That sounds unbelievable. If I didn't know you were an awful liar, I'd assume that you were embellishing. I let out a rough laugh. That's our lives these days, isn't it? Samarin shrugged, as if conceding. Then he leaned forward, suddenly serious. Gone. So it would appear. It may be too early to make that determination. If Tisana is as depleted as you are, it could just be. Could be. But Tisana is certain. If it's true, Samarin muttered, then I'll never be so happy to see something die. Me too. And yet I couldn't shake the sensation that this was incomplete. Like I was eyeing all the pages that still remained before the end of the book. But this... Samarin's eyes drifted back down. He picked up my arm and I felt the unpleasant sensation of my muscles twitching far beneath the skin. I let out a wordless noise of disapproval, even though I couldn't bring myself to be actually annoyed. Samarin was using his magic to speak to the tissue, searching for whatever lay beneath. That was how, for example, he would find a broken bone or a cut tendon, pinpoint the source of an injury. Uncomfortable, but effective. He frowned. What? I asked. It does feel like Amaril, but I only saw it when I started looking. It's a strange variant. Nothing I've ever seen before. It feels more like an infection, like there's something foreign. He trailed off, mouth thinned, brow furrowed. Then he said, Don't use that magic for a while. That's no great sacrifice. I'd love to never use it again. Samarin just gave me a hard stare. I mean it. Something is. He frowned and shook his head. Just don't.
Chapter 58. Tisana. My body was broken. I stood in front of the mirror. For what felt like the first time in months, I was not wearing a military uniform. Instead, I wore a crimson shirt that wrapped around my body and tied with black fabric around my waist, a pair of close-fitting black trousers, and boots that laced up to my knees. Ordinary clothes. And yet I looked so far from ordinary. My arms were covered in scars where I had rotted those tattoos off. The wound that Asmaris's whip had torn across my chest when I had barely managed to shield myself was visible beneath the deep neckline of my blouse. And of course my hands. My hands were still black and blue, dark veins extending up my forearms. Samarin had mentioned that he might be able to heal some of the scarring. Maybe one day I'd take him up on his offer, though I wasn't sure what I'd be hiding. Still, I found myself grieving something that went deeper than vanity. Perhaps I was mourning an unmarked body, But then again, before these scars, I had the ones on my back. Before those, I had the ones on my thighs. And before all of that, I had my fragmented skin. Skin that marked me neither Valtane nor non-wielder. Even before I lost my mother, or my home, or my country, I was lingering in the space between things, belonging to all and none. I had never had an unmarked body. Not truly. I sighed and rolled my gloves up to my arms, all the way to my elbows. "You ready to go?" I jumped. Gods, I wasn't used to this. This silence inside of me. It made all other noises feel so much louder. I turned to see Max at the door, one eyebrow quirked. "You need to work on that awareness, soldier," he said. "I knew you were there," I sniffed. "I was just humbling you." His mouth thinned with a suppressed smile. "Humbling or humouring?" I gave him a look of exaggerated determination. "Humbling. I always mean what I say." Fine, I meant humouring. But I blamed Aaron for being a ridiculous language with many words that sounded almost exactly the same, even when many of them that meant multiple different unrelated things. No matter how long I stayed here, I would never entirely get used to it. "I suppose you humble me sometimes too, so I'll allow it." Max wandered closer. His arms were casually tucked into his pockets, but I did not miss the deliberate force of his gaze assessing me, lingering on the tremor of my hands and slightly unsteady stance. I did the same to him. I almost laughed at the thought of what the two of us must look like together. A couple of walking corpses. "Let's go home," he said, and his voice was thick with longing. Longing that I shared, too. "But one thing first," I said. There were children laughing in the street. My gaze kept wandering to them stumbling after each other on the cobblestones outside, locked in what looked to be a particularly spirited game of tag, perhaps? 2 of the window panes had finally been replaced, leaving just one with a single crack from corner to corner. Still, Riasha's apartment was tidy, orderly, warm. I sat at a wooden table adorned with 3 modest candlesticks and a bouquet of wildflowers. Phileas was across from me, stretched out in his chair like a cat. Behind him, Riasha paced the length of the kitchen, and Cyril sat at the other end of the table, watching quietly. Max's gaze wandered across the living space. I wondered if he was having the same realization that I was. I wasn't sure when this had happened, when Riasha's apartment and the other refugee apartments had begun to finally look like homes. It was modest, yes, but it was also homey, adorned with trinkets and flowers and simple decorations. There was food in the oven, dishes to be washed, so many little markers of a life being lived. Phileas was watching me carefully. He leaned forward, hazel eyes glinting. "I hope that what you're telling me means what I think it does, Tizana." I inclined my chin. "The Aaron's war is over. Now it is our turn." Riasha uttered an amazed curse under her breath. A crooked smile spread across Phileas's face as he shook his head. "I'll be honest, I doubted you." "Always a mistake," Cyril said, giving me a proud smile that I couldn't bring myself to return. I thought of Voss. He had trusted me, and it had been the biggest mistake of his life. Now he would likely spend the rest of his life locked up in an Aaron jail. Despite all he had done, I still had pulled for him, pleaded for leniency. It didn't feel like justice. "We live a lifetime of disappointments," I said. Doubting me was only smart. "Apparently not as smart as I thought it was. I was beginning to think the day would never come that we could pay back those Threllian pricks." "It won't be so simple," Riasha said. "The Threllians were powerful enough to conquer 7 nations at the height of their military prowess. Even with the Aaron's army, you've seen what she can do." Phileas nodded at me, and a stone fell through my stomach. What could I do now? Nothing. Was I anything without Reche? No, there was something else inside of me. I knew it. I could feel it. Reche's presence had left an imprint on Max's magic, one just as powerful as what I wielded. Surely it had done the same to mine. If it didn't... There is no if, I told myself. There is something, and you will find it. Reche is right, I said, carefully hiding my trepidation. I need to do further negotiations with Nura and work out the logistics. No matter what power we have, in a head-to-head battle with the Threllian military, we will lose. But the Threllians' greatest weakness is their hubris. Even worse now, after 15 years of comfort. They may have fine armor, but everything inside has gotten soft. And who knows their inner workings better than we do, Cyril said, and Phileas let out a short laugh, as if overwhelmed by what he was hearing. Gods below, I never fucking thought we would be saying any of this. Let's not get too hasty, Reche started. But before she could finish, there was a mighty crash as a small figure burst into the room, moving so fast it was little more than a smear. Theo, she exclaimed, though the little boy paid no attention. You little monster, how many times have I... Theo let out a laugh and then, with no hesitation, wriggled onto Max's lap. He waved to me. Hello. Hello, I replied. Excuse you, Max muttered in Aaron to the child, but seemed fully unbothered as he shifted to hold the boy securely. Easily, as if it was second nature. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he shrugged. 5 younger siblings, Tizana, he said, and I chuckled. Reche looked from Max to me apologetically. I'm sorry, my grandson is a terror. No need to apologize, I started. Max waved away Reche's apologies. It's fine. He can stay. He said it in Tharini. My eyes went round. Max made a show of looking very casual, though he gave me a sly, too pleased with himself look out of the corner of his eye. Cyril, Reche, and Phileas shot each other confused glances. Phileas in particular seemed as if he was frantically trying to recall whether he had said anything offensive. When did you learn Tharini? I hissed in Aaron. I had a lot of alone time when I was out on the front. Not how I wanted to show you, but... His gaze flicked away, slightly bashful. Then he cleared his throat and looked to Phileas. Tizana is correct, he said in broken Tharini. In direct fight we lose, but only if is... He struggled to find the right word, releasing Theo just long enough to spread his hands out. All together. So we do not do that. A satisfied smile spread over his lips, barely suppressed. We fight them, separated. His word choice was clumsy, but I understood his meaning. It isn't hard to turn the Threllian lords against each other, I said. Especially now. They've gone so long without a collective enemy that their main concern is wresting power from each other. We use that. I did not look at Max, but I could feel his gaze, could feel the spark of admiration. Reche was nodding, thinking to herself, and Phileas put his hands behind his head. Don't care how we do it, he said, as long as we win. We will, I wanted to say. I swear it to you. But that promise caught in my throat, leaden with uncertainty. There was another crash and flurry of clumsy footsteps, and 2 more children flew into the room with chaotic shouts. Theo immediately leapt from Max's grasp, kicking him in the stomach in the process, and joined the 2 other children in the centre of the room. Not fair, Theo shouted. It was my turn to wield next. It took me a moment to realise what I was looking at. One of the children, a little girl, had smeared dirt on one side of her face. She was throwing paper playfully at Theo. Not just paper, I realised. Paper butterflies. She was pretending to be me. A lump rose in my throat. When I looked back at Phileas, he was watching me carefully. "What a silly game," I said, but my voice sounded choked, and Phileas's gaze softened. "Silly as hells," he said. "But I'll admit that you did good, Tisana." I gave him a weak smile. I hoped good was enough. It was nearly sundown. I pulled my jacket closer around me. Ara was getting cold. After Phileas and Riasha, there were others to visit, more refugees who wanted to speak to me. "One more thing," I kept saying to Max, and eventually he just responded with a deadpan stare. "You can barely stand. Hell, I can barely stand. Let's go." "But there's just—" "Has anyone ever told you that you have a one-track mind?" He tilted my chin towards him. "You can't save the world just yet. But we'll be back. Hey, look at them." He nodded towards the people in the streets. The buildings, while run down, were slowly being repaired and decorated. Before, this place had been tense and empty. Now children played outside. Old women sipped tea at little tables. People tended potted gardens. "They're living their lives," he said quietly. "And they still will be when you get back." I wasn't sure why my eyes were stinging, but I nodded silently and took Max's hand. Then I paused, giving him a sidelong glance. "What?" he said. "You learned Tharini." He looked away, a shade of embarrassed. "Poorly, mostly in books. I'm sure my pronunciation is a mess. I just thought—" His gaze slid back to me. When he spoke next, it was in fractured, heavily accented Tharini. "Always you listen to words that are not belonging of you. I want—" He stumbled, struggling. "I want to give you, to speak of you, in your words, your voice." I closed my eyes, suddenly finding it difficult to speak. Yes, he was right. His Tharini was terrible, the accent so thick it was difficult to understand. And yet the sound of my mother tongue rendered in his voice felt like the collision of two songs sung deep in my soul, now intertwined in perfect harmony. It sounded like home. Home. I squeezed his hand. "Let's go home," I choked out. Max stratagrammed us away. It was the smell that hit me first. God, there were 1,000 memories in that smell of sunlight and flowers. I opened my eyes, and the sight of it took my breath away. The little stone cottage was nestled in a sea of wildflowers, now hopelessly overgrown, as if nature itself sought to wrap it in an embrace. Fitting. That's what it felt like, too. An embrace. "Ascended above," Max muttered. "I did miss this place." I did too. I had missed it so much that it wasn't even so very hard to shed my guilt like a blood-stained jacket, take Max's hand, and let myself fall. Chapter 59. Aoife. I couldn't breathe. My father was leaning over me. Hot blood was spilling down my collarbone. His hands were covered in it. I knew that, even though I could not see it, because his fingers were wrapped around my throat. "Please, please," I was trying to say, but the word was smothered beneath my father's hatred that for so long I didn't understand. I did now. He hated me because I was never his at all. Hated me because my cursed power in my blood and in my title undermined his. All this time I had thought there would be some way I could earn my place among them again. But the truth was the position I had so desperately wanted didn't exist at all. "Who do you think you are?" he spat, so close to me that I could feel his breath and flecks of spittle on my face. "What do you think you have left to win?" "Everything," I wanted to say, and I knew this time it was the truth. There was so much I could do with this power within me, the power of my mother's blood, the power of my tainted, hideous magic. "I can do so much," I tried to tell him. "Give me a chance. I have so much to do." But I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. The last thing I saw before my death were the scattered dead bodies around me. The bodies of Cadwan's kin, of the Reedsborn, of the people of Yithra, Orshade, my mother, and closest of all, Cadwan, his hand still reaching for me. I opened my mouth and screamed, but released only the sound of shattered glass. Shattered glass? My eyes snapped open. A face leaned over me. For a moment I thought it was my father's. Then I blinked away sleep, and the features rearranged. A face just as hard and hateful, but different. Cline. All at once I was awake. Cadwan's arms were no longer around me. I pushed myself up, only for Cline's boot to come stomping down on my chest, pushing me back to the floor. "You," he hissed, "have made a very grave mistake." I snarled at him, my teeth sharpening of their own volition. I pushed his foot away enough to twist around, craning my neck to see the light of near sunrise spilling through Cadwan's smashed-open bedroom window. Hazy smoke hung in the air. A few feet away, Cadwan was crumpled on the ground, unmoving. I couldn't see his face, but I could see blood seeping through the fabric of his shirt, a sight that sent fire tearing through me. It became difficult to breathe. "What did you do?" I snarled. "What did you do to him?" Cline tried to grab me by my hair, but I tore away from his grasp and stumbled to Cadwan. I got just close enough to see his eyes open, slowly, through streams of blood when one of Cline's men dragged me back. I whirled around, grabbing his hand and twisting until I heard a crack, and the man let out a roar of pain. It was worth it, even though 2 others pulled me away before I could do the same to his neck. "What are you doing here?" I spat at Cline. "You are jeopardizing a crown mission, and you've done harm against an allied king, and—" "Me?" Cline sneered. "Look around us. We are in the home of an enemy." "They had information about the humans," I shot back. "I made the decision to come here. I couldn't afford not to." "You made the decision to come here against your father's command." Cline jerked his chin up, looking at me down the bridge of his nose. "Of course you would come here, of all places. There are some stains you cannot clean." I felt as if a rock fell through my stomach. But before I could shoot back a scathing retort, or murder him, I heard a groan. Cadwan shifted, slowly pushing himself upright. Then his head snapped up, looking around wildly, and stopping only when his gaze settled on me. I heard the sound of a struggle, and the door that connected Cadwan's room to the rest of our suites flew open. Another of Cline's men dragged Siobhan into the room, who, despite the soldiers wrenching her hands behind her back, walked elegantly and obediently, even though a sneer curled over her nose. Ashreya was next, though it took 4 men to drag him in, and all of them, including him, were significantly bloodied. I was so angry I could barely speak. "Let them go. That is a Sydney A. Blade commander and one of our highest-ranking allies at your—" "My army's orders come from the Tenor," Cline said coolly. "And where do yours come from?" For a moment the idea of my father being the source of Cline's attack filled me with betrayal. Then a deeper dread rose over it. Army? I listened, and heard a terrible sound coming from outside the palace. I leapt to my feet, fighting away Cline's men as they grabbed for me, and ran out to the balcony, only to see Sydney A soldiers scaling the walls, rushing into the Nirajan palace like ants devouring a carcass. I whirled back to Cline. "Call them off!" "The Nirajans were only allowed to exist in this place because they agreed to absolute excommunication, with no interference in the Fey world." "They haven't interfered. I made the decision to come here. Me!" I staggered forward. I didn't realize how badly I was bleeding from my head until I began to taste iron. "This is a foolish move, Cline, especially now when the humans are—" There was a deafening shatter. A smear of gold flew into the room, and by the time the window's broken glass hit the ground like drops of rain, the soldiers that held Ashrea were doubled over, clutching their faces. Rolling smoke dissipated to reveal Ishka, his wings outstretched, sword drawn and pressed beneath Klein's throat. "This is a betrayal of our treaty," he snarled. "You raised a blade against Weishraj men?" Klein sneered. "Our treaty has been dissolved." My heart stopped. Dissolved? Ishka's face barely changed, save for the faintest twitch of muscle. "Pardon," he said, deadly quiet. "The treaty is gone," Klein said. "Your people cannot be trusted. I knew it from the beginning. And this detour of yours only proves I am the Terness, Klein," I snarled, "and it was on my authority that—" But they were already moving before the words were out of my mouth. I lurched forward. Even in the movement, I knew I was trying to stop the inevitable. Klein let out a shout and his men attacked, lunging for Ishka and Ashrea. I dove for the nearest blade who was attempting to attack Ishka. I saw Siobhan moving out of the corner of my eye. Beneath the blood rushing in my ears, I could hear her command boom. "As a commander of the Blades, I order you to stand down." Too late. Tension had already devolved into violence. Ishka's back was pressed to mine, his sword raised. He was the only one of us who was properly armed, while I fought with whatever I could frantically yank from a dead man's hands. I tasted blood. I heard a cry somewhere behind me, and I could not tell whose it was. Suddenly there was a bright flash of light and a deafening cracking sound. More windows shattered. I looked up to see ropes of ivy slithering through the open windows, so fast our opponents barely had time to react. It seized the throats of Klein's men. The soldiers flailed, but it was no use. The ropes of greenery pinned their every limb, tightening until they finally stopped moving. Cadwan slowly pushed to his feet, clutching his abdomen. The sight of his open eyes was so wonderful that my own relief briefly drowned me. "It won't be enough to keep them for long," he rasped. Then his gaze fell to the other side of the room, and he went still. I turned. The other side of the room was a carnage. The floor was slick with blood. One of the Sydney soldiers lay beside Siobhan, his own weapon protruding from his throat. Siobhan looked down at him, utterly frozen, face pale. Beside her, Ashrea lay in a heap on the ground. His wings were out, but one was nearly disconnected from his body, a mess of bones and tattered flesh and slick blood-covered feathers. A spear was lodged between his ribs, a Sydney soldier's throat grasped in one of his massive hands. He was not moving. No one spoke. We had all seen enough dead bodies to know what we were looking at. Ishka knelt beside him and muttered some words that I could not understand, pressing his thumb to his forehead and then to Ashrea's. Then he stood again. "He's gone," he said without turning. Siobhan swore beneath her breath. Words tangled in my throat. I wanted to apologize. I wanted to scream. I wanted to hack the heads off of all the men in this room just because I could, even though they were my own people. I wanted no association with them. Ishka turned and met my stare. I couldn't breathe. I waited for him to strike me down. I was, after all, a Sydney, a leader of the people who had betrayed him and killed his friend. I was his enemy. "Did you know?" he said calmly. No, I never would have allowed it to." "We can discuss this later," Cadwan said, gesturing to the bodies on the ground. "I cannot keep them down for long." "We have to leave," Siobhan said. She could barely look away from the Sydney soldier she had killed, her expression pained. "Before more of them come for us." Ishka threw open the door and we ran. Mathera, how had it all happened so quickly? Klein's men were already everywhere, spilling into the palace through doors and windows and balconies. We pressed ourselves to walls and slipped around corners. When we reached the main hallways, where the levels below were visible, my mouth went dry. Below us, the Nirajan people were being skewered by weapons and thrown out windows, or simply left to bleed to death on the ground. The carnage was all-consuming. "There are too many," Siobhan muttered. "We need to leave here. Once we're out, we can figure out what happened." She turned to Ishka. "Let us remain allies until at least we understand why. We are traitors to our own people now, too." Ishka paused, then gave her a slow nod, mouth set. "I accept that." Cadwan was silent, a muscle feathering in his jaw. I followed his gaze back down to the violence below. Outside, on one of the balconies, I watched one of the Sydney soldiers grabbing a human maid by her hair and dragging her back, slicing her throat so viciously that her head dangled off her body. The word came out of my mouth before I realized I was speaking. "No." "No?" Siobhan hissed. "I can't leave them this way. We promised them that no harm would come to their city. The Nirajans barely have a standing army." I couldn't say what lingered beneath those words. This is my family. This is my blood. A slew of arrows flew past us, distracting Ishka and Cadwan as they turned to defend us. But Siobhan grabbed my arm and wrenched me close enough to whisper in my ear. "You are talking about raising your blades against your own people," she hissed. "There is no coming back from that, Ava." I opened my mouth to respond, but then my eyes fell beyond her. To a Sydney soldier on the level below, his gaze looking to Siobhan's unprotected back, his bow raised. "No!" I dove forward, trying to shove Siobhan out of the way. But I was too slow. Sydney archers were among the best in the world. Perhaps Siobhan herself had trained this one. The arrow struck her in the neck, lodging so deep that the point protruded from the other side of her throat. She staggered against me with such force that I fell against the wall. Then, together, we slipped down to the ground. Her lips parted, but only gurgling noises came out. For the first time in our long friendship, I saw fear in her eyes. Fear and sadness. Because after centuries of loyal service, her own people did not hesitate to strike her down. I could not look away from her face, even as Cadwan rushed to her side, Ishka still holding off the rest of the attack. There were words coming out of my mouth, but I wasn't sure what they were until the fourth or fifth time I said them, muttered beneath my breath like prayers. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for taking you on this mission. I'm sorry for turning you into a traitor. And I'm sorry that I am not going to be the loyal, good Sydney that you trained me to be." I watched the life fade from Siobhan's blue eyes quickly, like water draining. With it went the last of my restraint. "You would raise your hand against your own people," Siobhan had said seconds before they killed her. My own people? What people? They had just murdered their best, a woman who had given them everything that she had, who believed in loyalty until her dying breath. All my life I had been ashamed of everything that I was. Now I was ashamed of everything I had been trying to be. I drowned my grief beneath a sea of anger. Gently I lay Siobhan on the ground, closed her beautiful, lifeless blue eyes. "I don't care what you do," I said to Cadwan and Ishka, "but I'm not leaving them like this." I drew my eyes up and met Cadwan's gaze, and as always it seemed to see something in me that even I hadn't known how to confront. Not until this moment. Wordlessly he offered me his wrist. The scabbed-over wound from Yithra was still there. I didn't hesitate as I broke it open again, letting his blood and his magic flow over my tongue. It hit me even faster this time. Maybe the familiarity, maybe the rage, but in only seconds my senses were alight with Cadwan's magic crackling between us. His eyelids fluttered, and I knew he felt it too, this connection enhancing us both. I could feel threads of life running through us, running through the stone and the soldiers and the ivy above us, and I was ready to tear it all to pieces. We both looked to Ishka, a wordless agreement passing between the three of us. He gave me a small, terse nod. Not that I was even paying attention by then. I launched myself into the fight. I was acting on nothing but impulse, on anger-fueled instinct. I gave no thought to the fact that the Sydney I killed were my own people. First I killed them with my sharpened teeth, burning with Cadwan's magic. Then I tore a sword from a corpse and cut them down, one after another, too many to count. I knew Cadwan was beside me, fighting with me, not because I saw him, but because I felt him, felt the magic between us feeding into itself. With every body I kicked off of my blade, it seemed to grow stronger. Ivy burrowed through the walls, growing up between the floorboards, tearing apart the soldiers I stabbed. I was not sure where Ishka had gone. I no longer cared. We tore through the Nirajan palace, leaving a trail of death in our wake. I could barely see. I didn't know if it was blood or tears that obscured my vision. We made it down the grand staircase, out into the main throne room where we had been greeted our first night here. It was unrecognizable, its beautiful stillness overtaken with bodies and blood, all blurred in the violet red of my broken vision. I jerked to a stop, faltering for reasons I didn't understand. It was only when Cadwan turned and slid his arm across my back, pulling me into a secluded corner, that I realized it was because I had been stabbed. I hadn't felt it. Still barely felt it, save for the warmth of the blood now running down the backs of my thighs. But Cadwan's concern, deep enough that it reverberated in our connection, was enough to pull me from my rage. I sagged against the wall, turning to him. Cold air surrounded us. We were on a balcony just beyond the main throne room. "I can keep going," I panted, my voice ragged. But Cadwan's gaze slid beyond me to the warriors pouring into the throne room and the Nirajan soldiers being slowly overrun. I heard what he did not voice. "We can win this, Cadwan," I choked out. "We can save them." He leaned close to me, so close our noses brushed, so close that our shared magic burned in the breath we now shared. "There is more than this," he murmured, "and I want you to live to see it, Ava. Don't throw it away here. This is just a battle, not the war." Just a battle? I was so tired of battles. Maybe I would be willing to die to end this one. Then where does it stop? Tears were hot on my cheeks, and a wrinkle deepened between Cadwan's eyebrows as he leaned closer still. And then blood spattered over me. All at once, the warmth where Cadwan's body had been was now replaced with a spray of violet. He staggered back against the railing of the balcony. The magic linking us was violently severed. Cadwan stumbled towards me, his hand outstretched, doubled over. A bolt protruded from his chest, black smoke collecting around it. I reached for him, our fingertips brushing. Another shot. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone, tumbling from the balcony. A cry tore from my throat, stifled by a vicious impact that flung me against the railing. Pain bloomed through my insides. I barely felt it. All I could think about was the emptiness where Cadwan had once been. I realized slowly that the pain was a bolt stuck in my back, digging straight through my barely healed wounds from Yithara. On my hands and knees, I turned around. Standing there was Athelina, her face twisted in rage, tears streaming down her cheeks. Light and shadow surrounded her, like her magic spilled from her every pore, directionless. "I trusted you!" she screamed. "You swore to me! You swore to me that this would not happen!" She limped closer. She was badly wounded. Maybe I could have taken her, even with this magic bolt sticking out of me. But suddenly I found it hard to care. She loomed over me, her crossbow readied, magic bleeding from it. My children are dead, she spat, and her voice cracked like shattered glass and broken bone, and I knew she would kill me. Could I blame her? I closed my eyes. But instead of the impact, I felt the floor suddenly drop beneath me, and the sensation of falling. I opened my eyes to see the world smearing around me, and the flash of golden wings. A bolt whizzed past my left ear. I looked down to see Athelina shrinking into the distance, sinking to her knees. I was being carried. I was flying. I have you. Ishka's voice was steady and smooth in my ear. I choked out, We have to go back for him. Ishka said quietly, He did not survive. We have to go back. Aoife, there is nothing to find. Ishka's voice was pained. Trust me. I squeezed my eyes shut. I wanted to argue, wanted to force him to turn around, tear apart the world to search for Cadwan, but I had felt that connection between us sever. I watched him fall. And so I was traitorously silent. With 3 powerful pumps of Ishka's wings, we launched into the sky. I looked down and watched Niraja shrink beneath me, corpses growing smaller and smaller. Down below, on the highest balcony of the Nirajan palace, Ezra watched his city fall. Beside him, Orin turned. His stare fell directly to us. His crossbow lifted and our gazes met. His gaze that, even from this distance, reminded me so much of my own. He held his aim for several long seconds, then lowered his weapon and turned away, joining his brother. And all while Ezra just stood there as if made of marble, helpless as he watched his garden wither.
Chapter 60. Max. I'd forgotten what it was like to be this carelessly content. Tisana and I fell into it like we were drowning in a vat of honey. How many days had it been? Impossible to tell, considering that we may have lost an entire 24 hours to the deepest, longest sleep I'd ever had. Perhaps for the first time in my life, it was easy to be content, when I could roll over and open one bleary eye to see Tisana's face ungracefully smushed against the pillow. Years ago, I had foolishly taken that for granted, the ability to see the people I cared about in passing unremarkable glances. Of course they were there. Of course they were safe. I knew that I'd never get that feeling of ease back. The pit at the bottom of my stomach, the tension in my chest, would probably linger there for the rest of my life. But in those sleepy days, I came closer to reclaiming it than I had in a long, long time. I wasn't sure how long it had been by the time I finally opened my eyes from the depths of hibernation, squinted out the window into the sun-drenched world beyond it, and dragged myself out of bed. I wrapped one of the blankets around my shoulders and shuffled out into the garden. Winter loomed. The sky was cloudless and the sun was warm, but the air so cold that my breath released clouds of mist with every exhale. The garden was overgrown and messy. Before, I had woven an intricate series of spells to keep the plants happy in the wintertime. Those protections were weak now. It had been months since they were last refreshed. I picked up a stick and walked the edges of the garden, drawing stratograms in the dirt and watching with satisfaction as drooping flower petals puffed back to life. Then I settled before my rose bushes. Most of the flowers were dead, or close to it, the white and red petals shriveled at the edges. My knee nudged something hard, and I looked down to see that there was a pair of clippers, now pitifully rusted, lying in the dirt beneath a generous coating of dead leaves. Right. This was exactly that spot I had come to months ago when Tisana had made her blood pact. I had sat here spiraling into existential dread, desperately trying to tell myself that the clippers in my hand would be the closest thing I'd ever wield again to an actual weapon, and that I could stay here unmoving forever, and that I would be fucking right for it. Maybe I would have been. I still wasn't sure. What a long time ago that seemed to be. I picked up the clippers. They were rusty, but they still worked. I set to work on the bushes. After a time, footsteps approached. You look very silly. I could hear the smile in Tisana's voice. This... I shrugged my shoulders, making the blanket that was wound up to my ears bounce. This is practical. You look like a sleeping worm. A sleeping worm? The kind that makes silk when they. She flailed her arms around herself, and I turned to stare flatly back at her. Was that intended to represent a cocoon? A cocoon, exactly. Ascended above. What a poet you are. She settled beside me, shooting me a glare. Well, you tell me that in Therini, and we'll see if you're a better one. Fair enough. I closed a handful of dead petals in my hand and conjured fire, reducing them to ash. Even that small fragment of magic was difficult, like it met resistance within my veins. Look at this, Tisana. I held up dead blossoms and leaves, shaking my fist. This is a travesty. I think the garden is more beautiful this way. It is free. A sign that it can all flourish even if there isn't a lonely, cranky man watching over it all day. Ouch. That theoretical, lonely, cranky man wouldn't appreciate you invalidating his life's work. And what if he isn't so lonely and cranky anymore? He will be cranky until the ends of time, I'm sorry to report. Tisana let out a low chuckle. Through many layers of blanket, I felt the weight of her head against my shoulder. Part of his charm, I suppose, she murmured, but as long as he isn't so lonely. My hands stilled. I dropped the clippers and wound Tisana's fingers in mine instead. An easy trade to make. I suppose it was back then too. No, I wasn't lonely anymore, though lonely was a weak word for what I had been. My aloneness had simply become a stagnant part of me, like a missing limb. I hadn't realized I was craving connection until I found it again, and I hadn't realized how much I feared losing it until it almost happened. How are you feeling? I asked. Better. You? Better. I glanced at her. Her brow was furrowed in a look that I knew very well. What? I asked. She blinked at me. What? She repeated, and I pressed my finger on the familiar wrinkle of her brow. What's this for? She looked down at her hands and frowned. No magic, I murmured, and she shook her head. Nothing. Give it time. You died a few days ago. Just saying those words out loud made me shudder. My lip curled into a sneer of its own accord. No matter the cost, I'm glad that monster is gone. Tisana nodded. Still she went silent, and I knew her well enough to know that gears were turning inside her head. I kissed her on the forehead, inhaling her citrus scent. We have time, I said again. We have time, she echoed, and I knew she was trying to make herself believe it. We had time. For so much of my life, time had been a curse, something to be endured rather than cherished. Now I reveled in it. We have time. The most wonderful statement. A fucking gift. We did everything the long way. That night, we made a ridiculously complex dinner, more food than the two of us would ever be able to eat, because we had time. We ate it over the course of several hours, between more than a few glasses of wine and stretches of long, meandering conversation. Afterwards, we stretched out in front of the fireplace and read, exchanging stories with so many interruptions that it took us hours to get through a few pages. That was fine. We had time. It was late by the time we made it to the bedroom. Tisana had risen and leaned over my chair, giving me 1, 2, 3 deepening kisses, the kind that blurred the line between a question and a demand. I scooped her up in my arms and carried her to the bedroom. We fell on the bed together, Tisana's arms around my neck, her kisses deep and hungry. The minute we hit the bed, she had yanked off my shirt and was starting on my trousers. When I pressed her down to the bed, with enough pressure to stop her, giving her a coy smirk. Why are you in such a rush? I stretched out beside her instead, leaning down to kiss her again. Not the desperate, hurried kisses. Slow, our lips and tongues moving over each other with gentle caresses. When she tried to push back, deepen it further, I broke away and laughed. We have time, Tisana. Isn't that terrific? We can take all. My fingers trailed down her throat in feather-light touches. Damn, her collarbone, lower to the edge of the fabric of her shirt. Night. Unbutton. and another long, slow kiss. She let out a raspy chuckle. Why? Why? If we want something. Another kiss. Why put it off? I pulled away and cocked an eyebrow. Want something? What is this something? I continued down the buttons of her shirt slowly. I kissed her throat lower to her collarbone. I wanted to feel every muscle beneath her skin, the texture of every scar. Besides, I murmured, no one can claim you've been dissatisfied the last few days, and it's nice to finally get the chance to take my time. The last button. Her shirt fell open. I pulled away enough to look at her. Moonlight streaming in from the window fell over her body, breasts peaked from the cold, or arousal, or both, silver falling over her jewel-toned skin. Her hair was messy, framing her face, and she looked at me with such unabashed hunger, her lips parted, eyes half closed. Her legs parted, just a little, a challenge in her eyes. Fuck. I had to fight for my own self-control, but I touched only the inside of her knee in a light, barely there caress running up the inside of her thigh, stopping just short of where I knew she wanted me to be. She let out a rough exhale of frustration. I smothered it with my mouth. Her lips were soft and ready. She didn't want to break the kiss when I moved down again, lowering my head to her breast, raising a moan to her lips. Fuck that sound. My fingers kept tracing her thighs, down, up, still not high enough. Her hips lifted slightly. What, Tisana? She let out a rough laugh. You are cruel. Cruel? I have a theory that you like this. Besides. And finally, I let my touch trail higher, lightly, so lightly, running up the wet heat at the apex of her thighs. Her hips bucked, and she let out a sharp breath. I'll make it up to you, I murmured against her lips and slid my fingers inside of her. The moan wasn't silent this time. Tisana's hands grabbed fistfuls of the sheets. She clenched around me, and now I had to actively hold myself back, keeping my touch slow, too slow for what she wanted, reminding myself to be patient. We have time. Maybe I was cruel. Tisana let out a breathless, frustrated laugh, her head thrown back. What a sound. You're not being a very good communicator tonight, I murmured, and in response she muttered something in Tharini. That's not in my vocabulary. You'll have to teach me those words. A breathless laugh. Never. It would corrupt you. My hand withdrew, and Tisana's eyes snapped to me. Her palm pressed to the bare skin of my abdomen. I kissed her, again, our lips barely parting, and she let out a groan when my hand moved back down her thigh. I hate you, she breathed. I think you like me very much, actually. My fingertips, just fingertips, still caressed her, up and down the length of her body, lingering on the slender V of her abdomen, the peak of her breasts, the tender skin of her throat, and I just kissed her and kissed her and kissed her. I wanted her. My own body was straining against my self-control, every nerve and muscle calling out for more of her. But the deprivation was a game at this point. We had time. My fingertips brushed her core just barely, and Tisana let out a little whimper. What is it, Tisana? If you want something, you'll have to ask for it. Her eyes opened, looked directly into mine. They were glazed and shining with want, and, for a moment, something deeper than that. I want you, she murmured. Those words lit up a primal force in me. Fuck it. Her mouth crashed against mine, our slow kisses turning ferocious, feral. She bolted up and pushed me down onto the bed, the full length of her body pressing against me. Her heat aligned with me, and we were so close, one tilt of her hips away from being joined. She paused there, eyes looking into mine. A smirk twisted her lips, a spark of satisfaction in her eyes. Victory, she whispered. And then she pressed down over me, and I slid into her, and nothing existed except for this, for her, for our desire to claim each other. And just as I had teased her with all her silent pleas before, now I listened just as carefully so I could meet them, every shift of her body, every roll of her hips. I could measure the world in nothing but the sounds of her quickening breath or the throb of her pulse. I could revel in the way that here we were both raw and unfiltered and utterly ourselves. But then, it had always been difficult to be anything but with her. Tisana clenched around me and pulled me to her in a long, deep kiss. When it broke, I opened my eyes and looked at her, silhouetted by the moonlight, eyes closed, lost in pleasure. I paused. I didn't know I was speaking until the words were already coming out of my mouth. What if this was always us? Her eyelids fluttered open, and she gave me a coy smirk. This, I would not object. I shook my head, suddenly serious. I mean all of it. The way we've been living for the last week. Just you and me, here. What if it wasn't just for a couple of weeks? What if it was our lives? She went still, giving me a long stare that I couldn't quite decipher. Self-consciousness fell over me. I didn't even know what I was trying to say. Even if I did, the words, as always, got tangled somewhere between my thoughts and my lips. Do you ever think about that? I asked. After you're done conquering empires and freeing nations and saving the damned world, have you ever thought about what it might be like to be with me forever? Ascended above. What a stupid question. But suddenly, I couldn't not ask. I realized, all at once, that I did think about it. I thought about it constantly. It was insidious, the dreams slipping in so slowly I hadn't even realized it was happening until right here, in this moment. For a long time, I hadn't thought of a future at all. But now, I couldn't conjure a vision for one that didn't have her in it. She was still giving me that look. I lowered my eyes. What was I even asking her, and what did I expect her to say? It had been a few months, and there were still so many other things that would be at the forefront of her mind. Never mind, I muttered. But she tipped my head back so that I was looking directly into her eyes again. I love you, she whispered. She gave me a long kiss. The rhythm of her hips resumed, and my thoughts unravelled, and it was not so difficult to discard the self-consciousness of what I had asked her, and what she had not said in response, as she fell back onto the sheets, and we lost ourselves in each other again, and again, and again.
Chapter 61. Tisana. For the 10,000th time, my palms were empty. Everything inside of me still felt eerily, terrifyingly quiet. I couldn't conjure my silver butterflies. I couldn't feel the emotions around me. Couldn't so much as ripple the water. I heard footsteps behind me. "Sneaking out to work in the middle of the night," Max said. "Something about this is very familiar." I couldn't even make myself answer. My hands clenched. "Give it time," he murmured. "It's still barely been. It's been almost 2 weeks." I peered over my shoulder. "I don't understand. It is one thing for Reshe to leave me, but why would it take everything with it?" "It didn't. You need to let yourself recover, Tisana." "I do not have time." Despite myself, my eyes were beginning to sting. The anxiety had been a constant companion these last 2 weeks, but it had been so easy to simply let it fall to the back of my mind and look away. There was, after all, so much good to cover it up. Max and I spent our days sleeping and fucking and eating, joking in the garden or sparring in the fields. I was just so deliriously happy. I was drunk on it. Drunk on Max and the way every time he responded to one of my deeply unfunny jokes with that huff of a laugh, it suffused my whole body with warmth. Now the shame hit me all at once. Our 2 weeks were nearly up. My magic was nowhere to be found, and there were people out there suffering, my people, while I rolled around in a garden, selfishly content. "I should have been trying harder," I said. "This whole time. I should have been trying to find out why." A flicker of hurt crossed Max's face, and I immediately regretted the callousness of my words. We hadn't spoken again of the question he asked me several nights ago, but it was still there beneath our every interaction. "Do you ever think about it?" he had asked me. What a ridiculous question. Of course I thought about it. How could I not? I had never been so happy as I was here, with him. I craved this. But every time I let my imagination extend further, to that soft dream of a future, It was so quickly followed by a wave of darker, more complicated feelings. Guilt, shame, and above all, fear. "I can't sit here and be happy," I choked out, "when there are so many people waiting for me. People who did not get the chances I did." The hurt shifted to understanding. Max settled down beside me in the grass and withdrew a pocket knife. He opened the blade, and before I could speak, drew it across his palm. Then he offered the knife to me. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Supposedly we draw from the same magic, and we've proven that you can draw from it. So if your magic isn't working, then try using mine." I hesitated. "What if I hurt you?" He gave me a wry smile. "Realistically, I think it's more likely that nothing will happen." This seemed ridiculous. But then again, he'd managed to bring me back from the dead with this, and I was desperate. So I took the blade and cut open my own palm and pressed it to his. At first, nothing happened. But I forced my mind to still, reached out for him the same way I would reach out for minds and emotions with my magic. Everything felt dull and off-colour, like one of my senses had been hacked away, but no. There. I felt it. What? I wasn't even sure. Something. And it felt like him. A magic now so foreign and familiar at once, rolling and melding with mine like a distant approaching storm. Max drew in a sudden breath between clenched teeth. His fingers tightened around mine. Our hands were trembling. It didn't feel the same as it once had, but it was something. And maybe it would be enough. It had to be. I lifted my other palm, and I whispered to the magic around me as I had 1,000,000 times before, even though it was more slippery and rebellious than the magic I had wielded. Still, it responded. Yes, this would work. I knew it. This had to be the key. The thing that rolled from my hand was barely even a butterfly. It was, in fact, more like a moth or a fly. It was weak and shuddering, dissolving into the air before it barely even made it past my eyeline. No, I could save it. I made a final desperate push. But then Max drew in a sharp breath and yanked his hand away. My concentration snapped. My weak butterfly dissolved and fell to the earth, disappearing into nothingness before it hit the ground. I barely saw it. I was just looking at Max, who let out a low hiss as he rubbed his hand. My heart fell. "I hurt you." "It's fine. It's nothing." "It's not." I pulled his hand to me. The shallow slit across his palm was now black and purple. There wasn't much of it, not enough to spread beyond the very edges of the wound. Still, too much. This shouldn't have happened. A lump rose in my throat. I shouldn't have done this.
"It's nothing, Tizana. It's still just a scratch."
"I don't care. We are not doing that again." He said nothing, his lips pressed together. I stood and paced, my arms around myself.
"It will come back," he said quietly. "Give it time. We'll find a solution."
"We do not have time." They do not have time.
"You can't rush this. It's not the sort of thing you can bang your head against until it works. But something will give. You know I'm too cynical to say it if I didn't believe it was the truth."
Despite myself, a smile twisted one side of my mouth. Cynical, he calls himself. At first, maybe it was easy to think he was, with his sarcasm and acidic wit. But over time, I realized that Max had never been a cynic. He was a wounded optimist trying desperately to return to his natural state. I loved that about him. No matter how many times he tried to tell himself otherwise, he truly believed the world could be a better place. But now a knot formed in my stomach.
I looked over my shoulder and gave him a weak smile, but all I could look at were his hands as he wiped the blood away, and those dark veins trailing up his arms that now seemed so much darker. Chapter 62. Aoife. I wasn't sure how long we flew. My blood dripped down onto the treetops far below us. My vision blurred. Every so often I would blink, and suddenly the sun was higher in the sky. I didn't remember closing my eyes, but they snapped open again when the branches sliced my cheek and the ground rose up beneath me. Ishka and I lay there, exhausted. The bolt was still protruding from my back. Every time I breathed, pain slithered through my ribs. I didn't care. No one trailed us. Ishka was beside me, but he sounded as if he was very far away. I blinked and saw Ashreya toppled over, Siobhan's dying gasps, Cadwan falling. "Get this thing out of me," I said. I rolled over, my face pressed into the dirt. I heard Ishka's movement, then felt the faintest pressure on the arrow, and my throat released a whimper. The pain was breathtaking. "This arrow was cursed," he said. "Athelina is a wielder." "Was, I suppose." Ishka said it as if it was supposed to be some dark, humorless joke, but it just made my stomach turn. I ground out, but I didn't finish speaking before the pain overtook me, so intense that it blinded my every sense. I thrust my face into the dirt so it would muffle my scream. "It's done," Ishka murmured, as I pushed myself up to my elbows, but I didn't hear him over the sound of my own vomiting. When I was finished, I fell back onto my stomach, weak. Tears rolled down my cheeks. They were all dead. Only Ishka and I remained. Compared to the agony of that wound, the one between my ribs was a welcome reprieve. "Are you going to kill me?" I murmured. "Why would I go through the trouble of saving you if I was going to kill you?" I craned my neck far enough to look at Ishka. He seemed tired, weak, sad. For perhaps the first time he looked as if he were made of flesh and blood, not marble. "The treaty," I said. "Klein said—" "I think we need to finish it," Ishka said coldly, "regardless of what the treaty is or isn't." Finish it. Finish the humans. I closed my eyes and slipped my hand into my pocket, where the letter Athelina had given us remained. It felt like a lifetime ago. And what would we do if we went there? Kill them all? Could I do that this weekend? The thought seemed impossible. Yet it was Cadwan's face that was seared into my mind. There is so much more than this, he had told me. My fingers curled into fists, clenched so tight they trembled. He had watched everyone he loved die. Those people deserved justice. He deserved justice. I couldn't hold myself up anymore. I fell back down into the dirt. "Rest," Ishka said. "You're barely conscious." But I held myself up just enough to look at him. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "For Ashreya. For everything." Something I couldn't read shifted in his face. "Rest," he said again, and by the time the word left his lips, it was no longer a choice. I dreamed of the dead. But instead of their corpses, I dreamed of sunshine. Siobhan was sitting beside me in the pub, back in the Pales. We were in our typical spots. She held her typical drink. She was laughing at something, but I couldn't remember what. In this world, Siobhan was not dead. The humans were not a threat. But I sat there and looked at her and felt this strange, eerie feeling, like the wind was whispering in my ear. It's already lost. I dreamed of Cadwan. I dreamed I visited him in the House of Stone, if it had not fallen. I dreamed of it as it appeared in my fuzzy, half-remembered childhood memories. It was a beautiful city built of tiered stone temples with plants spilling over their sides. There were flowers growing on the vines, orange lilies as striking as the sunset. There were grand balls and beautiful banquets held by the nobles of the House of Stone. They were kind and beautiful, and they never stopped smiling. But it wasn't there that I found Cadwan. I found him in the library, surrounded by books. When I approached, he looked up and smiled at me as if I were a pleasant surprise. But then I settled beside him, and his expression darkened. "I don't know why," he said, "but I think that something terrible is going to happen." "Don't be silly," I tried to tell him. "It's a festival. Everyone is dancing. Let's go." But he simply shook his head, lost in thought. "It isn't over," he said. And then his gaze found mine, suddenly alert, sharper than everything else in this dream world. "It isn't over," he told me again, "and I don't have enough time." He reached out and touched my face, as if to see if it was real. But I was already fading, even though I tried desperately to cling to the dream, to his touch, to his aliveness. "I wish I had more time," he murmured. I did too, I thought. There would never be enough time. My eyes opened. The sun was bright and hot. My neck ached. I was on my stomach. It took a few wonderful, horrible moments for me to remember what had happened. All of the deaths. I closed my eyes and let them hit me all over again. Then, slowly, I pushed myself up. I was still in pain, but this, at least, was manageable. Ishka was a few feet away, leaning over a fire, over which he was cooking a small rabbit. His hair was wind-blown, his clothing dirty, his eyes tired. "You healed me," I said. My voice came out in a ragged croak. "I did my best. It's not my strength." "It helps. Thank you." I crawled towards the fire and settled beside it, wincing as all of my muscles protested in their own individual ways. My head was pounding, and my heart hurt. Ishka did not look at me. He pulled the rabbit off the fire and began to cut the meat with his knife, offering me pieces. I shook my head. "If you don't eat anything," he said, "you are not going to be able to travel anywhere effectively." He was right. I begrudgingly took some, though I had to force it down. "Where did you go?" I asked, and Ishka shot me a look I couldn't read. "I woke up a few times," I added, "and you were gone." He turned back to the rabbit, very focused on his task. "I flew north." "Why?" "I needed to see what happened to the treaty." That got my attention. I discarded my attempts at even trying to have an appetite. "And?" "Your war general spoke the truth. Your father turned on the Weishraj that were living within Sydney walls." I felt as if all of the blood had left my body at once. Still, Ishka did not look at me. "Most of our army was killed. Sydney soldiers even marched on the House of Wayward Winds." My fingernails were digging into my palms. "Your sister?" "She's injured, but she will live." "And your son?" "Safe." Then he muttered beneath his breath, as if he had not intended to speak aloud. "And the Sydney should thank the gods for it." Yet he did not look terribly relieved. I didn't feel it, either. Instead, I thought of my father, my powerful, ambitious, selfish father. For the first time I thought of him, and I was disgusted by him. He looked at what had happened to Cadwan's home, and he had seen it as an opportunity to craft his own king and invite his enemy into his homestead, waiting to drive a dagger into their back. "Never again," I said. "My father's time is over. It is my blood that belongs on that throne. And when I claim my position as Turnus, you have my word that you will have the alliance of the Sydney. As long as I rule, it will be yours." Ishka gave me a strange look, one that I could not decipher. My eyes were burning. "And I grieve with you, Ishka, for the lives that you have lost." Ishka finished cutting the meat off of the rabbit, looking down at the food in front of him and showing no interest in eating it. I could relate. I felt sick to my stomach at the thought of what my people had done. Ishka stood and turned to me. "I came back because our mission is not done," he said. "Despite what has happened, Queen Shaja still believes that the humans pose an imminent threat, and I agree with her." I nodded. This was unequivocally true. "How long was I asleep? How much time do we have before—" "The meeting is only 4 days away. It is a long way for us to travel." "We'll make it," I said, and willed it into truth, already standing. I was injured, but more powerfully than that, I was angry. I was tired of giving people chances. I was tired of letting them kill without consequences. "We strike the leaders," I said. "I have had enough of half measures." Ishka's mouth thinned. "As have I." I forced my mind through the cloud of anger and grief, forced myself to be the methodical, calm-headed blade that Siobhan had always hoped I could become. There was only 2 of us, and we knew little about who would be attending this meeting, other than that it would include the humans' highest-ranked commanders. We could be walking into a slaughter. But I didn't even care if I was killed, as long as I got to return the favour. "Do you have Waishraj soldiers to spare?" I asked. "Anyone who would be able to fly fast enough to meet us there?" "Not many," Ishka said, "but enough." It would have to be. My muscles clenched so hard they shook. "Then let's end one war," I spat, "and then we will end another." I was so furious that I didn't even notice that Ishka turned away without answering. His face tilted to the sky. Chapter 63. Tizana. I thought perhaps I had dreamed the knock. My eyelids fluttered open to see nothing but the silent sway of the flowers beneath the moonlight through the window. I rolled over. Max was already sitting up, face tilted towards the door. His body had taken on a certain rigid stance that I had come to know well. The stance of a soldier. Max murmured, "No one ever knocks." So it hadn't been a dream. We slipped out of bed. Both of us took our weapons before we left the room. It felt ridiculous to be padding down the hall barefoot, in nothing but an oversized nightshirt, holding a weapon like Il Sahaj. Max peered out the window and shook his head. Then he opened the door. There was no one there. Nothing except for a wooden chest sitting on the doorstep. It was plain but finely made of polished wood and brass hardware. There was an inscription burned into the top of it, barely visible beneath the moonlight, written in flourishing script. Tizana Vitezik. I placed Il Sahaj on the ground beside me, kneeling in front of the box. I felt Max's hand on my shoulder, felt the uncertainty that it communicated. I opened it. Max uttered a curse. I did not hear him. I could not move. My blood was rushing in my ears, pounding, burning. I reached into the box and pulled out a hand. It was wan and calloused, the fingernails torn and bloody. It had once clearly belonged to a man.
There was a small scar between the thumb and forefinger. A brand. A wolf's head, teeth bared. It smelled foul. The rough flesh where it had been hacked away from the arm was rotting. That was what the box contained. Hands. Hundreds of them, belonging to men, women, children, infants. And all bore the brand between the thumb and forefinger, the sigil of the Zorakov family. These were slaves' hands. I dropped the hand back into the box as I doubled over, vomiting into the grass. Max swore under his breath. He darted from the door, looking around for whoever had left this here. Distantly, I became aware of a strange sound in the air. I didn't look up. If I had, I might have noticed it was wings. There were dozens and dozens of birds overhead, circling. I could not think of anything but this. Slaves' hands. Hundreds of people, here, in front of me. Max's footsteps halted suddenly. "Tizana," he whispered. "Get up." I rose. I wasn't sure how. My legs felt as if they had no blood in them. Somehow I had the presence of mind to pick up Il Sahaj. Max stood just within the open doorway, his staff bared. Fire shivered along its length, casting a bloody red glow through the living room. "I suggest you tell me what, exactly, you're doing in our house," Max said, "and who we can thank for such unpleasant gifts." For a moment, I wasn't sure who he was talking to. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the centre of our living room. It was tall, so tall that its head nearly brushed the ceiling. And it was dark, as if made up of shadows, wearing a cloak of darkness that defied physical understanding. Yet even through that shapelessness, I could tell that it had long, spindly limbs. Its fingers were so long that they just seemed to trail off into the air, like shadow dissolving into light, almost brushing the ground. Its legs were long and footless, with knees that bent the wrong way. No matter how long I looked at its face, I could not find its features. It was as if there was just a smear of nothing where the face should be. And yet, I knew that it smiled. "The Zorakov family does not appreciate being lied to." The voice was not a sound so much as it was a reverberation, expanding like a puff of smoke. This line came in Tharini, with the distinct accent of the Threllian ruling class, but it was hollow, like a mimicry. Then another sound filled the room. Screams, screams of pain. First one and then more and more, until it was a cacophony of voices pleading, begging, weeping. I did not need to be told what I was listening to. I had been presented the hands of slaves, and now I was being given their death screams. Something inside of me snapped. I didn't think before raising Il Sahaj, before I was lunging. My slash made contact. I felt the satisfying bite of Il Sahaj's blade into flesh. Or was it flesh? A spray hit me across the face, but it was not warm like blood, and seconds later it began to burn. The thing barely faltered. Its movements were choppy, as if it skipped through time, discarding half-seconds. Even up close I could not see its face. But from within the strange shadow I saw glimpses of people screaming in pain and terror. It went for my throat, but Max lunged faster, staff alight with fire so bright that embers floated around him as he buried it deep within the creature's body. The thing shuddered, as if moving in 100 directions at once. Max snarled as he unleashed a burst of flame, and I withdrew Il Sahaj for another strike, and suddenly we were alone. The creature's absence was so jarring that Max stumbled back. We found ourselves just blinking at each other, our weapons still raised. Seconds of silence passed. "What?" Max said quietly. "In the name of the fucking Ascended,
was that.
"It is still here somewhere," I whispered. I didn't know how I was so certain, but when Max inclined his chin, I knew he felt it too. He lifted his fingers, and all of the lanterns in the house whispered to life, dim red light blooming over the walls. Slowly we paced around the perimeter of the room, and then down the hallway. Max was ahead of me, the firelight reflecting a sheen on his bare back. With the tip of his staff's blade, he nudged open the door to our bedroom, then lifted his fingers to bring fire to the lanterns. They illuminated nothing but the crumpled blankets on the empty bed and overflowing bookshelves. It was utterly still, utterly silent. Max eyed the pile of sheets on the bed with suspicion, gingerly pulling them aside with his weapon. But I turned around, regarding the dark, wooden, cluttered bureau. Above it was a long mirror. Like many of Max's belongings, it looked as if it had spent its better days in a much larger, much grander house, and now sat here in this messy cottage looking somewhat ridiculous. I saw a reflection of the room and the flickering light, of Max's back as he nudged aside a curtain. Of course, I saw myself. Yet, something was strange. I couldn't figure out what at first. Then I realized my reflection was doused in shadow, like I was silhouetted against the light. But the bedroom was lit. "Max?" I murmured. My grip tightened around Il Sahage's hilt. In the reflection, I watched him turn and stand behind me. And then I watched myself step forward, fingers pressed to the mirror, face still blurred in shadow. Except I didn't. I didn't move. I started. It lunged. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground. The creature was on top of me, intangible and yet so heavy I could not breathe. The face that stared back at me was nothingness, and then it was my own. I felt as if my mind was being rifled through, my memories picked apart like the bones of a carcass. The face became Cyril's, Max's, my mother's, Voss's and his scarred, disfigured features. I opened my mouth but could not speak. I felt as if everything was being drained from me, like my life, my energy was being pulled away from inside. I fought, trying to bury Il Sahage into its flesh, but my awareness was fading. Somewhere in the misty world beyond, Max was attacking it too, trying desperately to yank it off of me. Its blood, if it was blood, rained down on me, burning and burning and burning. Suddenly everything went blindingly bright. The creature released me. And there was Max, carved from fire itself, his second eyelids wide open to reveal his black, piercing eyes. The creature was distracted now, far more interested in this new opponent. But even as it moved away, in its final touch, I felt as if we were connected in some strange way. And for the first time, I felt something from it. Pleasure. "No!" I choked out. I didn't know how, but I understood that Max had made a terrible mistake. The world snapped back into focus, and the creature lunged for him. At first, Max slipped into nothingness, lurching to the other side of the room like a brighter, clumsier, more powerful version of the Cyrizen. He reappeared behind the creature. One strike, and the fire burst through the room. The creature flew against the wall. For a few seconds, I thought that could be it. I pushed myself to my feet. My legs were shaking. I grabbed Il Sahage. The edges of the creature shivered like shadow pierced by unyielding daylight. But then it drew itself back together and it surged toward Max. The two of them collided in a vicious tangle of light and shadow, but it was clear almost immediately that the shadow was winning. Through the flames I saw Max's face go blank with agony. The creature was surrounding him, all of those spindly wrong-way limbs circling around him. And then there were more. 4 arms, 6 arms, 10 arms circling him, smothering light. On instinct, I tried to call my magic, but it did not answer. The creature looked up at me, and now its face was one I knew so intimately, even though I had never met it. A young girl with sheets of black hair. Kira. It would kill him. The certainty of it hit me like a rock to my chest. I had to stop myself from rushing to him. I had no magic. Il Sahaj would do nothing against this thing, and I had no time. So instead I turned and ran. I only just saw the creature's face snap up as I tore out the door, around the corner, down the hall. I didn't look back. I ran until I reached the guest room, the room that had been mine the last time I lived here, ran around the corner and inside, then threw myself behind the cupboard. And then I waited, hand pressed to my mouth to still my serrated breath. I heard no footsteps, but I didn't hear a fight either. Had it abandoned Max to come search for me? Slowly, so slowly, my fingers slid down into the partially open drawer around the corner, then closed them around a round glass bottle about the size of my palm. Please, please, please. I slid out from behind the wardrobe. This room was neater than Max's bedroom and far less cluttered. For the first time I cursed myself for having cleared it out when I lived here before. With silent steps I went to the centre of the room. In the full-length mirror that leaned against the wall, I could see the red shadows of the lanterns against the walls, the furniture, and my own blood-streaked face. I turned around, circling the room. Nothing. And then I turned back to the mirror. The room was once again reflected back at me, doused in lantern light, everything doused except for my face, stuck in shadow. God, please work, please work. I said one final prayer, and then I smashed the bottle in my hand against the ground. I poured absolutely everything I had, every scrap of magic that might have still lived within me, every piece of desperation, every magnified shard of power that lived trapped within this ink. I poured all of it, all of it, all of it, into drawing the final line of my stratagram. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my reflection lunge towards the glass. Pain tore through me as I gave magic I didn't have to this final burst, drawing what I could from the stratagram ink for one single spell. One spell to shatter all of the glass in the house, mirrors and windows all at once. The crash tore the air in two. Sweat plastered my clothing to my skin. My head was spinning. I struggled to my hands and knees and crawled to the mirror. Broken glass bit into my palms, from the mirror and the glass mixed together in tiny shards on the floor. Two bony, rotting hands remained, braced on either side of the mirror frame, as if about to vault themselves out of it, now attached to nothing. Fucking brilliant. I turned to see Max leaning against the doorframe. His second eyelids were closed now, gaze cool and blue and so very tired. He was not wounded, but he looked impossibly weak. My gaze fell to his hands. They were black. I got to my feet. We have to leave. I do not know if it's dead or... My words were drowned out by a strange sound. It started low and then rose louder and louder. Shh, 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 shh. Max and I looked to the now glassless window just in time for birds to pour through it. Max muttered a curse, but it was drowned out beneath the sound of their wings, a deafening whisper that swelled like a rising tide. We both braced, but the birds simply surrounded us and then moved past, rushing through the bedroom, down the hall, and presumably disappearing out another window. The sound slowly faded. When I opened my eyes, Max was staring at my hands. What is that? I looked down. Where my hands had been empty, now they held two pieces of parchment. I unfolded one. At first, it was blank. Then words unfurled over it. You are in great danger. There are more coming for you, and worse, for your people. Max breathed a confused curse, and I couldn't help but agree. Move quickly. Use the stratogram on the paper beneath. I will explain.
Absolutely fucking not,
Max said, and the next words came as if they could hear him. I cannot make you trust me, but they will be coming for you in seconds, and your people need you now to stop something worse. I don't understand, I murmured, and Max let out a low scoff.
Because this is insane,
he said beneath his breath.
Utterly insane.
He was right. It was insane. But then we heard a dull thump and both of our heads snapped up. There was a shuddering sound, like the wind through the trees, and slowly it grew louder, fuller. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I knew what we were hearing, could feel more of them coming. We have to go, I said. I dropped the other parchment to the ground and grabbed the one below it. On it was a delicate stratogram. Can you do it? I said, knowing how weak he still was.
Of course I can,
he grumbled. He grabbed my hand in his. Black, long fingers reached around the doorframe. A faceless head began to peer around it. The fire was overtaking the cottage. Across the hall, a fiery beam fell to the ground. That was the last thing I saw before we were gone. Chapter 64. Aoife. We needed to move fast, so I drank Ishka's blood again. It was a little easier now. This time I transformed fully into a bird, which was slightly less challenging than the partial shift I completed in the House of Reeds. I was much smaller than Ishka, and at first I despised the sensation of flying. If there was anything, after all, that a Sydney was not built for, it would be the air. We spent our entire lives living beneath the stone. Still, there was a certain freedom to it that I began to appreciate after I got used to it. Sometimes, when the sun hit me just right, when my wings were stable and the air cooperative, I felt so free, so weightless, that I could forget about the dying faces of Cadwan and Siobhan and Ashrea. I could forget about my father's betrayal, my shameful bloodline, even the fact that I very well might be journeying to my death. Ishka barely spoke during this journey, even in between our stretches of travel. I could not blame him for this, and I wasn't about to complain. What good were words, anyway? The meeting was to take place on a small island, farther away from the Fey lands than I had ever been before. It was so far south that we would be flying squarely into the territory of the human nations. When we were about 2 days away from the island, we flew over nothing but sea for the entire day, a prospect that made a knot sit in my stomach when combined with my uncertainty of flying and my sheer exhaustion. I didn't know how to swim, and certainly wouldn't be able to shift fast enough to do so anyway, even if I did. If I fell, I would drown. But thankfully we made it to land shortly before sundown. We watched the ground below us carefully, and Ishka did several laps around the area, scanning for life with his superior eyesight, and confirming we were alone before we landed. When we did, and I scraped myself up off the ground after shifting back into Fey form, I stood and looked around in stunned silence. "It's unfair," I said quietly. "What?" "That the human world is this beautiful." It was so beautiful that it hurt. We stood in the middle of a sea of gold, tall grass that reached my waist, rolling out in all directions, bright as fire beneath the setting sun. The sky was bright red, like human blood had painted the clouds, and the reflection and the heat of the sun rolled over the landscape like dripping paint. It all shuddered beneath the breeze, as if the grass itself were breathing. I wasn't sure why I began to cry, but once the tears started coming, they would not stop. As I walked, I held my hand above the grass, letting the tips of gold tickle my palms and fingers in little, gentle caresses. I wished Cadwan could have seen it. I remembered how he had looked at the city of Niraja when we first arrived, the way his eyes went bright with wonder, even if everything else about his face remained subdued. I didn't realize how much I had loved that look until now, when it was painfully absent. I wished I had savoured it more. We stopped for the night there, in that field. We hunted and set up camp. As dusk fell, the plains fell into silver shadow, a mournful inversion of their earlier intensity. It was just as beautiful, but eerily silent. I imagined the afterlife would look like this. Do the Vaishraj believe in life beyond death? I asked Ishka as we ate.
Life is perhaps a weak way to say it, he replied softly. Our dead rise to the sky. They send us the winds and the sun, and they watch.
His gaze, golden even under the moonlight, flicked to me.
And the Sydney?
We believe in a limitless place, where you are reunited with all you have lost. But to get there, your mark upon the world is judged. There is nothing more important to the Sydney than the weight of our stories. I looked down at my forearms, one covered in lines of tattoos, the other in stark black X's. A wave of fear settled over me. It was likely that I would die tomorrow. If I did, would this ink tip the scale? How would I be judged?
Aoife,
Ishka said softly. I met his gaze. It was rawer than I had ever seen it. It was a strange shade on his face.
You have earned your place in any afterlife, he murmured. Sydney or Vaishraj. Any god worth worshipping would grant it to you. And if there's an afterlife that would deny you entry, I do not want to be there either.
A lump rose in my throat. If we die tomorrow, it was an honor to fight next to you, Ishka. He was silent for a long moment. Then he said,
Likewise, Aoife, Terness of the House of Obsidian. It has been an honor.
After that, our conversation settled with the embers of the fire. I lay down, but I could not sleep. Instead, I looked up at the stars and thought about the past Vaishraj who lived among them, Ashreya included. I thought of the stone beneath my feet, and Siobhan. And I thought of the House of Stone, and the sudden devastating realization that I did not know where Cadwan had gone. I rolled over and watched the grass. In the darkness, I could see Ishka lying there too, completely still, with his eyes wide open. In the morning, we packed our things in near silence. There was a knot in my stomach that I couldn't untangle, and I feared that if I opened my mouth, nothing but my own fear would come spilling out. Ishka once again offered me his blood, and we shifted together and took off for the island where the humans were gathering. I knew little of the human world. A part of me expected this island to look like Niraja, grand and majestic, but for a place that had come to consume all of my thoughts, it was surprisingly small, even if it, too, was beautiful. It was crescent-shaped and heavily forested, with trees that were bare save for thick clusters of ferns. The beaches were sandy and so bright they were nearly blinding to look at beneath the midday sun. The eastern side of the island had a collection of boats. Small ones, to my relief. Even the largest surely couldn't hold more than a dozen men. At least we would not have to worry about the humans' overwhelming numbers here. We landed on the opposite side of the island and shifted back our fey bodies, crouching in the sand. My heart was pounding. "Where are the Vaishraj?" I whispered to Ishka.
They must not have arrived in time. He shook his head. It was far to travel. I wasn't sure that they would.
I cursed under my breath. But I wasn't about to let that stop us. Not when we had gotten this far. I reached for my knives and shot Ishka as confident a glance as I could manage. Then it's just us. I hope you're ready. Ishka looked slightly pale, but he nodded all the same. There was only one structure on the island, a stone circular building not particularly tall. The windows were high and small near the top of the roof. Columns surrounded it, carved with a language I didn't recognize. A single path of large, flat granite led up to the building's entrance, a set of arched double doors in dark wood. There was no sign of the humans. Perhaps they were already inside. "The windows," I said, jerking my chin up. "They're small, but we can fit through." But Ishka was already standing and walking towards the door. I caught his wrist. "They could shoot us where we stand," I hissed. "It will be fine," Ishka said calmly, though there was a slight twinge to his voice that I couldn't decipher. He took my hand in his, a strangely intimate movement, and stepped towards the door. "Ishka?" I tried to pull my hand away, but his grip was firm. "There were dissenters," he said without looking at me. "Let us talk to them first." I wasn't convinced. I wasn't convinced at all. But before I could stop him, Ishka pushed open one of the doors, and we stepped through.
Chapter 65. Max. My knees hit sand. In any other context, I would have been willing to flop over in that sand and take a nap. It was beautiful, soft, white, fine. For a moment, my mind was stuck on that odd sand appreciation, and then I reordered my thoughts. The box of hands, the fucking monster, the birds, the stratogram, and this. Tisana and I got to our feet. We looked ridiculous, half-dressed and wielding ridiculously fine weapons, spattered with strange grey purple. We were on a beach. Actually, perhaps it was an island, because I could see the coastline curving in the distance. Tall trees with tufts of leaves loomed above us. The forest ahead was dense, with lots of ferns. It was bright daylight, jarring after coming from the night of hell at the cottage. "We must be far away," I murmured, "for the time to be so different." "Look," Tisana pointed down the beach. There were several boats on the shore. "Are there others here? After all that, there better be someone here who can give us some ascended damned answers." That or try to kill us, I thought. At this point, who knows? Tisana looked up, and I followed her gaze. Ahead of us was a single stone path leading up to a massive arched doorway set in an eerily imposing stone building. The structure was circular and surrounded by large columns. As we stepped closer, I could see they were covered in carvings that looked as if they could be writing, though not a language I understood. Tisana approached one and ran her fingertips over it. "I think this is old Besrithian," she murmured. "My mother loved history books. Some had writing that looked like this. So this place is ancient." Old Besrithian was a long, long dead language. She nodded, then her gaze fell to the door. I let out a sigh. "I suppose," I said, "we're about to walk through that ominous entryway, aren't we?" "I think we are." "Fantastic." "Well," I muttered, "might as well keep an exciting day exciting." We approached the door. Despite the boats we saw in the distance, it was completely silent. If there were other people here, they didn't make a sound. I did not find this especially comforting. The door was large and heavy and let out a spine-chilling squeal as it swung open. It was dark inside, so dark I had to blink several times to force my eyes to adjust. In those seconds of blindness, my hands tightened around my weapon. The room was a large, circular, open space with stone benches around its edge. Lines of writing were carved into its walls, in circles on the floor, even into the benches. A perfectly round spot of light fell on the ground through an opening in the roof, and sun spilled through narrow windows. A single figure stood at the opposite side of the room, back to us. He was tall, with long golden hair that fell down to his waist. As the door squealed open, light fell across his form. He wore odd clothing, swathes of gold fabric that wrapped around his torso and over his shoulder. He turned, revealing an unnerving stare. Bright gold eyes. He moved strangely, Too smooth, too graceful. "So I see you received my gift," he said with an unfamiliar accent. "By your appearance, perhaps it got to you somewhat late." "Let's start with introductions before we get so familiar," I said. "Who exactly are—" "I know you." Tisana's voice came in a gasp, like she hadn't realized she was speaking aloud. "I know you," she breathed again. The man stepped forward, and I matched the movement, my weapon raised. "Wait, you tell us who you are before you go anywhere." He was looking past me, to Tisana, so still that it seemed like he was barely breathing. My grip tightened around my weapon. "Who are you?" I said again. He was silent for a long moment before answering. "My name is Ishka Sayes, and I am here to right a wrong that I made very, very long ago."
Chapter 66. Aoife. It was so dark inside that at first I could see nothing. I heard hushed whispers suddenly go silent. Slowly the room came into focus around me. We stood in a large circular room. The bright light from the half-open door spilled in from behind us, casting a violent streak across the ground. The walls, like the columns outside, were carved. A single curved stone bench lined the perimeter of the room. On that bench sat the humans. There were perhaps 24 of them. Most were men, but there were a few women. They wore different styles of dress, though most wore flowing garments that reminded me of the Weishragers' apparel. Nearly half of them had colourless skin and white hair, like the man I had encountered in Mariata. I opened my mouth to speak, though what would I even say? Would they even understand me? But then one of the humans stepped forward, and all words left me. The light fell across his pale face, catching silver hair in the sunlight. Silver hair and a scar that ran from the corner of his mouth all the way to his ear. Instinctively, my hand shot to my blades, but one of the other humans lifted their hands and my weapons flew across the floor, scraping the whole way. I tried to lunge, but Ishka's hand was still firmly around mine, even though I tried to yank it away in frustration. "Ishka, go!" I gasped, but another one of the humans approached me, eyeing me like a cat, and suddenly my head, my thoughts, were in paralyzing agony. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. And still Ishka was not moving. He released my hand and I collapsed to the ground, my muscles suddenly beyond my control. And that was when I heard 8 words that ripped me apart. "I fulfilled your request," Ishka said to the scarred human. "Now you fulfill ours." Everything went numb. My whole body jerked as I wrenched my head around to stare up at Ishka. He did not look at me. "What are you doing?" I tried to scream, but my body was not my own. One of the white-haired humans, a young woman, knelt beside me. She took my face in her hand and turned it, looking at me like one would examine a horse to be purchased. She said something to the scarred human in a language I did not understand. Did not understand except for one word. Esnera. The scarred human smiled, as if pleased by whatever she had told him. "You do not know how long and how hard we have worked for this," he told Ishka through a thick accent. "Many of our people's lives will be saved." Ishka did not return his smile. A sneer twitched at his lip. Still he carefully avoided my stare. "You have already taken many of ours. Out of desperation alone. Actions that we sincerely regret. Well, now it will no longer be necessary." He bowed his head. "Queen Shaja appreciates your alliance." The realization dawned. Betrayal bled through me like a dagger's tear. I tried to scream, tried to shout, tried to lunge for Ishka.
If I could move, I would have ripped his skull from his body. I would have torn his eyes from that beautiful face. But I could not move. I could not even weep. "Likewise," the scarred human said, and bowed his head. Ishka began to turn away. Then he paused and looked back at me. Something shuddered across his face. "Is it really so powerful?" he said quietly. "The thing that she will become?" The human smiled. "It is the most powerful thing the world will ever see." One of the other humans touched me, and agony consumed me. 2 sets of hands dragged me to my feet. My limbs were limp, but I fought with everything I had against a spell that sapped me. For just one moment I broke through it. My limbs thrashed. 2 more humans were on me. My eyes were blurry with tears. "Ishka!" I screamed. "You cannot leave me here!" They were dragging me back, dragging me against the floor. I saw only Ishka's gold eyes staring back at me, his face stone. "You cannot do this to me!" I thought of the House of Reeds and those monsters. Would I become a monster too? My consciousness waned, my vision going white and blurry. I was being dragged farther and farther from Ishka. "Ishka!" I do not know if I screamed it aloud. The last thing I saw was him turning away, his golden hair flying back in a sudden burst of wind. And then my vision was consumed by white and white and white. Chapter 67. Tizana. I couldn't move. The familiarity was buried deep, somewhere far beneath conscious thought. But the sight of that man's face, the sight of his bright gold eyes, yanked something visceral to the surface. Ishka. Ishka. How did I know that name? Max, who had planted himself firmly between me and the golden-haired man, peered at me over his shoulder, asking a silent question. Nothing but white and white and white for so many days. The voice floated through the back of my mind. How many times had I heard that, seen it, felt it? You were betrayed by someone that you thought cared for you. And with that hurt, it was always the same. White and white and white, and a flash of long golden hair. A man turning away. This man. You knew Reshe, I forced out, and Max's eyes went wide. Ishka's stare darkened. Reshe, he said quietly. That's what she calls herself. She, Max said. Does it mean something? I murmured. A wince flickered across the man's face. It means no one. Chapter 68. Afa. Strike that. Reshe. There is much I do not remember. I remember the pain. My body is opened and closed and opened again. My organs rearranged, blood removed and returned to me. The humans are monstrous and cruel and vicious. To them, I am not a living thing. To them, I am a tool to be used, or created, or harvested. There is no past or future. There is only this. The first time they link me to another, it is through the melding of our veins, yanked out of my wrist and dangling and dripping between us. The humans keep dying. I know because I feel their deaths. I know because their deaths are mine. I do not see the bodies. I see nothing but white. They take pieces of me. I do not know what they do with them or why they take them. First fingers, then my hands, then my arms. Slowly they carve me away, piece by piece. Perhaps one day I will not have a body at all. For a long time I think of Ishka and how much I hate him. I tell myself that my hate is important because it keeps me alive. But the terrible truth is that I have no choice but to live, even though I wish I could die. I hate Ishka so much that I sear my hate into my soul. I hold on to it even when everything else fades away. One day I realize that I cannot remember my home. I know it was beautiful and safe, and that when I was there I felt connected to 1,000 other souls. Now I wonder what that feels like. To be connected to others. To be safe. Faces and memories slip through my fingers like I'm trying to cradle fistfuls of sand. First it is the peripheral ones. Ashrayas, Sharjas, people who wove in and out of my life for brief moments at a time. And then friends. One day I cannot remember the shade of Cadwan's eyes or the way that Siobhan's proud smile made me feel. I clutch Ishka's face, suspended it in the amber of my hatred. But soon I remember only the sharpest of fragments, his hair flying out behind him as he turned away from me, as he left me here. I hate my father, too, for his lies, and my mother for allowing him to be such a monster. But my hate is not enough to keep their faces either, and soon they too are gone. I cling the most to Orshade. I try to etch her features into whatever is left of me. Her beautiful smile, her bright eyes, the way she smelled when she wrapped me in an embrace. Long after everything else fades away, my love for Orshade remains. I try to remind myself of it every night. I recite the angles of her face to myself, and I tell myself, there is still someone out there who loves you. But one day I cannot recall her name. Soon her features blur, one by one. I lose the tilt of her eyes, the cadence of her voice, the path her smile tread across her face. And one day I cannot remember what love is at all. The humans carve pieces of me away. Chunks of flesh fall away, and so do chunks of whatever lies beneath. I try so hard to remember my name. Sometimes I hear the humans' voices. They ask me, "Who are you?" And I tell them, "I am Aoife, Turnus of the House of Obsidian. I am Aoife, I am Aoife, I am Aoife." But the time rolls by, and when I have lost everything else that makes me who I am, what does a name mean anyway? One day there is nothing left of my body. I am nothing but raw energy, and they force me into bodies and minds. They trap me in rooms of white and white and white. I am nothing but loss and anger, and the overwhelming feeling that perhaps, long ago, I was something else. When I meet another human and their gaze turns to me and asks, "Who are you?" Now I say, "I am no one." And it is true. Chapter 69. Tizana. "You know, Reshe." Max's brow creased, and he eyed Ishka with abject suspicion. He still stood partially in front of me, as if to guard me, but Ishka did not look as if he had any interest in violence. It was strange, actually, the way he was looking at me. "Before," he said quietly. "Long ago. Yes." Perhaps there was some scrap of Reshe that still lived within me, because I could feel something thrashing in my core, raging at the sight of him. "You have it," he said. "I can feel it in you." He stepped forward, and at the movement flames tore up Max's staff, simmering at the edge of the blade. And at that Ishka stopped short, his eyes snapping to Max. You held it too. Your magic, it feels like..." He trailed off, as if he didn't know which word to choose. My eyes fell to his ears, his pointed ears. "You are Fae." The word slipped from my lips without my permission. "I am." "But the Fae are gone." "No, Though for a long time we preferred the humans to think we were. Ishka eyed Max, who was still staring him down warily, weapon ready. You can put that down. I would not save you just to kill you. And why exactly would you save us? Because something far worse than what you just witnessed is coming, he said. And I need your help to stop it from happening. He cleared his throat, and for a moment he actually looked self-conscious. A strange shade on a face that seemed so inhumanly elegant. I understand that what I am about to tell you will sound unbelievable, but I am asking you to listen. Please. Max paused, then lowered his weapon, though he still held it carefully at his side. The Fae were never gone, but for centuries we came very close to it. Once we were so divided that nothing was more important to us than destroying rival houses. Hundreds of years ago, in a conflict that has fallen from your history books, humans and Fae clashed. Your people, war-torn and drunk on bloodshed, eventually turned that aggression against us. They murdered entire Fae houses and ripped apart our cities, searching for the power they needed to win their own wars. A flicker of regret passed over Ishka's face. We were so divided then. Short-sighted. Instead of facing an imminent threat by banding together, we used it as an opportunity to cut down our rivals. I believed in that as much as any other. He paused, and those unnerving gold eyes lifted to us, holding just a hint of shame. I gave the humans someone. He stumbled over his words. Someone who trusted me in exchange for their alliance. The power to win their wars in exchange for the power I needed to win mine. She had rare magic among the Fae, and when I gave her to them, they used her power to create a cataclysmic weapon. The weapon you now know. My mouth was dry. Reshe, I said quietly. You gave them Reshe. Max swore beneath his breath. Ishka said solemnly, That betrayal was the greatest mistake I have ever made. A mistake? Max shook his head. His knuckles were white around his staff. Do you understand how many people are dead because of that act? That's bigger than a damned mistake. I do understand. Yes. So why are you here now, hundreds of years later? We had our own battles to fight. The humans and their monsters faded from our minds, just as the Fae faded from yours. But now, Ishka's gaze went far away. Things began to change. A new king has risen, uniting what remains of the scattered Fae into one house instead of many. Before him, I would have never thought it possible to see my people becoming whole again. And it has been greater than I ever imagined. And then that admiration faded, his expression hardening. My king's dedication and vision allowed him to rebuild our civilization, yes. But such qualities can so easily be twisted into dark obsession. It is that darkness that is coming for you, starting with what you experienced tonight. A beat of silence. Words escaped me. Let me make sure I understand. Max pinched the bridge of his nose. You're saying that a mad Fae king is responsible for the monsters on our doorstep? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. My mind struggled to grant it even the slightest chance of truth. He has plenty of reason to hate you, Ishka said quietly. Long ago, the humans slaughtered many of our people to save themselves from each other. Your lives are so short compared to ours. Those days are nothing but a distant shadow in your ancestors' lost memories. But us? We lived it, and that grief and anger still smolders within us. All it needs is a single spark. His lip twitched, a hint of a sneer. And someone among you has dared to provoke that."
My brows lurched of their own accord. Provoked how?
"Fae have gone missing. Not many of them, but the king is certain it is the work of the humans."
"The work of which humans?"
Max said.
"There are millions of us, in hundreds of totally unrelated countries."
"The humans did not care which of our people, our houses they had to slaughter to get what they wanted," Ishka said sharply. "Forgive us if many are not willing to extend a greater courtesy, not when our—"
He shut his mouth abruptly, letting out a long breath. When he spoke again, his words were careful and measured.
"If I am to be honest, I hate your kind too for what you have done. But my king walks a dark, dark path."
He stepped forward, his gold eyes burning.
"Perhaps I have not been clear. He wants to kill all of you. Every last one. He is a great king because he values every Fae life, and for that same reason he will be a ruthless adversary."
Those eyes fell to me.
"And he has been looking for you in order to do it. For what you hold. For who you hold."
My mouth was dry, my head swimming, and through that fog a slow realization fell over me. The stare I felt in my dreams, the whispers, the reaching hand. "I have been looking for you." No, they were just dreams. You knew they weren't just dreams. My mouth opened, but I couldn't speak. I felt as if I was going insane, as if the incredible odds against us weren't enough, as if we didn't already have such awful threats looming over us. And now this?
"Then I have some bad news for him," Max said. "Reshe is gone."
Ishka's eyebrows lurched, even though the rest of his face remained completely still.
"Gone?"
"Dead," I said. Ishka frowned.
"I do not know if it is possible for such a thing to die," he said quietly. "And he will still come for it, even if it's just for the ashes. He is obsessed. He will never stop looking for it. Not in you."
His eyes slid to Max.
"And not in you, either."
Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that box full of hands. My nerves were raw, too close to the surface of my skin. "And the Zorakovs?" I asked. "What role do they play in this?"
"The Zorakovs?"
"The Zorakov family, the Threllians. The ones responsible for those things. The message they brought us came from them." Ishka stared blankly at me, and then realization flooded his face.
"The king would be willing to craft temporary alliances. I have left his inner circle, but the last I knew there was talk of such a thing. Alliance with some humans to get the numbers he needed to do what he wished. For all his faults, he is not willing to jeopardize Fae lives."
A wrinkle deepened between Ishka's brows.
"If he has done that, then perhaps things are moving even faster than I feared. And it is greater proof than ever that we must act quickly."
"I told you it's gone," I choked out. Even if I wanted to help, I couldn't. I was useless.
"I do not believe it is truly gone. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to truly destroy. If you let me try, I could—"
"You could what?" Max said. "Bring that thing back into the world? Everything that you've just told us is just another reason to leave it buried." Ishka gave Max a look that veered on pity.
"It will not remain buried. It is just a matter of whether we are the ones to use it, or he is."
A shiver ran down my spine.
"We?" Max said. "And what would this we do exactly? Let's say we agree. Let's say we let you use your mystical Fae magics to drag Reshe back to life. Then what?"
His gaze slid to me.
Does she become your weapon in this plan of yours?
Ishka was silent, just long enough to give the answer he didn't voice.
I take no pleasure in asking you for this, he said.
Max let out a puff of air through his teeth and shook his head, his body language declaring his rejection before his words did.
No, absolutely fucking not.
And yet, a small part of me that felt the terrible silence in my magic where there had once been such power, and would be willing to do anything to bring that back. But then the memory flooded over me, the sensation of that pallid flesh against my fingers, that box of horrific, meaningless death, those agonized screams. I felt sick. I couldn't do this, couldn't become a saviour for another people when I still could not save my own. No, I have done this already. I have already traded myself away for someone else's war. But where does that leave the people who need me? Do you expect me to abandon them so I can become your weapon instead? Ishka gave me a sympathetic stare.
This is not someone else's war. This will be your war, whether you like it or not.
Then why are you the one here? Max demanded. You're here to save human civilization out of, what, benevolence?
Ishka's mouth thinned.
Do I need a reason?
Max looked at him as if that was an insultingly stupid response. And it was. All it told us was that Ishka didn't want to give us the real answer, which didn't do much to inspire trust. Frustration simmered beneath Ishka's pristine features.
I am telling you the truth. This is coming, even if you choose to ignore it. So what will you do then? Nothing?
Max's mouth opened, then closed. He glanced at me, a silent conversation playing out between us. We cannot do anything here, right now, I said. We need a minute to think, a minute to consider. Because right now, all of this feels like a twisted dream. And that was answer enough for Max. He turned to Ishka, jaw set.
Send us back. I don't know where the hell we are, so I can't.
Ishka did not move for a long moment, then approached us, a folded piece of parchment between his fingers. His eyes searched our faces.
If you want to leave, I will not stop you. But take this, too.
There, with the paper, he placed a silver gold feather.
Burn that when you have made a decision, he said, and I will come to you.
Max unfolded the parchment, revealing a delicate stratogram, and Ishka stood there, still until the very last second, when he lurched forward.
My son, he said, his voice rough. My son is among the Fae that are missing. I feel the same anger my king does, the same desire to burn down this world that has taken him from me, to see your people destroyed for their part in it. But I have seen where that hatred leads. I'm coming to you as an ally, and not an avenger.
He stepped back, and the world was already starting to dissolve as he said,
Think about what I have said. Please. Chapter 70. Max. Nura threw open the door and just stood there, eyes wide, as if she was looking at a pair of ghosts. Her jacket wasn't white anymore. Half of it was soaked through with spatters of crimson, and the rest was covered in strange stains that bloomed the colour of withering flowers. We all looked at each other in bewildered silence. Tisana and I had barely made it to the towers, and I wasn't even completely sure why we came here of all places. Perhaps it was only because now we literally had nowhere else to go. Ishkar's stratogram got us to Ara, and I managed to get us to the towers after that, though my magic was so weak it was a struggle. We made quite a stir when we landed, of course. We were half-dressed, covered in blood, and generally looked insane. Well, I was willing to embrace that image. I felt insane. I had grabbed the nearest person wearing an order's sigil and demanded to see Nura. I wasn't expecting her to look like this. I had fought alongside Nura for years, but I had never seen her this way. Yes, there was the blood and the dirt, but her dishevelled appearance wasn't nearly as disconcerting as the half-panicked look on her face. She closed the door and sagged against it. "Ascended fucking above," she muttered, pressing her palm to her eye. "I thought that you two were... Do you know how long I searched?" "Nura, what happened?" I asked, and Nura snorted. "What happened? I just came from your house, or whatever's left of it." Whatever's left of it. That statement kicked me in the gut. "So you saw them," Tisana said quietly. "The creatures. They killed 8 Citizen." I cursed beneath my breath. I'd been in battles of thousands that hadn't managed to take out that many Citizen in one swoop. Nura didn't meet my gaze. Instead, her eyes kept going far away, as if shuffling through scenarios only she could see. She looked terrified. Hell, she was trembling. A realization fell into place. This wasn't shock. This was worse than shock. This was abject horror. The horror of someone who knew exactly what they were facing and how bad it was. "You know something," I murmured. "What is it, Nura?" Her gaze flicked to me. For just a moment, I saw something there that I hadn't seen in Nura's eyes for nearly 10 years. Raw fear, the kind of vulnerability that she had spent so long trying to shield carefully from the world. She swallowed. "I need to show you something," she said. I didn't even know the towers went this deep below ground. Nura brought us down past the entry floor, down even beneath the lowest levels used for storage. Yet when the platform finally came to a stop, the hallway before us didn't look like an underground basement. It was white and clean and silver adorned, just like the other hallways in the Tower of Midnight, brightly lit even though there were no windows. Nura did not speak as we walked. She led us down the hall, past a number of closed heavy doors until we reached the very end. She opened the final door and ushered us into what appeared to be a study. The shelves were crowded, lined with books that at a glance appeared to be even older than the tomes in the tower's libraries. There were tables strewn about the room, one covered in books, one covered in scribbled notes, another holding many glass jars and vials of various substances. "Old friends," a rough voice wheezed behind us. I tensed. Ascended fucking above. It couldn't be. I turned and immediately cursed. What is he doing here? Vardir, who sat at one of the messy tables, here in the towers, and very much not rotting his life away in Ilizath, grinned at me. "How fate would see it, for us to meet again so soon." His wild eyes fell to Tisana, and the grin widened, veins popping up beneath the paper-thin skin of his neck. "And with such interesting company, I haven't been so invigorated in..." "Vardir," Nura said curtly, "leave us." "Leave? So soon? But we have so much to..." "I can send you to your room, or I can send you back to Ilizath. Your choice. Go." Vardir scowled, but begrudgingly rose. I glared at Nura, who went to one of the other desks on the opposite side of the room, her back to us. "What is he doing here?" I said again. "I needed him." I did not like that answer. Vardir had nothing good to contribute to this world. "Needed him for what?" Tisana asked. Vardir slammed the door behind him as he left, leaving us in heavy silence. Nura did not turn. "There is a lot I need to explain to you," she said, "and it is going to be difficult for me." She turned around. In her hands rested a long, shallow bowl of hammered gold. Thin silver liquid filled it to the brim, and on the still-as-glass surface was a crimson stratogram, maintaining its shape with unnatural stillness even as Nura walked closer to us. My brow furrowed. "Is that..." "Yes." She looked down at the contents of the bowl, frowning. The expression on her face made the skin prickle at the back of my neck. So unlike the version of her that I had known for so long. "You know, everyone thinks I'm so unfeeling, so cold." Her lip twitched. "All because I don't run around spilling my soul, all because words just aren't enough to..." She trailed off. "What is that?" Tisana asked. "This," Nura said, "is a spell, rare and difficult to cast. It can only be created by Valtane and used only once. It will show you me, my memories." I was struck speechless. I couldn't believe it. Out of all the ridiculous things that had happened in the last 24 hours, this nearly topped them all. To give someone access to your memories was a deeply vulnerable act, especially since such a spell couldn't even fully define what the receiver saw. The idea of Noura doing it, Noura, who had guarded her thoughts and her heart with barbed wire, even when we were the most important people in each other's lives, seemed downright ludicrous. "Why?" I blurted out. Her eyes found mine, a silent plea in them. "Because there is so much I need to make you understand." Seeing Noura like this made the hair prickle on the back of my neck. There was a cruel humour to it. A decade ago, I would have treasured such intimacy. Now it was being offered to me years later, not out of any semblance of love, but out of, what? Fear. She cleared her throat. "Well, do you want to stand around asking more questions, or do you want answers?" I wasn't sure if I did want these answers, but I slipped my fingers into the cold liquid anyway. Tisana did the same, and finally, Noura did too, pressing her palms to the bottom of the bowl. She closed her eyes, and her magic rolled over us like a crashing wave, and with it came the past.
Chapter 71. Noura. Noura is 10 years old. She is at a party thrown by one of her grandmother's business partners. She has never seen a home like this before. It feels more like a city than a house. There are so many people here, and yet it all manages to be so horrifically dull. Noura is very, very bored. Eventually she stomps off to go pout in the corner, only to find that someone else is already pouting there. The boy is about her age, with dark hair and dark eyes and a general aura of displeasure at having to suffer through this event. He snaps his fingers, and weak puffs of flame burst between them. That gets her attention. A wielder, like her. She sits beside him. "What's your name?" "Max Antarius," the boy says. Noura makes a face. Where she came from, people are named things like John or Eric. The boy looks away. "I know it's a stupid name." "It is," she says. His only response is to snap his fingers and release another little spark of flame. When he does, she sends her own magic to meet it, a puff of air to blow it out like lips to a candle. For the first time, she earns his attention, a look that is part startled, part insulted, part intrigued. She likes that look, she decides. "I'm Noura," she says, and then adds, after a moment of thought, "I'll just call you Max." Noura is 12 years old. The years have passed fast. She and Max have done nothing but train, driven to endless pursuit of perfection by Brian. She has never been so exhausted. And yet it is easy to commit herself so completely when it means she can be with the Farleones. Max's gentle mother, his friendly father, his siblings who welcome her into their affectionate squabbling, Brian who treats her as if she actually has potential, and of course Max, the best friend she has ever had. Now the two of them stand at the doorstep of the towers. Max is stubborn-jawed and wary-eyed, masking secret uncertainty. She is uncertain too, even if she will not admit it. "The military is going to be better than getting stuck by ourselves in some countryside apprenticeship," he says. The key words are, by ourselves. She is a Valtane and he is a Solari. In apprenticeships they will be alone. At least here they will be together. Besides, what other choice is there? For Max there is none. He will join the military as his brother and his father and his grandfather have before him, and he will excel because that is what Farleone men do. Noura will be excellent too, she decides. Just as good. Better even. Her name is the first one on the enlistment papers. Noura is 15 years old. She has learned how to master her magic, wielding light and water and air and the thoughts of others, but above all she has a gift for wielding fear. This, she thinks, makes sense. She has spent her life controlling her own fear. Small wonder she would be so adept at controlling it in others. Max has gotten good too. He speaks to flames as if they are another part of him, and his combat skills earn impressed whispers among the instructors. This makes Nura's skin prickle with jealousy. She wonders what it would be like to be the subject of such tittering. But then they say, well, of course, he is a Farleone. Of course, he is a Farleone, a member of a military dynasty, and she is an orphaned girl who has spent her life clinging to their coattails. But Max does not seem to hear the pleased murmurs. Always they are drowned out by his brother's dissatisfaction. He still throws himself into training like someone who has everything to prove. Secretly, Nura is grateful for it, because she is certain that once he believes everything that everyone says about him, he will leave her behind. And when they fall to the ground after their 5th or 10th or 17th round of sparring, and he cracks some joke or gives her the right kind of sidelong glance, something she cannot identify flutters in her stomach. And in that moment, the idea of being left behind by him is the most terrible thing she can imagine. Nura is 18 years old. There are whispers of war rising in the north, among the Riveni territories. "Do you think it will happen?" she asks Max. "I doubt it." He does not look up from his book. A knot forms in Nura's stomach. She has spent years studying war, learning the most effective strategies in death and victory. But nothing she could read in books or play out in sparring would be the same as the real thing. "If it does," she says quietly, "we can prove ourselves." Max's emotions flicker across his face. They always do, he never hides them. Uncertainty, fear, temptation by all it promises. "Maybe," he says at last. "We shall see." We shall see. But it is only days later that Nura is on a patrol that quickly turns violent. The Riveni crowd is angry, the kind of angry that moves people to pick up steel and magic rather than shouts. A wielder woman lunges at her, lightning at her hands, and Nura reacts before she can think. One strike and her knife is buried in the woman's flesh. The blood is everywhere at once. The woman falls, the crowd goes silent. Nura drops to her knees, barking commands, trying to stop the bleeding. It is no use. Nura holds the woman as she dies, watching the light leave her eyes. That night she hides in the washroom and empties her guts all night long. It is the first life she has taken. Not the last, of course. Nura is 20 years old. She has learned to wield death the way she wields magic and fear. Tension is spreading across Ara like crimson wildflowers, but she and Max traverse the conflicts easily. The two of them are powerful individually. Together, they are an unstoppable force. Now they are both riding the euphoria of victory when they return to their barracks after a long day. Their muscles sore, but their hearts soaring. Max is an attractive man, but perhaps he has never been more handsome than he was today. Focused and confident and just the right amount of vicious. He turns to her now, here in this dimly lit hallway, and there is something in his dark-eyed gaze that makes her skin shiver. She is still ravenous. Their mouths are on each other before she can think. They fuck like they fight, with mindless pursuit of victory, and just as they do after a battle, they collapse in exhaustion afterwards. At last, her soul is at peace. It is only once he is asleep that she opens one eye and peers at the profile of her sleeping friend. Something that is both warm and cold settles deep in her core. She knows him better than she knows anyone else. No one has seen so much of her. She imagines the way the others would whisper. She's only here because she's fucking a Farleone. No one can know, she tells herself, and she pushes her heart away. Nura is 21 years old, and she is a candidate for Arch-Commandant. The tension has erupted into all-out war. She had dreamed of war as opportunity to earn respect, but no one talks about how relentlessly bleak it is. Soon she begins to see human beings as machines of flesh to be dismantled. Good. It is better to
be this cold. The Arch-Commandant cannot be soft, especially not her, because she has neither the strength of a family name nor the respect of masculinity to shield her from criticism. Not like Max. Max, who is also a candidate, and arguably the best one out of the four of them, something that Nura hates to admit, even to herself. Of course, he does not know it. He never knows it. His mind, instead, is so often preoccupied with the war. He struggles. It is easy to see it in the tense lines of his face, in the way he wakes up in the middle of the night. It scares her to see him so vulnerable. She has learned that the world has no room for such softness, and he is capable of so much when he is strong. He could move souls and spears and ships if only he could shatter that piece of himself away. So when they are together, they do not talk of such things, even when she knows he wants to. To acknowledge his weakness would be to acknowledge her own, and as the days pass and the blood runs heavier and the stakes grow higher, nothing terrifies her more than letting something out of a box that she has worked so hard to lock away. Max is so sick. He can't keep anything down, not even water. Nura remains calm on the outside, but inside a knot of concern grows. She stays by his bedside and does not leave. He has been called away on some special favour to the Arch-Commandant, and came back like this. She does not know what they did to him. But even if they had told her, she wouldn't have understood. Reshe is the sort of thing that needs to be witnessed to be believed. It is days later when Max's eyes open and someone who is not him stares through them. She knows right away. She knows Max well enough to recognise the difference, even before he opens his mouth. The first time it's just a few confused words that barely make sense and his fingers on her face, like he had forgotten what a human looks like. He explains to her later what it is. He himself seems as if he doesn't understand it. But the Arch-Commandant works closely with him, as does Vardir. She watches as they train him. Still, she does not truly grasp the power of what he holds until one day, some thread of control snaps within him, and he levels the entire training ring without so much as hesitating. It is sheer luck that Nura, Vardir, and the Arch-Commandant manage to escape unscathed. Despite the destruction, Vardir is gleefully delighted, and the Arch-Commandant is grimly satisfied. Nura isn't sure whether she is more awed or afraid. Perhaps both. Time passes. The war grows bloodier. Reshe grows more comfortable in Max's skin, even though for Max it is the opposite. The first time he uses Reshe in battle, their victory is so swift and indisputable that it leaves Nura speechless. Everyone is thrilled, but afterward Max withdraws, leaving the celebration early. She goes to his apartment after and finds him sitting in the dark, staring at the wall. "Max, are you all right?" He peers over his shoulder at her. For a split second it is not him. Then the familiarity flickers to life like a candle. "Just tired," he says, giving her a weak smile. But Ascended, he was always such an awful liar. Nura is 22 years old, and nothing could ever have prepared her for this. People that she fought beside for a decade were screaming in agony in the streets, and she was simply running by. She turned a corner and watched her commander die a brutal death, a rebel's spear impaling his chest, and like all the rest, she turned and left him. What could she do? This should have been a routine mission. The city of Salazai was not even supposed to be their final destination, but the rebels had been waiting, and they ambushed them. Ambushed them here, practically destroying their own city. The sheer callousness of it overwhelms her. By the time she makes it back to the rendezvous point, it is clear that this is a slaughter with no path to victory. An awful realization has fallen over her when she finally recognizes a familiar face in the smoke. She grabs her friend and yanks him back into an alleyway, sheltered, albeit poorly, from the fighting. Max is a good fighter.
His knife is at her throat immediately. "Don't you dare kill me," she says. "There are 100 rebels who would rather do that instead." His knife drops. The look of sheer relief on his face when he recognizes her is gutting. Then she sees how badly he is bleeding, and her stomach drops. "How much of that is yours?" he asks, taking in the blood on her own jacket, and she shakes her head. "How much of that is yours?" "That bad?" "Very bad. You don't feel that?" His eyes are wide open, but she can tell that he is weaving in and out of consciousness. Dread clenches in her chest. He will not remain standing, not like this. Not without a healer. Not without... "We need to retreat," he tells her. But Nura is tired of retreating. They will retreat today and leave behind a slew of corpses that gave their lives for nothing. Tomorrow or next week or next month, she will be cradling another dying child or weeping mother. She will be tossing the ashes of another comrade out to sea, where they will be swept up and lost, like 1,000,000 others before them. It will never stop, and she has nothing more to give. Her hands are at his cheeks. "We have you," she whispers. "We have you." Revulsion careens across his face. "Hell no. If they want to shit in their own beds, they can lie in it." The words are so harsh that they sting her lips. But she is angry. These are innocents suffering here. And the rebels did start this here, setting fire to their own home. Yet the hurt that flickers across her friend's face clenches her heart. It is so raw. Even when everyone else grew cold out of sheer exhaustion, he held on to that wonderful, dangerous naivete. "I can't," he tells her, and she understands it is the truth. He had been given a gift, but he is too gentle to use it. Even if doing this one terrible thing saves the lives of thousands. She loves him. She had never let herself think of it in those terms, not even alone to herself. It is a dangerous word. Only now, at the end of the world, does she let herself feel it. Her fingers move to his temple. She can feel his mind beneath her magic. She already knows the shape of it. She has never known anyone so well. It would be an honor to let him kill her. "That bleeding heart will get you killed one day," she murmurs. And then she reaches into his mind, pushing brutally hard, deep, ripping open the door he has so carefully guarded, releasing the incredible, war-ending power within him. She sees the exact moment that his eyes change. Betrayal, to fear, to fury. She almost tells him she's sorry. She will never know if the words escape her lips. Because then the fire is everywhere and she is on the ground, seeing nothing but flames and flames and flames and death reaching out its hands for her. Nura remembers nothing but pain. She slips in and out of consciousness. One time she opens her eyes and sees healers holding sheets of her own burnt skin. She can move only enough to tilt her chin down and look at herself. What she sees does not even look like a human body, just an expanse of malformed, charred flesh. She screams, but the healers put her back to sleep. If she is lucky, the darkness will be death. She swears that she saw Max's face, staring down at her between curtains of unconsciousness. But she reaches for him, and he is gone. Nura is still in agony, but she is awake. Yet the pain of her body is nothing compared to what rips through her when she hears what had happened to the Farleones. The family that had accepted her into their homes, who had loved her when no one else did. They were gone, and in the most heartbreaking way she could ever imagine. Samarin tells her softly, calmly. She says nothing until he leaves the room, and then she lets out a mangled scream through torn-up vocal cords. It echoes through the room and the hall and the tower until healers come rushing in to see her, and she turns her head away so they do not see the tears streaming down her face. They give her a wheelchair that she can use to move around until she was well enough to walk. Even that hurts horrifically. But she listens until she finds out where Max is and wheels herself to his room elsewhere in the towers. The sounds she hears from within make all her muscles freeze. His voice is mangled with agony. There is crashing, as if things are being thrown or fists banged against walls. She listens as his outburst roars to a crescendo and then collapses into muffled silence. Her own tears are falling down her cheeks, silently. One hand is pressed over her mouth, her eyes squeezed shut. All of this is her fault. She wants to be with him. She wants to hold him until the world goes quiet, wants to comfort him, to grieve with him. She wants to fall to her knees and beg for his forgiveness. She wants to carve out her heart and thrust it into his hands. I know this isn't much, but here it is, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to make up for destroying the best things in both our lives. But she cannot move. She isn't sure how long it has been when the door opens and Samarin steps out. He gives her a cold stare. "Are you going in?" She takes a long time to answer, but finally she says no, and has never felt like more of a coward. Samarin turns away. "Good," he says, and leaves her there alone in the hall, listening to her friend weep. The war is over, but there are still prices to be paid. Thousands died in the city of Salazai, whether in the initial attack or in the chaos that ensued afterwards, and Max Antarius Farleone is to be held responsible. Nura hears of the charges against him when sitting in her room in the towers. She is still in a wheelchair and still helpless. "Not his fault," she says to Zereth. She hates Zereth, hates him now more than she has hated anyone, except perhaps for herself. "You know." Every word is hard fought, her voice raspy. "He never had trouble controlling it before," Zereth says. "The actions were still his. Besides, the world can't know about Reshe. You know that." This is the first time she realizes that Max never told anyone about what she did. It stings. "He did the right thing. Ended the war. I'll testify." "Testify? You can barely speak." "I will testify," she grinds out. And she does. She sits before a council of 50 judges, one from every district in Ara, and from her wheelchair she answers question after question. She speaks excruciatingly slowly, so the hearing lasts for hours. But she enunciates every single word, spinning a tale of a capable captain who did the best thing for his soldiers and his country, even at great personal cost. By the end, she is spitting blood into the cup of water they had given her. But she has convinced them. When she wheels out of that room, Max Antarius Farleone is a hero, not a criminal. Nura does not care when the title she wanted more than anything is given to the person she hates most of all. Zereth Aldris does not earn the title of Arch-Commandant. It is handed to him for the dubious honour of being the last remaining candidate. Maya Azeroth is dead. Nura's injuries forced her to withdraw from consideration. And Max may have escaped Ilizath, but heavy restrictions were still placed upon him by the Orders, forbidding him from pursuing the title. Not that he has any desire for such a thing now. Nura goes to his apartment a few months after. When he opens the door, she cannot explain everything that wells up in her. Words are too complicated. And so, like they used to a lifetime ago, instead they throw themselves at each other. Perhaps they both think they can reclaim some shred of comfort from the warmth of each other's bodies.
But even their bodies are not familiar anymore, permanently marked by everything that has destroyed them. She sees only a flicker of sadness cross his face when she tears her shirt over her head, and he sees the full extent of her burns. Then it is gone, beneath feral, ferocious hunger. Their tryst is a soulless pantomime of something broken that they had done 100 times before. There was no love in this, only anger and hurt and the desire to outrun the present. When their climax fades, Nura feels nothing but shame. She rolls over and looks at him. His eyes are different, milky blue as if they had somehow been consumed by cataracts. But that isn't the thing that strikes her most. It's the hateful emptiness in his gaze that slides between her ribs like a knife. This has been a mistake. What did she come here for? A chance at reclaiming something that they had once had. There is nothing left to save. She doesn't say a word to him. He wouldn't want to hear anything she could say anyway. Instead, she gets up, throws her clothes on, and leaves. They do not speak once. Nura lives through the years as if they are merely something to be endured. She recovers and becomes stronger than she has ever been. She fulfills her role as second to the Arch-Commandant with ruthless efficiency. She will never let anyone know how woefully lonely she is, and how often she thinks of those she has lost. Nor will she ever let anyone know about the records that she quietly searches, looking for one familiar name, or that every week she reads the lists of unidentified bodies found in alleyways or sieve-seed dens, praying she will not find a dark-haired young man with peculiar eyes. There is only one thing that brings her peace. Every week, on her days off, she visits another city and wanders the streets. She watches people live their lives, content. The country is whole again. People are safe and happy. She did a terrible thing, but she did it for the right reasons, and for this it was worth it. There is nothing that she loves more than she loves Ara. Still, she is haunted by the past. Every so often, when the nightmares get particularly bad, she goes to the part of the towers that only a small handful of people can access. She goes into a room of pure white and looks down at the shriveled-up man strapped to the table. His eyes remain sightlessly staring at the ceiling. He is breathing, but other than that, he is barely alive. And yet the most powerful magic in Ara, perhaps the most powerful magic in the world, is right here, lurking inside of that broken mind, waiting for the next time it is needed. Nura is 28 years old when the unrest begins to stir again. It starts small, a few rebellious lords fighting with the young queen over taxes or land rights. But even that single thread of growing tension is terrifyingly familiar. She thinks of the day she and Max had sat in the library all those years ago, and how it had been so easy to dismiss the possibility of coming war. She can no longer sleep at night. The days pass and the whispers continue, and she wakes up in sweat streaming of fire. They do not understand, she tells herself. The Queen is young and naive. Zereth is selfish and stupid. They do not understand the importance of acting quickly. And she will never, allow all the sacrifices she has made to be in vain. Eventually, she has had enough. One sleepless night she goes to that secret corner of the towers. She stands over the lifeless man in the room of white. Nearly a decade ago, she watched this magic end a war, taking 1,000 lives to save hundreds of thousands. And in the same stroke, she watched it destroy everything that mattered to her. If anyone is to wield it now, she decides, it must be her. She has already been ruined by it once. She has nothing left to lose.
and she hates it so much that she needs to be the one to dominate it this time. She withdraws her dagger, and she tries to wield Reshe for the first time.
Who are you?
The voice sounds so strange. Odd to hear it this way, in a pure form rather than coming from the lips of a human being. You know who I am. It turns over her memories like stones.
I do know you.
It stops at the memory of Salazar, at the moment of her betrayal. She feels its disgust. I am offering you a new home, she says.
I have long forgotten what it is to have a home, but I know a place like this, so cold and hostile, is not one.
Would you rather stay in an empty mind and a white room, then? A low hiss.
Where is Max Antarius?
The protectiveness rises before she can stop it. Reshe grabs onto the emotion.
You dislike that I ask about him?
This is between you and me, not him. It searches for another emotion, one she cannot hide away fast enough. The way she felt every time he was praised, every time he was promoted. The day he was the one to be granted such extraordinary power he could not even handle. A low laughter ripples her thoughts.
You cannot lie to me. I know the truth of why you are here, and what you seek to gain.
I seek to gain the power to stop another war.
You seek power, yes, but I do not wish to give it to you.
It begins to pull away, but Nura's magic grabs onto it, refusing to let it leave. She will wield it. She will dominate it.
You took everything from me, she snarled. You don't get to win this too.
And so quickly it turns. Reshe rails against her control.
I have fought stronger magics than yours, it hisses. I have broken stronger minds.
The fight is worse than any battle Nura has been in. It is savage, asking for everything she has and more, reaching for all the tender parts left in her mind. They clash, and she is tangled up in a web of the thing she hates more than she has ever hated anything, the thing that destroyed the best person she knew and murdered the innocent children that were practically her siblings. In a battle of wills, her hatred alone will make her stronger. She is sure of it. Later, she will only remember bits and pieces of this time. Their battle could have lasted hours or days or weeks. Time, after all, belongs to the world above. They are somewhere deeper than that now, and falling further still. Reshe rips her apart.
You are all always the same. You bind me and break me and use me. Do not think I do not remember what you have done.
But Nura is not ready to concede. With all of her strength, they clash one final time, and she wields all of Reshe's magic until it burns her veins, until she thinks that it might kill her, until... Suddenly, it all goes silent. Nura opens her eyes. Rolling plains surround her, extending in every direction. The sky is black and bright all at once, blue light shuddering in the darkness and floating like wisps of smoke. It is lifeless and airless here. Everything about it reeks of magic, so powerful it could peel the skin from her flesh. For a moment, everything is still. And then a sudden burst of light rolls from the horizon, and she doesn't even have time to brace before it consumes her. What Nura sees, there in the depths of that light, makes the horrors that she had lived in the Riveni War look like mere inconveniences. She sees death and torture and indiscriminate destruction. She sees the towers shattering, glass twinkling overhead like razored rain. She sees creatures made out of shadow and twisted flesh crawling across the countryside, many jointed fingers tearing apart screaming people. She sees an armada of ships on the horizon line, stretching out as far as she can see, Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and... She sees the beaches of Ara so leaden with rotting bodies that not one stretch of sand is visible. She sees a man with golden hair and a raised sword, wings spread out behind him, face hard and merciless with rage. She sees many of them, these people, these creatures, with strange, unfamiliar magic, their ears pointed, spitting violet blood. And at last, she sees him. One of them, shrouded in shadow, leaning over her. Upon his head are the peaks of a crown, echoing the points of his ears. He is so close that she can feel his breath on her face, and yet cannot bring his features into focus. "Did you think I would not come for you?" he whispers, as gentle as a lover. And then she feels steel through her gut, and the world crashes down. Nura wakes up, gasping. She empties her stomach, then collapses onto the floor, reeling from what she had seen. She is covered in sweat and blood. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except for what she had seen. It is real. Of this she is certain. She had been trained extensively in the art of deploying and unravelling illusions, and she knows the difference between falsehoods and the truth. Searing is rare but not unheard of, and she felt the truth in it, the certainty of what she had seen, that it was a horror still to come, burrows deep into her bones. She is so terrified that she can barely breathe. But then she forces her mind to work. This is what she does. She thinks her way out of the impossible. Fae. They are Fae. She saw those pointed ears. They could be nothing else. Everyone thought they were extinct, but everyone had been wrong. And they are coming. Here. When? She can't be sure. The Ara she saw was the Ara she knows, not one of some distant future. But could it be tomorrow? Next month? Next year? Maybe there is time. Time to stop it from happening. Who will believe her? Who can she trust? No one. She had dragged herself to the top, but in the wake of the war the orders are fractured and weakened. And worse, she is alone. She is not loved or trusted. She is not respected, at least not more than her title demands. So who would she bring this to? A 13-year-old queen? Zereth Aldris, that self-obsessed idiot. They will either laugh her out of the room or use this as evidence of her slipping sanity. No. Her fear settles into resolve. She had ended the Riveni War by doing what no one else would. One day she would suffer in the afterlife for it, but now she has nothing left to lose. There is nothing that she will not sacrifice to protect her people. Nura staggers to her feet, casting one more glance at the listless body on the table, and she begins to make a plan. The next morning she goes to the Arch-Commandant's office. He is sitting there with his feet up on his desk, being disgustingly smug. She slides into a chair across from him. "I think we have a problem." "Do we?" He doesn't look up. "There was another rebellion this morning. How long are we going to pretend that Cesri is capable of ruling this country?" Now she has his attention. Zereth's eyebrows arch. "How uncharacteristically blunt of you, Nura." "I'm tired of waiting." She leans forward. "I'm ready for action." Every night she tries to wield Reshe. Every night she fails. The exhaustion is beginning to take a toll on her, but she hides it carefully, just as she buttons up her scars beneath her jacket each morning. As much as she resents it, she has started to give Reshe the blood of others. It does not hate anyone as much as it hates her, but still it will not accept anyone.
"What about Max Antarius?" Zereth says one day, after yet another failed attempt. "We know it likes him." "No," she says too quickly, then slower. "No, he won't do it anyway." The truth is that she cannot bring herself to pull him into this, not after he has already lost so much, not after what she had done to him. But the weeks wear on and she grows more desperate. Finally, when Zereth proposes it again, she is silent for a long moment and says, "Maybe. When you get back, maybe." Zereth leaves for Threll that afternoon. He will be travelling for many months. She does not like the idea of letting him out of her sight for so long, but he has connections in Threll, and if one of them is to be across the ocean, she would rather it be him. Zereth has his useless political ambitions in Threll, but more importantly, the Threllian continent holds many magical artifacts. Reshe itself had been brought to Ara from across the sea. Maybe, the two of them theorized, he would be able to find an alternative there. Zereth is less urgent about this than she would like. But he, after all, believes this merely to be a game about a crown. She knows it is so much bigger. And so Zereth travels, and she waits. Until a fragmented girl, bleeding and feverish, collapses at their door. It is nothing more than a hunch at first, but Nura confirms it again and again, feeding the Threllian girl's blood to the creature drop by drop until the entire vial is depleted. Every time Reshe's silver magic rises up to meet it, accepting the blood willfully instead of leaving it to roll off of the vessel's pallid skin. The answer is clear. Later, she goes to the fragmented girl's room. She is gravely ill, and her back is a patchwork of tattered flesh. The work of a monster. It was a miracle that the girl had managed to make it across the ocean alive. Nura supposes that proves some sort of grit, even though the person lying in the bed before her looks weak and delicate. This foreigner, by some ridiculous twist of fate, is their only chance. Their one chance. Every time Nura closes her eyes, she sees the destruction she had witnessed in her vision. There is not a single second that she isn't aware of exactly what's on the line. They had tested thousands. Reshe likes this one, and this one alone. They cannot mess this up. They need every possible chance at success. And that is when Nura decides that her old friend needs to be involved after all. It is easy to control someone who wants something so much. From the moment Nura meets Tizana, she sees it in her. Obsessive, single-minded determination. Nura vows not to make the same mistake twice. The Threllian girl's mind needs to be strong enough to handle the power she will be wielding. And so they test her, train her, measure her. And meanwhile, there are still pieces to be moved on the board. It is easy to make Ara hate Queen Cesri. The girl is so young, so easily led, with fears so easily manipulated into violence. It is almost laughably simple to turn her against the lords who are not Order supporters and replace them with ones that are, to make her a terrible option with any acceptable replacement. Zereth revels in it, but Nura takes no joy in any of this. Cesri is just a frightened child. They are doing a horrible thing. Still, it is better than the alternative. The gears turn and the plan progresses. Tizana proves herself. She is a talented enough wielder, yes, but more importantly, she has a strong mind. And Max has proven himself, too, to be a good teacher, as good as Nura knew he would be. Every time she sees them together, she watches it grow. First, respect, then admiration. Finally, friendship. For a long time she tells herself that it would be enough to have Tizana know him, to give Reshe that thread of familiarity to cling to. Nura won't take more from him. But every night she still goes to Reshe. Every night she tries to wield it,
and every night she digs deeper, catching fragments of those nightmarish visions, each one more blood-stained than the last, and her desperation grows. He would never help them anyway, she tells herself. But then there are Tisana's trials. Then there is the Order's ball. And then there is Max, looking at Tisana the way one looks at a second chance. Nura does not want to see it, but she knows in that moment that she could make him do anything. Nura will never forget the way he looks at her when he finds out the truth. The betrayal in his eyes still hurts as much as it did 8 years ago. And she knows he wants to believe himself when he says he wants nothing to do with it, when he says that he will leave and never come back. Even she wants to believe him. But days later, when Max is back at the towers, back at Tisana's side, she is not surprised. After all, it is easy to control someone who wants something so much. A sea, a sky, a ship, plains stretching out for miles and miles, fire and magic in a white marble building. Thrall. It gets a little closer to disaster than Nura would have liked, but in the end it turns out perfectly. The Mikovs removed, Tisana's friends rescued, and most importantly, the magnitude of Reshe's power confirmed. It is good to have the former estate of the Mikovs under Order's control. This was her idea, though Zareth was more than happy to go along with it. Nura suspects he has his own little imperialist fantasies. But Nura wants a foothold in Thrall for the more practical benefits. Ara gains an outpost across the sea, a prime vantage point far less isolated than Ara's distant island. And Nura gains easier access to the magical secrets that Thrall and its bordering nations could hold. Carefully, away from Zareth's distracted gaze, she instills the few subordinates she trusts more than anyone to lead here. She bribes the Threllians that plan to remain in the city, giving them more money and comfort than they know what to do with, and explicit instructions to report only to her. It is easy to buy their loyalty. It isn't even the money that does it, but the kindness. Nura does not trust Zareth, not even as her reluctant co-conspirator, so she is careful in that brief time in Thrall to make sure that this place will truly be hers. It is the night before they leave when it happens. The most loyal of the servants comes and gets her, late in the night. His eyes are wide and his voice shaky. The language barrier has made conversation nearly impossible, but Nura doesn't need words to know that something has deeply frightened him. He brings her to the edge of the city, out into a stable where 2 stable hands stand whispering and quaking in the corner. He brings her to the back room, and Nura suddenly cannot breathe. There is a body here, on the concrete ground. A body with wings. It is a crumpled pile of limbs. The man is clad in drapes of fabric. His wings are pale, silvery gold. One is crooked, clearly injured. His face is pressed against the floor, strands of gold hair falling across tan skin. He shifts, just slightly, and she realizes he is conscious, if only in the barest sense of the word. She staggers back, fear spiking. She recognizes him immediately. She saw that face in her nightmares every night, and she had seen it in those horrific visions. The warrior, wings outstretched, sword bared, always coming before death fell over Ara. She had long ago sawed away the pieces of herself that fell victim to panic, but this is a struggle. She had always been certain that her visions were real. Now she realizes that the threat is breathing down their throat. The inhuman man blinks, mumbling something slurred. Nura grabs a broomstick and strikes him over the head, hard enough to make him go still. The Threllian jumps away, startled. Nura is breathing hard. A decision falls over her. She has the opportunity now to prepare, to study her enemy,
And more importantly, she may now have the opportunity to create something powerful enough to destroy them. She will take this threat and make it a gift. She straightens. In a fractured mix of Aaron and Tharini, she tells her Threllian man that this is to remain a secret for her knowledge and hers alone. That night she writes a letter to someone she never wanted to speak to again, Vardir Israin, imprisoned in Ilizath. "I never thought I would write these words," she wrote, "but I will be needing your help." Even though Nura is expecting his betrayal, she is furious to come home and find Zereth with a crown on his head and his own war already in progress. He betrayed her before she could turn on him. Smart of him, perhaps, but for the stupidest, most selfish reasons. Nura's loyalty pact means she cannot slit his throat in the night like she wants to, but at least his war is giving the Orders more power, albeit slowly. And she does not need to lift a finger against Zereth in order to cull him. The thing he wants most and the thing that will destroy him are the same. He has already started experimenting with deep, dark magic in order to craft the curse that holds Tizana's life. How he managed to do that all on his own, Nura will never know, and it is easy to coax him with more of it. He wants to win his war. He wants to win Ara's crown. And most of all, he so desperately wants their respect. All Nura gives him is exactly what he wants. Magic. Powerful, inhuman magic, pulled from her experimentations with Vardir. Even she does not understand why Tizana and Max, due to their exposure to Reshe, are able to handle it so much better than most. But Zereth is only human, not even modified as the Syrazan are to raise his tolerance. The more he tries to be something more powerful, the weaker he gets. Nura hands him the power he craves, and watches him use it to slowly destroy himself. The war goes on, and Zereth withers, and Nura studies in the shadows, looking to the horizon, watching, waiting, working. And still the visions grow more vivid every night, until months pass, and the threat has arrived. Strange, the paths that life takes. Nura thinks this to herself as she stands in her office, a silver bowl in her hands, Max and Tizana staring at her expectantly. She is out of time. The things she saw destroying Max's home, ripping Syrazan apart, cement that. Her nightmares have arrived. She is so afraid. She does not trust herself to weave words that convey all that she needs them to understand. They hate her. Of course they do. She has done unspeakable things. There are no sentences she can string together that would make any of that better. And so all she can do is open herself up for them like a dissected animal, her insides pulled apart. Everything within her rails against it, but she has spent her entire life learning how to sew closed every single gap inside of her. Words will not be enough to tear it open. And she needs them to understand. She needs them to understand what is coming, and how much she needs their help. She needs them to understand why. It is Max who approaches her first, looking at her with a wrinkle between his brows. She wonders if he knows he has worn that expression since he was a child. Perhaps here, in her memories, he will find a shard of something familiar in her too. She offers them the spell, and with it, her thoughts, her dreams, her regrets, her soul, and prays it will be enough.
Chapter 72. Max. I staggered back. It took a few long seconds to come back to myself. I felt unmoored, drifting somewhere between the past and the present, between Nura's memories and my own. The vision settled deep in my gut, like I had eaten something rancid. Nura was looking at me the way I never thought she would look at me again, with such vulnerability. My eyes fell past her, to the single thick door. What is in there? Barely louder than a whisper. A demand, not a question. I didn't know if I wanted to know. Without another word, Nura opened it. The interior of the room was so starkly white and bright that it hurt my eyes. It was a narrow room, closer to a short hallway. There was a desk here, scattered with piles of parchment and a few chairs. But then I turned, and my mouth went dry. The room had one glass wall. Beyond the glass were iron bars, and beyond those bars were people. No, not people. Not humans, anyway. Fae. There were 6 of them. 2 were in the same enclosure. Some lay on small cots covered by thin white blankets. Others sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. One lay on the ground, on her stomach, not moving. None of them reacted when we entered. Was that because the glass was so thick they couldn't hear us, or was it because they were no longer able to? Some didn't even look like they were alive. Tisana whispered a curse beneath her breath. They invaded us, Nura said. The first one came into our territory in Threl only days after the Mikovs fell, but others came here. They came to our shores. Some of them have killed here. That one skewered a couple that found him hiding in their barn, just innocent farmers. Tisana had stepped forward, her fingers pressed to the glass. She was silent. I followed her gaze to one of the Fae, who lifted his head just enough to look at us over his shoulder. Matted fair hair, tan skin, and a glimpse of a bright gold eye. Ishkar's words echoed. My son is among the Fae who were taken. Tisana's gaze slid to me, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. Why are they here, Nura? I asked quietly. I hoped I was wrong, prayed I was wrong, but the pieces fit too well for these creatures to be here, beneath the towers, with Vardir, here in this room of white and white. There are things we can do with Fae blood, Nura said. Fae magic. Things we can create, with access to all the different threads of magic. Things that might be powerful enough to save us. Fuck no. You want to create more Reshes? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tisana back against the desk, sinking into the chair as if utterly overwhelmed. Despite everything, a part of me still hoped Nura would correct me, but she just said, We don't have a choice. Of course we have a fucking choice. You saw what I saw. She shot back. You saw what has already started coming for us. How do we defeat that if not with the greatest weapons we can create? There was a silent plea beneath the hard edge of her words, as if to silently add, You of all people believe me, don't you? Nura, look at this. Look at what you're doing. This is insane. You think this is the right thing, torturing them so you can create more monsters to go slaughter someone else's family. A flicker of hurt crossed Nura's face. I think about them all the time, Max, every single day. Don't throw them at me like I don't. I spent years telling myself how much I hated Nura, telling myself I blamed her for all of it. It was never true. I'd never blamed her as much as I blamed myself. But I hated knowing the shape of her grief. I couldn't hate her and feel bad for her. I couldn't carry the weight of her pain after I was so tired from carrying mine for so many years. It was easy when I could think of her as cold and unfeeling, black and white, bad and good. A strong, clear divide between the girl I had known as my best friend and the woman who had ruined my life. Not this, the person who was so hurt, so fucking broken, that she would let her grief destroy the damned world. I know this isn't morally good, Nura said. I know it isn't right, but I've made the hard choices before, and I'll do it again if it means saving this country. Someone has to. You saw what I saw, what failure means. We need to be more powerful than that, no matter what it takes. This is what the Nizranese said too once, Tisana said. They created the most incredible instruments of death and threw 1,000,000 men wielding them into war against the Threllians, only for those weapons to be turned against us in the end. Nura's expression shifted. She turned to Tisana. We found the hands when we went to the cottage. I saw the tattoos. Tisana went still. Then it would appear, Nura said, that our greatest enemies have allied themselves with each other. It makes sense, doesn't it? All of the research I've done indicates that the Fae have power, but they don't have numbers. No one has greater numbers than the Threllians, and no one has a greater shared interest in Ara. There were children's hands in that crate, Tisana. Children. I want to create weapons so powerful that there isn't a chance of even one of those bastards walking away alive. Are you telling me that isn't what you want too? Tisana was silent, her jaw clenched. Reshe never saw the difference between colours on a uniform, I said. The things that you're doing, the things that you want to create, they won't know the difference. And who's going to pay the price for that? You're building weapons to indiscriminately kill the slaves that the Zorokovs are going to throw at them. Nura flinched, as if I had slapped her across the face. And now, for the first time, I did understand how much she grieved the lives lost in collateral damage. I don't know why it made it that much worse to me. It would be one thing to claim heartlessness or ignorance, another to know exactly the scale of what she was inflicting and to do it anyway. Tisana leaned over the desk, hands at her temples. I know you've never had the stomach for it, Nura said, but we're past the point where there's a choice. You don't even know what they want or what they intend to do, and you're already... What is this? Tisana's voice was quiet but sharp. Nura and I turned to see her holding up a stack of parchments. They appeared to be documents, written in Therini, stamped in an unfamiliar crimson seal. What is this? She said again. Only now, for the very first time, was there unabashed shame on Nura's face. Her mouth opened and closed several times before she answered. We need numbers if we are to win. Tisana stood, the paper buckled beneath the slow clench of her hand. How many more? This cannot be the only bill. No, only enough to... How many slaves did you buy? She threw the papers down onto the desk, sending them scattering. My blood went cold. I whirled to Nura. You what? Nura looked as if she wasn't breathing. She approached Tisana the way one might approach a wild animal. If we want to win, we need manpower. Ara is a small country. When this is all over, we'll free them. We'll provide for them. When this is all over? How many times have you people said that to me? How easy is it for you to make promises for a future that might never exist? If we don't win this, there won't be a future. I don't like it either. Trust me, you don't know. Nura bit down on her words, losing track of them. But we need them, Tisana. Threllians, they're our best chance to... I looked at the notes and instruments around us with renewed horror. Needed Threllians the way she had needed Tisana. And Tisana understood just after I did, her whole face crumbling with the realization. This is what you need them for? No, I would never. Only volunteers. Volunteers? Volunteers like I volunteered? Tears of rage filled Tisana's eyes. I never claimed it was good. I never claimed it was right. It's terrible. I know it is, and I know I'll be damned for it in this life or the next one. But we have a choice, Tisana. We can end it all right now. If we don't win, millions will die, and you will never free your people. You told me you would do anything. So would I. Her eyes flicked to me, wild and desperate. But I need both of you. No one can wield this magic but you. They know who you are, and they want you, and they're going to keep coming for you. So help me. Help me build a better world. Or at the very least, keep this one from being destroyed. I was so angry that everything went numb. Numb, until I looked at Tisana and saw the gutting heartbreak written across her face. That expression devastated me. I had given up on so much. I couldn't even remember the moment it happened, the moment I realized you could dream and fight and bleed with the purest of intentions, and it would still end up rotten and maggot-infested. But Tisana, from the minute she showed up at my doorstep, believed. Even in the worst times, she truly had faith it could all be better. And now, I was watching that belief shatter, an irreplaceable treasure destroyed. This is the only way. Nura approached Tisana slowly, hand outstretched, only for Tisana to lurch away. Don't touch me. And then the door was open, and Tisana was setting off down the hall, but I lingered for a moment longer. I felt exhausted. After a while, it becomes my own damn fault, I muttered, expecting more, expecting better. Nura lifted her head and looked at me. Suddenly she looked so much like she had 10 years ago, and it was the voice of my friend, not my enemy, that said, I always wanted all of it to be better. The worst thing was, I believed her. This isn't how it happens, Nura. Not without you. She moved towards me, one tentative attempt at bridging the gap between us. I need you, Max, please. We're the only ones left. The only ones left. Yes, maybe that was why there was a part of me who could never abandon the version of Nura that I had known once. because she was the last thing I had of a more innocent life, even if the core of that had been infested too. None of it looked the same as it had back then. Not anymore, I said, and left her there.
Chapter 73. Tisana. I had to get out of the towers. Everything about this place revolted me, all the way down to my bones. I was halfway down the hall by the time that Max caught up with me. I could feel his rage vibrating off of him, our anger surrounding us both like smoke. We didn't speak. When we made it to the front steps, I cast one last glance over my shoulder at the two white columns looming over us. The day I had seen Voss, or what had become of him, I had staggered out of these doors and stood in these shadows and struggled not to fall apart. That was the first time I had looked up at the towers and thought they looked foreboding rather than comforting. Now they disgusted me. Max drew the final line of his stratogram, and they unravelled. The first part of the world to return was the smell, a scent of ash so strong it burned my nostrils. And when everything else followed, I made a small, wordless sound of horror. The cottage was gone. Max's home, our home, had been reduced to nothing but a blackened skeleton. The stone still stood, though it was crumbled and charred. The roof had caved in, only a few broken rafters still remaining. Shattered glass glittered among the wreckage. And the garden. That beautiful garden was now shriveled ash. I tore my eyes away from the scene to look at Max, and he was staring at it with a tight jaw, mouth thinned, face betraying everything that he wasn't expressing aloud. "We'll rebuild it," I said, even though we both knew that we would never be able to recapture what made this place so precious. His throat bobbed. He walked among the charred foliage, nudging the dirt with his boot. "There have been people here," he said. "Look at the footprints." "Nura's people." "Had to be. Those things are gone." Gods. So much had happened that the attack felt like it had been years ago. Max stopped at what had once been the door. At an open crate, scorched but still standing. I joined him and looked down. The slave hands within were still there, some burnt so badly that bright white bone cut through blackened skin. And there, the weight of it all broke me. I sank to my knees. I bowed over that crate, the smell of burned skin hanging in the air like incense. Tears left little wet spots on their flesh. One, then two, then more, until silent sobs racked my body. "How?" I choked out. "How can anything we do make this better?" "It can't. Not this part." These people were gone forever, and nothing anyone could do, me or him or the world, would mean anything to those who had lost their loved ones. "I should have listened to you," I said. "You tried to tell me so many times that no matter what I did, it would end up this way." "No, Tisana," Max murmured, but the words poured out of me. "It doesn't matter how good our intentions are, or how hard we try. It would become something twisted. That is what we were fighting for. Just another slave owner. I brought them here and I asked them to trust me. Now their families are dead and they're just gears in a different machine. And I have given them nothing." Nothing. I had traded away every bargaining chip.
And now I was left with no magic and corrupted influence wrenched from a corrupted system, all while an even darker shadow loomed over us, rendering it all useless. "Is that what they're going to become?" I murmured. "Again they'll become sacrifices for the greater good." That's how it had always been for us. We were expendable, and everything I did had just perpetuated it. "We won't let that happen." His eyes went far away. "What she showed us was horrifying." "Do you believe her?" I asked. "She wasn't lying. She couldn't fake what she showed us. You would have been able to tell, and I know her well enough to know if it wasn't real." Gods, the things we had seen. I hated her. It made it even worse somehow to see and feel all of her thoughts firsthand, and watch how they came to such horrible conclusions. I had no doubt that Nura had truly loved Max, and she had decided that her love gave her absolution for all the bloody sacrifices she would make on the altar of her good intentions. And if what she showed us was true, if what Ishka told us was true— My words faltered and I closed my eyes, a headache buzzing beneath my temples. Ishka, Faye, an invitation to go be a weapon in yet another war. Max let out a breath between his teeth. As if our petty mortal problems weren't enough. Then his gaze flicked to me and something shifted in it. "I don't know what we do with this." He said it like a shameful confession. The expression on his face twisted a dagger between my ribs. He'd gotten out of all of this. And I'd dragged him back in, only for him to end up fighting for terrible leaders and terrible causes, with bigger sacrifices still on the horizon. He deserved so much better. "I think about it often, you know," I whispered. "How much I wish I had gone with you. When you asked me to leave Ara with you, before I made my blood pact." It felt like a betrayal to say it aloud. "You were the one who wanted to save the world," he said quietly. "I just wanted to save you." If I hadn't been so sad, I would have laughed, because that was so blatantly untrue, even if Max himself didn't realize it. But my chest ached with love for him, both for the lie he told himself and for the deeper truth beneath it. "I need to tell the refugees about the loss." I nodded to the hands. "I'm with you," Max murmured. And gods, I never knew how precious 3 words could be. It was jarring how the refugee dwellings looked exactly as they had when I had last been here. I stood in a street bustling with all the activity of a beautiful winter afternoon, Max beside me, utterly silent. I was living in a different reality than these people were. They still lived in a world in which the future was bright and the sun warm, and their lives, slowly, were creaking towards normalcy. They still lived in a world in which their family and friends were still breathing. Somewhere. Max's hand slipped into mine. Maybe someone else would have argued, would have said maybe it's a mercy that they don't know. But Max knew as well as any of us how precious the gift of knowledge was to people who had spent decades being told what they did or didn't deserve to know. He understood as deeply as I did that they deserved the truth, and those lost lives deserved to be mourned. "Tizana." I turned to see Cyril approaching, a grin on his face. "I didn't expect to see you around here for a while longer." He got closer and his voice faded just as his smile did.
"What's wrong?" he murmured, because of course he knew me well enough to sense it. The sight of him made my eyes burn. Yes, I knew what it was to dream of an impossible embrace. And in Cyril I had gotten my miracle. But so many of these people would never get theirs. "Help me gather everyone," I said, and Cyril nodded, suddenly serious. The last time I had stood here, surrounded by the refugees, I had let them see me as a vengeful goddess. I had let them believe that I was untouchable. Maybe I had even let myself believe it too. But now I had never felt more powerless. The words spilled out of my mouth, dry and bitter like ash collecting at my feet, as I told them of the deaths. Nothing else, but those were more than enough. I watched the happiness drain from their faces and grief well up in their eyes. For the first time, I was grateful that my magic was gone. The looks on their faces were more than enough to skewer me without feeling their emotions too. Cyril stood in the front of the crowd, those beautiful blue eyes damp. Beside him was Phileas, face hard with rage. "They can't have killed all of them," a weak voice said in the crowd. "Waste their resources like that? No, it must be a trick. Perhaps they just took the hands." "We have seen too much of their cruelty to believe in fairy tales," another muttered. "We were just here," one woman murmured. "We were here, free, while they were being—" Her voice trailed off and her gaze lifted to the apartments, as if seeing a sudden darkness in the happiness that had begun to bloom here. I understood. She was feeling the same sickening guilt that I had felt, that I still felt, when I realized I was finding undeserved contentment in Max's garden, all while others were suffering. Just as I understood when Phileas approached me with clenched fists why I was the recipient of his anger. The Zorokovs were an intangible evil half a world away, and I was standing right here. "You told us this wouldn't happen," Phileas said. "You told us you had found a way to give them more time, and we didn't act because of it." "I did," I said quietly. "And yet here we are," another added, "living our lives thousands of miles away, getting news of their deaths. We could have saved them." "We were never going to save them," Cyril said softly, and the calm resignation in his voice twisted a knife within me. "We could have tried," another man said, and Cyril answered, "She did try." Phileas shook his head, jaw set. "Trying would not have been enough." Gods, that was the truth. Trying was not enough. I had to force the words up my throat. "When I told you we would save them, I believed it. I wanted to believe it." I pressed my hand to my heart, and for a moment my lips parted and no sounds came out. Everything was too close to the surface, too raw, and this terrified me because I lived my life carefully guarding what I presented to the world. "Those lives," I choked out, "are my family, just as much as they are yours. There is nothing I wouldn't have sacrificed to save them. Nothing, because they deserved better. They deserved so much better." The crowd had gone silent. They stared at me expectantly, as if waiting for me to answer for my mistakes or tell them what we would do next. Both their trust and their disappointment weighed just as heavily. I was dizzy, and before I realized what I was doing, I was on my knees. "I have nothing to say for myself," I said. "I wish that I could tell you that I had a secret plan or enough power to will this away. But the truth is, I have no performances left. No tricks. No magic shows. No red dresses. Not even promises. Their lifespan is too short. And I know that many of you likely look at me and see a Nizranese witch. That is fair. Perhaps we have nothing in common but the name of the man who chained us. I let out a humourless scoff. What a thing to bind us. I'd rather that we be tied together by a shared dream for the future, rather than a shared, terrible past. And I so wanted to give us that future. I still want to give us that future. But... My throat closed, but perhaps they heard the words I couldn't say. But I don't know how. My palms were pressed to the ground. Here there weren't even cobblestones. Instead, the road was simply made from earth packed down beneath thousands of boot soles and cartwheels, pounded down so many times that it was nearly stone. I saw a pair of shoes enter my vision. I looked up to see Riasha before me, lowering to her knees. Tears streaked her weathered cheeks, but her voice was steady when she asked, "Do you know how to sing the drifting songs?" I shook my head, unable to speak. I wished my answer was different. The drifting songs were an intricate series of hymns sung at funerals, but only priests knew all the words, and we had none in our dwindling village of escapees. Perhaps once, long ago, I had heard them sung, but it was a part of my Nizranese blood that had been lost forever. One of the countless, priceless things that the Threllians had taken away from us. Even the ability to mourn. Riasha pressed her palms to the earth, her hands settling on either side of mine. "You must have been so young when we all fell. A child raised in the remnants of nations like so many. But it is good to root ourselves in what we once were. The drifting songs were not just Nizranese, you know. All of our gods lived beneath the earth, and we all sang our versions of the drifting songs to send our dead to them." Then Riasha opened her mouth and began to sing. Her voice was raspy and unpracticed, words off-key, and yet they were the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. "In the beginning you tethered us. Our feet are tied to your earth, our food born of your gifts, our lives lived neath your shelter. I have nothing to give you but a weary soul. I have nothing to give you but imperfection. Let it be enough." I felt a hand fall over mine on my left side, then my right. I didn't have to look, couldn't, even if I wanted to, because my vision was so blurred from unfallen tears. Max was kneeling beside me on one side, fingers intertwined with mine, and Cyril on the other. And I didn't need to look up to know that the others were there too, all pressing their hands to the earth, the world gone silent except for Riasha's voice singing our lost songs. "Oh, my gods who flourish beneath our feet, how very far I have wandered. I have searched for you in my victories and my mistakes, in my love and my hatred. I have crossed seas and mountains. I am so very far from home. But let me return to you." My fingers curled. Handfuls of dirt ground against my palm. I could almost feel them, feel something, even if it was not the gods. Perhaps there was something deeper still that bound us all, not in the aspirational hope of the sky, but in the grounding constants of the earth. Beneath us, this unfamiliar land swallowed up our grief. I had nothing to give them but my hope. But gods, let it be enough. Let it be enough.
I have nothing to give you but my life, Riasha sang. I have nothing to give you but scars and heartbreak, but let me return to you. I have nothing to give you but my love and piety, but let me return to you. Let it be enough.
Chapter 74. Max. Tisana's eyes were red-rimmed by the time we left the apartments. Night had fallen. We would need to return to the towers at some point. We now had nowhere else to go. But neither of us were in a rush to get there, so we walked back through the city, taking in the silence of the winter night. The drifting songs lasted for nearly an hour, though something about them made time seem to warp and shift. The grief hung thickly in the air. I'd watched Tisana, serene even with tears streaking her cheeks, and I couldn't put a name to the sad pride that swelled in me at the sight of her. The last time we had been here, when I had watched her wield her magic and their attention with masterful power, I thought I'd never seen anything more beautiful. But seeing her like this, honest and raw, was its own kind of beauty. She let me see these parts of her. I never thought she would let them see it too. Maybe she never would again. I'm proud of you, I said. We had walked a long way in silence. Tisana gave me a startled look. Why? I know it was hard for you to show them that. She let out a rough scoff. Being sad is nothing to be proud of. Stopping it from happening would have been. You couldn't have saved them. You do know that, right? She didn't answer. Instead, she slipped her arm through mine, the weight of her head pressing against my shoulder as we walked the city streets in yawning silence. After a few minutes, Tisana murmured, I like this. It makes it easy to pretend. Pretend? Pretend we are a normal couple. That is probably what we look like right now. Her arm tightened around mine, as if for emphasis, and I chuckled. Maybe so. Yes, we probably did look utterly average. I did have to admit there was something pleasant about the sheer mundanity of it. Like it was something I could take for granted. It's nice, I said quietly. If we left, we could be this way every day. My eyebrow twitched. It was the first time I had heard Tisana talk about running away, even in jest. We could. Tell me where we would go. I paused. It seemed dangerous to even think of it, and yet so easy to slip into this game with her. We could live on a beach somewhere where there aren't winters. I could hear the wrinkle over Tisana's nose. A beach. It smells. Not all of them. Just Ara's beaches. There are islands where the water is completely clear, no seaweed. They're beautiful. He cannot grow a garden on a beach, and what a great loss that would be. Fair. Alternate proposal, then. We'll find a forest somewhere off in Besrith, or maybe on one of those southern islands or something. We could clear out a nice big patch of land, big enough for a decent garden, far enough away from society that we can go unbothered for as long as we want. A lake. It will be near a lake. I want to learn how to be a better swimmer. I'll allow it. I appreciate seeing you in wet clothes. She laughed, though it faded quickly. And the most important part, she added, is that no one will ever find us. Not a soul. What a dream. A long silence. We were almost at the towers, those white columns looming over us, when Tisana said quietly, Would you go? Now? I questioned if I'd heard her right. What? If we could go, right now, would you? Yes. The word rang out, emphatically in my head. I wasn't sure why it wasn't the one to leave my lips when I answered. For a long time, I wanted nothing more than I wanted to leave Ara and never look back. But the orders, they wouldn't let me go. Those restrictions after Salatzai. Even when I had begged Tisana to leave Ara with me, I technically hadn't been allowed to go. I had just been so desperate I was certain I'd find some way, any way, to get the hell out of there, if it meant keeping her out of the Order's grasp. Not any more, Tisana said. A bittersweet pang twinged in my chest. Yes, Tisana had negotiated my freedom when she signed away her own. All of those punishments erased with the slice of a blade over her skin, and yet I felt more trapped than ever. There is nothing stopping us. Even my pact to the Orders has been fulfilled. Tisana wasn't looking at me, her voice oddly flat. I stopped short, turned to her. What is this? Is this a fantasy, or is this real? Do you want it to be real? Yes, Again, the word came to me fast, but did I? Did I really? I don't think you do. You care more deeply than anyone I know. You don't want to abandon them. A muscle feathered in her jaw. Perhaps leaving is the best thing I can do for them. I know what it looks like when people trust their leader, and they trust you, Tisana. Tisana's careful composure slowly cracked, sadness spreading across her face like fissures through stone. I don't know if they should. I don't know if I trust myself anymore. It is nice to dream, and I'm just so tired. She stepped closer, arms sliding around my neck, close enough I could see every fragment of green and silver in her eyes. I was tired too, and I was better at running away than I was at anything else. I kissed her, gentle and slow. Our faces hovered there, noses brushing, as I murmured, "Ask me one more time. One more time, and I won't be able to stop myself from agreeing." Seconds yawned out before us as her eyes searched mine, and then, "General Farleone! Max!" Tisana and I jerked apart. I turned to see none other than Moth rushing towards us, his eyes wide. Behind him, several other soldiers, my soldiers, followed. Philip Alior was among them. "Where have you been?" Moth blurted out. "You just disappeared." The other soldiers caught up to Moth as they stood before me. There was something about the looks on their faces that made whatever answer I was about to give Moth die in my throat. The expression they wore was familiar, the same expression I'd see each night before I led them into battle. The faces of terrified young men who were trying very, very hard to present nothing but bravery. Except for Moth. Moth looked angry. "I looked everywhere for you," he said. "No one would tell us anything, and then Samarin tells me that you had gone home." "Do you know what's happening, sir?" Philip asked. His brow was knotted. He'd grown into a more confident, capable soldier, but he still was awful at hiding his unease. "Why did the plans change?" Dread fell to the bottom of my stomach. "Change?" I repeated. The soldiers exchanged a wary look. "All leave cancelled. All leadership called back. Everyone to remain at the base indefinitely. Locked down. We've been told to remain prepared for action, sir," Philip said. "You didn't know?" "Is this still about having us as allies?" another asked. "I thought we were done with them." "Should be done with them after all that," Philip muttered. "I heard rumours that it's something else. Maybe even, Threllians." His eyes fell to Tisana, awkwardly clearing his throat before flicking back to me expectantly. They were nervous. Of course they were. To call everyone back so abruptly, with so little information, and at such sweeping scale was extremely rare. It happened when the Raveni War broke out. At least then, we'd had at least some idea of why. This was a strange measure to take when a war had just ended. Nura must already be flexing the muscles of her newfound power. She wasn't even officially Arch-Commandant yet, not until the confirmation, but who was going to question her? The image of her face flashed through my mind, the sheer determination in it. She believed something horrible was coming, and Nura met formidable opponents with formidable strength. Formidable strength required an army. Would she use that army for a preemptive attack? I wanted to think she wouldn't, but I was so lost in thought that I didn't realize I had just been standing there, silent, as the boys stared at me. "You'll be returning, right, sir?" Philip said at last. "There are plans that still need to be settled," I replied. They exchanged another glance. They weren't stupid. They recognized a non-answer when they heard one. "Is there any information, sir? Anything?" They didn't just want information. They wanted reassurance, leadership. They had been looking at me like I could give it to them. But this was the moment I had dreaded when I had noticed them starting to hoist me onto that mental pedestal, the moment they realized I couldn't be what they wanted me to be. "No," I said, "not now. Go talk to Essany and Arith. They're the ones you should be asking these questions anyway. And if you're supposed to be in lockdown, you shouldn't even be this far from the base." They did not move. "I will make sure you get more information," I said, "as soon as it's available to you, I promise. Now go before your captains realize you're gone and you get slapped with 3 weeks of cleaning duty." They gave me half-hearted salutes and shuffled away back toward the city. But Moth remained, giving me a piercing stare that seemed so uncharacteristic of him. It made him look several years older. "I know that I make a lot of mistakes," he said, "but I'm not dumb. I never said... They all know you as the general, but I remember what you were like before all of this. I know what you were like after the First War. You just hid. My eyebrows lurched. Excuse me? Is he wrong, though? They talk about you like you're some kind of legend, like we can win anything if we have you. And they'd act like we would always have you, like it was just a given. But sometimes they would talk like that, and I'd think... He swallowed, his jaw tight. I think about what you used to be like, and I think about how you could still just run away and leave us to fight alone. Is that what you're doing? Leaving us to fight alone? My mouth, half open already with the beginnings of a response, closed. Moth just stared at me, waiting for an answer, demanding one. Good question, Max. Is that what you're doing? No, I said, at last. No, it's not. Something I couldn't identify flickered in Moth's gaze, like he was caught between two warring versions of himself. Moth, the righteous adult, and Moth, the unsure child. None of them know what's going to happen next, he said, not even the older ones. I think even Essany and Arith are scared, even though they don't show it. Everyone has been asking about you. They trust you. All of them trust you. His words burrowed deep. Not so long ago, it would have been downright nightmarish to hear them, because there was nothing I wanted less than to be entrusted with something so precious. I wanted to tell him, if they trust me, they shouldn't. I'm not worthy of it. Instead, I said quietly, You won't be alone, Moth, whatever happens. Moth didn't look like he believed me. I lifted my chin to the others who had set me off into the night. You'd better catch up. If you're late, you'll be in more trouble. Moth still stood there, tight-lipped, and I thought he might argue. But then he just turned to Tisana, gave her a little smile and a polite, "Good night, Tisana," and followed the others. I watched the group of young men hurry down the street until they turned around a corner, a tightness in my chest that I couldn't shake. They were new recruits, young, untrained, no rank to speak of, no family names to protect them. If war came, they would be the first to be thrown at the feet of the enemy, the first lambs to be sacrificed. I closed my eyes. Fuck, I muttered beneath my breath. I know what it looks like when people trust their leader, Tisana murmured. I almost laughed. Figured that it took less than an hour for my own words to be turned back on me. I'd rather not be one, I said. If only we all got to be what we wished. I opened my eyes to see hers already picking me apart. In the silence between us, our fantasy disintegrated and floated into the night sky like dust. Neither of us had to acknowledge its departure. We both knew the dream was gone, replaced by duty. It was nice while it lasted. I sank down onto a street bench. Then what, Tisana? What do we do with all of this? We either do Nura's insane bidding or turn ourselves over to a Fey man we met 5 minutes ago. Are those our options? If what Ishkar told us is true, I don't trust him. He could bring back my magic, or try. If by that you mean bring back a vengeful Reshe and kill you, and probably turn you over to this omnipresent immortal threat looming over us, then likely yes. Sounds fantastic. Tisana rubbed her temples in a way that told me she'd had the same thoughts. But I'm useless without magic, no matter what we decide, and he did not seem like he was lying. A part of me wanted Tisana to be useless, or at least useless to all the people who just wanted to use her for the power she carried. Even if he's not lying, there's a world of difference between that and the real truth. A humorless smile flickered over her face, nearly a wince. And a world of difference between one person's truth and the right thing for everyone. I scoffed. Ascended, didn't we know it? More than ever now. Perhaps we could try to make things better from the inside, she said weakly. Guide Nura, control her worst impulses. The image of Nura's face flashed through my mind. I had never seen her look quite like that. I had already lived the consequences of what she was capable of. The idea of her pushed to true desperation. Terrifying. I shook my head. No, Nura's not an easily manipulated person. We couldn't control her, not as long as she has all the power. A long pause. Perhaps we wouldn't need to, Tisana muttered. She didn't answer. She rose, paced slowly. She wouldn't look at me. My eyes narrowed. Let me into that brain of yours, Tisana. Perhaps we are making an assumption too soon. And only then did she turn to me. Her eyes were a little too wide, bright with an unmistakable sheen. I knew immediately what that meant. A plan. Tisana did love a plan. I braced myself. And what would that be? I asked. I will warn you, she said. You are going to want to say no. There was a buzz in the back of my head. If I were to inspect that buzz a little closer, I'd find that it wasn't the now all too familiar buzz of a headache or of exhaustion, but instead a voice. A voice that was whispering, "What the hell are you doing, Max?" I was dutifully ignoring that voice, probably because if I listened to it too closely, I'd find myself thinking, actually he has a point. The lobby of the towers was bustling with activity. At the back of the room, the double doors beneath the mural of RH and Rosira were propped wide open, and the considerable crowd filtered between the central meeting hall and the lobby. Still, my eyes landed on Noura immediately. While everyone else was in movement, like bees scurrying through a hive, Noura stood at the center of it all, still as glass. And yet, when her stare found mine, I could have sworn I saw her exhale even from across the room. I was almost insulted that she'd never once looked that relieved to see me when we were lovers. She pushed through the crowd to meet me. The moment we entered the towers, Tisana had slipped away, now deep in a serious conversation with one of the councillors across the room. Noura's eyes darted to her before coming back to me. "You came. I didn't think you would." Neither did I. Wholly the truth. She gave me a small smile. "I'm glad," she said quietly, "to have you with us, with me." I had no doubt that was the truth too. Noura's hands were clenched around each other, tight enough that her knuckles were white. She always had done that when she was nervous, even if over the years she had sawed away all of her other tells. Today, everything about her appearance was immaculate, her braids intertwined neatly at the back of her head, her white Order of Midnight jacket spotless and pressed, the buttons as brightly silver as her eyes. She looked the part of a regal ruler. I know she had dreamed of this day since she was a 10-year-old girl, laying eyes upon the towers for the first time. Years ago, when we were both nominated as candidates for Arch-Commandant, she had stayed up all night cradling her letter as if it were a newborn child. And today, by decree of the council, the only remaining viable candidate, Noura Khan, would officially become Arch-Commandant and, by terrible twisted extension, the ruler of Ara. Incredible how life could follow the same paths and yet seem so utterly unpredictable. "How does it feel?" I asked, "to get everything you've ever wanted?" Her smile faded. "I didn't want it like this." A booming bell rang through the lobby 4 times, drowning out the hum of the crowd. When the sound faded, the room was quiet. People filed through the open double doors. Across the room, Tisana turned to meet my eyes. So did the man beside her, Ia, a council member that I had not spoken to in many years. "It's time," Noura said under her breath. She gave me one final nervous half smile and proceeded to the doors. Moments later, Tisana joined me. "This will be an interesting day," she said, casting a glance to Noura's back, one that was only just short of a glare. Then it softened when she looked to me. "Are you ready?" "Never." Tisana chuckled. It was a nervous laugh. She nodded to the door. "Wonderful," she said. "Then let's go." The inside of the council room looked exactly as it had all those years ago. It was large and circular, with windows near the ceiling that spilled mottled light over the seats. Most were already filled, though many of the faces in the crowd didn't look especially thrilled to be there. Everyone was on edge. Everything in this room was a stark reminder of the shadow the orders had become of what they used to be. Only a few aging members of the council remained. Some were already seated in the front row around the round stage, wrapped in red robes. "I will admit, Maxentarius." A smooth, accented voice broke through my thoughts. I looked up to see Ia standing beside me. "I never did think I was going to see you within these walls again." I gave him a humorless smile. "If I'm being honest, neither did I, Councillor." "Are we glad we were both wrong?" Ia's silver eyes twinkled. They were oddly ageless, and he'd always been the type to look at you as if you were being tested by criteria known only to him. I spoke carefully. "Glad is probably not the word, but I've been given a significant amount of trust by people who deserve to see it mean something in the end." "And you think you can live up to that?" What a question. "I certainly hope so." Ia cocked his head, staring at me. "I do too," he said, before gliding away to be seated with the rest of the council. "What was that bizarre exchange?" My eyebrows lurched. I turned to see Samarin taking a seat beside me. He looked surprised to see us, gaze darting from me to Tisana in obvious confusion. You two decided to cut your break short to come watch some depressing orders pageantry. Break? Samarin looked at me like I was insane. Yes. Ascended above. I forgot there had been a break, and Samarin knew absolutely nothing. Tisana and I had barely slept the previous night, and not in a fun sort of way. Time had been a blur. I rubbed my temples. Samarin, there's a lot we're going to have to... But then Nura cleared her throat, now standing on the central stage of the chamber, and a hush fell over the room. Wielders of the Order of Midnight and the Order of Daybreak, Nura said, her voice rising to fill the room. I am deeply honoured to stand before you today as the interim Arch-Commandant following the tragic and untimely death of Zereth Ordris. I have spent my life serving the Orders and will gladly give you the rest of it, if you will let me today. She paced across the stage, pausing before the 5 council members and bowing her head. Councillors, I stand before you today asking for your blessing to officially assume the title of Arch-Commandant. As we all know, the sudden death of Aldris and the pressing nature of looming threats against our country force our hands. We cannot go through the evaluation processes for other candidates, which take months at a time. I have already completed the requisite tests. I have proven myself, and following the sad death of Maya Azeroth 8 years ago and the restrictions placed upon Maxentarius Farleone, I stand before you as the final remaining viable member of the 16th cycle candidates. She sank to one knee, her head bowing. I submit myself, Nura Kwan, as candidate for Arch-Commandant, and I ask you, councillors, to bestow me this honour. I didn't realise my hands were shaky until I felt Tisana's firm grasp still them. The first councillor rose. I commit the title of Arch-Commandant to you, Nura Kwan, he said. Even from this distance, I could see Nura's body jolt ever so slightly, as if the sound of those words struck her with a stronger force than she thought they would. They struck me too, in an entirely different way. The second councillor stood. I grant you, Nura Kwan, the title of Arch-Commandant. The room was utterly silent, and then the third councillor rose. Here. There was a long silence. Tisana's hand was so tight around mine that my fingertips were going numb. Or maybe that was just my nervousness. Councillor? Nura's voice was small, uncertain. Finally, he spoke. Nura Kwan, I have known you for many years. In that time I have witnessed your commitment to the Orders and to Ara. The bounds to which you will go for your rank hold no limits. As councillor, I have seen hundreds of wielders pass through the halls of the towers. I can name none who are as resolute, as iron-willed, or as wholly committed to her beliefs. An uneasy smile twitched at the corners of Nura's mouth. Thank you, councillor. You have many times over proven your commitment to the Orders and to Ara, Ea said, and for that service we all owe you deeply, but I do not offer you the title of Arch-Commandant. A gasp rippled through the room. He turned to the audience, his silver gaze landing on me. I call upon the candidate of Maxentarius Farleone. Hundreds of stares snapped to me, gasps ascending into murmurs. I rose to my feet. I could barely feel them. Somewhere in the back of my mind, that buzz rose to a shout. What the hell are you doing, Max? I did not look at the crowd. I did not look at Tisana or Samarin, who muttered a confused curse. I did not even look at Ea. Instead, I met Nura's eyes, eyes that were wide with utter shock, and my voice was stronger than I felt when I answered, Maxentarius Farleone accepts the call. Chapter 75. Max. For a moment, there was silence. Then murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even without hearing the individual words, I knew what they were saying. Disqualified, they whispered. Excommunicated. He can't do this, can he? Nura was staring only at me, her eyes round, lips parted. I had seen that look before, on the faces of soldiers who looked down and realized there was an arrow burrowed between their ribs. I realized that it had simply never occurred to her that this would happen. The thought just never crossed her mind. She jerked to her feet, forcing her expression back into composure. Maxentarius Farleone is no longer eligible for the title due to restrictions placed upon him in the aftermath of Salatsai. That is no longer true. Tisana's voice rang out beside me. She rose. "I hold in my possession a contract with the Orders. In its term is a stipulation that Max Antarius will be released from any restrictions inflicted upon him. Anyone may read it if they wish, but Nura knows that I am not lying." "Is this true?" one of the other councillors said, haltingly. Realization spread across Nura's face. She let out a small scoff. "A clean slate," she murmured, as if to herself. Still, I did not look at Tisana, but I could hear the hint of her smile in her voice as she repeated, "Clean slate." "As one of the previous candidates, General Falioni has completed all requirements and has competed and passed in the 3 previous trials," he said. "He is a viable candidate. Neither of them have earned the title of Arch-Commandant until we conduct the 4th trial." Another wave of murmurs, louder than before. "Then I see no other route," another councillor said. "On the fortnight we will conduct the trial." "No." Nura's gaze finally broke from mine. The final vestiges of her hurt disappeared, buttoned up beneath hard focus the same way she buttoned up her scars beneath her white jacket. She turned to the councillors, hands clasped behind her back. "If we do this, we do it now. We have no time to waste." "Now," he said. "Now," the crowd whispered. "Now," I thought. "Ara is a rudderless ship," Nura said, "a country recovering from not 1 but 2 wars, still steeped in uncertainty. Given the greater responsibility of the Arch-Commandant in such trying times, we must settle this matter quickly." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tisana shoot me a glance of uncertainty, and I couldn't deny that I felt it too. I knew when I walked into this room that I was about to do something totally contradictory to everything I had wanted for the last 10 years. But I certainly didn't expect to actually do the final trial, something that normally would have taken weeks or even months of preparation, today. But was I about to let Nura know that? Of course not. I'm more than willing to settle the matter as quickly as the council wishes. If that means doing the final trial today, then I am ready. Samarin muttered a curse just barely loud enough for me to hear. Ia turned around and gave me a stare that accused me of being a lunatic. "We need more time to prepare." "We don't have it," Nura said. "If both candidates are willing," another councillor said, "then I see no reason why we should not put the issue to rest today. At sundown, of course." They all turned to me, asking a silent question. "Max, what the hell are you doing?" But I just smiled. "Sundown," I said. "Sundown," Nura repeated, and we looked at each other, the battle already started. Sundown was 2 hours away, 2 hours to prepare for the biggest fight of my life. When the meeting adjourned, a wave of people descended upon me, but I managed to slip through them and escape off to Tisana's apartment with Tisana and Samarin, a battle in itself. Every set of eyes was on us, and I acutely felt every stare. So I remained serious and stoic until the door was firmly closed behind us, at which point I slumped down into one of the dining chairs, threw my head back, and let out a manic laugh. "I cannot fucking believe," I said, "that I'm doing this." I'm glad I'm not alone in that, at least. With a movement that managed to be both graceful and brutish, Samarin took a bottle of wine that had been sitting on the table, uncorked it with a whisper of magic, and poured a glass, which he downed in one gulp. Then he turned to me with a deadpan stare. "I assume you want the bottle?" He assumed right. Samarin slid into a chair and poured himself another glass before handing it over. Tisana didn't sit. She did that standing, hovering, pacing thing she did when she was nervous. "Well, it appears I'm behind," Samarin said. "The last I knew, the 2 of you were supposed to be off being sickening in a garden somewhere, resting." He said the last word as if it was some sort of wry joke, which I suppose it was. Tisana and I exchanged a glance. The sheer absurdity of everything that had happened in the last 2 days was overwhelming. Tisana leaned towards Samarin. "We will tell you everything, but only if you promise you will not think we are insane." "Oh, that ship has long sailed," Samarin said. "But please, do continue." It was always a strange experience telling Samarin outrageous news. He was an excellent healer because he carefully controlled his reactions. During the war, I'd seen him lean over dying men, screaming in pain, and maintain steady, comforting composure. It would only be afterwards that he'd turn to me, let the mask drop, and admit, "I was absolutely terrified." One might think that after all these years of friendship, I'd be better at recognizing when I was the dying man on the battlefield. Samarin had been doing that to me, managing me for nearly a decade, and I didn't even realize it. Now, maybe I was seeing the world in full color again, because even though Samarin's reactions were, as always, carefully regulated, I could now see the slow rising fear bubbling up beneath all that serenity. When we finished, there was a long, awkward silence. Samarin opened his mouth and then closed it several times. "Say something, Samarin," I said. "You look like a broken man." "What can I say to any of this? He trailed off, and I realized that maybe he was a broken man, in the sense that we'd just shattered every perception he had of a world that made any degree of sense. "So you see," Tisana said, "we couldn't let her keep it." Samarin took another drink. A fourth trial, Max, tonight." His tone said what his words didn't. "You are fucked." That was an understandable reaction. The fourth trial was the last step in the Arch-Commandant selection process, and the simplest, as well as the most ridiculously archaic. Just one fight, wielder against wielder. It would take place in the Scar, the birthplace of magic, a chasm not far from the base of the towers. When magic had returned to the world half a millennium ago, that chasm was the breaking point. To this day, it remained one of the most unique magical settings in the world. That was the whole romanticized idea. Put two candidates in the birthplace of magic itself for their final battle to test their connection, their commitment to the forces they wielded. "The whole concept is ridiculous," I grumbled. "As if whoever wins a pit fight in a glowing magical ravine is better suited to lead one of the most powerful organizations in the world." Samarin stared flatly back at me, silent. "I can win," I said. "Max, she knows you." I knew exactly all that was implied by that sentence. Nura's magic preyed on the fears of her opponent, and she knew exactly where the gaps between my ribs were, knew exactly which mental knives to turn. "I know her too," I said. "Right, and that's exactly what she's going to use against you. With stakes this high, she'll fight hard. Nothing will stop her." I knew he was right. No matter what Nura did, there was always a small part of me that hoped she could be better than she was. Yes, she had saved me many times over, even when it cost her dearly to do it, but I had seen the way she looked at me in that meeting, with a hurt sharp enough to shred whatever tattered history had hung between us. Sharp enough, maybe, to sever whatever still kept her from killing me. "I know," I said, "and I won't let her take it that far." "I would skin her," Tisana muttered, and I quirked an eyebrow at her. "That's charmingly vicious. Comforting to know that if she survives me, she certainly won't survive you." "This isn't a game." There was an uncharacteristically harsh edge to Samarin's voice. "If you lose, if she's truly that desperate, this affects more than you. Nura is not the kind of person who abides by half measures. She could purge everyone who has anything to do with you. Did you consider that?" I went silent. Samarin stared back at me, his jaw tight. A pang of guilt rang out in my chest. "Yes," I said quietly. "Yes, I did. Tisana and I had made very direct moves against Nura, and we were well aware of the consequences of that. But if we were to lose, there was a possibility that Nura would not stop with us. We had allies, Samarin, Cyril, the Threlian refugees. I had seen the way Nura waged war, scorched earth. It would be putting it lightly to say that I'd had many objections when Tisana first raised the possibility of my candidacy. But this was the one that still lingered. The one that still made me think, maybe I'm not doing the right thing. "I'd make whatever deal I had to ensure you aren't affected," I said. "You were her friend too. I could convince her." Samarin let out a low scoff. "Don't be ridiculous." Then he muttered, as if to himself, 10 years I spent building my practice." He shook his head, eyes to the ceiling, and a lump rose in my throat. I almost offered to back out. Not that I could, of course, realistically. "I'm sorry, Samarin," I said. "Good. You should be. You make my life difficult." But then he took a long sip of wine, and when he set the glass down again, his jaw was set. "But if all this is true," he waved his hands as if to gesture to the whole ridiculous mess of it, "then you are right. She cannot hold that power. And I suppose I'll take this over the alternative, if the alternative is—" His voice trailed off, and Tisana provided quietly, "the end." We all looked at each other, the words hanging in the air. "I won't lose," I said, more confidently than I felt. "You are not allowed to," Tisana muttered. "Yes, not losing is a good goal." Samarin leaned across the table, a wrinkle between his brows. "And Max, try to do it without using that magic." He nodded to my hands, and I knew he was talking about my deeper, mysterious magic, the gift that Reshe had given me. There's something odd about it. I don't know what yet, but... He lapsed off into thought, and when he blinked and looked back to me, his gaze was harder. "Just don't lose."
Chapter 76. Tisana. The scar was set deep in the earth, so far down that it was partially beneath the towers themselves. We had to journey down spiral after spiral of metal stairs, built into the rocky edges of the ravine, just to reach it. The sun was already disappearing behind the horizon by the time we embarked, but it was so dark down there that even if it had been broad daylight, it would have been near pitch black by the time we made it to the bottom. After the fourth set of stairs, I looked up to see the final sliver of a dusky sky disappearing between layers of rock. There was Sirizen ahead of us and behind us as we descended. I peered across the expanse of stone and darkness. Somewhere over there, where the shadows made structures deteriorate into abstract formless shapes, Nura was making the same journey down. She and Max would meet within the scar, and the rest of us would stand at the edges and watch, helpless, while they fought for the title. I knew Max was nervous, but he hid it carefully. He walked with long, confident strides, his chin raised and stare sharp. He wore a gold jacket embroidered with emerald trim, the sun emblem of the Order of Daybreak across his back. He looked like a leader. He looked like a victor. He looked like an arch-commandant. But all I saw when I looked at him was a man who was willing to sacrifice everything that mattered to him for a chance, even a slim one, at a better world. I refused to allow myself to think about the possibility of losing him here. It had been so much more comfortable at the Mikov estate, when I was the one throwing myself into the jaws of a monster. Self-sacrifice was easy. But watching Max journey so close to the fangs of a beast of his own was agonizing. At last the stairs stopped. I pressed my hands against the rustling metal railing. Of their own accord, my lips parted. Before me was a massive crack in the earth. The rock was jagged and raw, like torn flesh, and strange rippling light spilled from within it. It wasn't bright exactly. It barely cast a glow on the stone around us. But it seemed to bend the air itself in strange and unnatural ways, like an eerie parody of the way the heat rippled the air above the plains back in Nizarene. During the walk here, a strange magic had prickled at the back of my neck. Now goosebumps rose all over my flesh. "You have to go in that," I whispered. "I do indeed." Oh, gods, I didn't like any of this. Down on the other side of the crack, I saw a white figure standing completely still, face tilted towards us. Nura. She was so far away that her features were unintelligible, but I could still feel the raises in her stare and my own rising to meet them. If she hurt him, I would kill her. Gods, I would make the fates of Esmaris and Arzine Mikov look pleasant compared to what I would do to her. "Are you ready?" Samarin said, and Max gave him a wordless glance that replied, "No, but does it matter?" "There is a path for you this way," Ariadne said, gesturing to a gap in the railing. Max nodded, then turned to me. I had been ready to be dignified, but the force of Max's gaze made me forget all of that. I didn't have time to second-guess myself before his hands were on either side of my face and his mouth on mine, and I was struck speechless not only by the kiss itself, a tender, passionate, world-ending kiss that felt far too much like a goodbye, but also by the sudden, palpable possibility that it could be the last. His lips broke from mine, then grazed over the tip of my nose, the bridge, the space of my forehead right between my eyebrows. It was that forehead kiss, the one that seemed as if it wasn't even fully intentional, that almost broke me. "Everyone is watching," I murmured, self-conscious not of his affection, but of the way it threatened to unravel me. "Who cares?" Max replied, still close enough that I felt the words in my skin. "I'm about to become Arch-Commandant." He said it like a joke. It couldn't be a joke. It had to be reality. I couldn't speak, even though suddenly there was so much I wanted to say. I pulled him into one more embrace instead. "I have a request." His voice rumbled against my earlobe, and I choked out my response. Smart to ask now, when I have no choice but to say yes. "The man with the parrot. The one that we saw in the capital. Which came first? The bird or the coat?" The memory made me rasp a chuckle. The man we had seen the first time I visited the capital, what felt like a lifetime ago. A tall, bespectacled man with a green coat and a matching parrot. It had been a simple sort of joy when I ran up to him. "I must ask you, did you get bird to match coat, or coat to match bird?" My eyes burned. "That's a secret," I said, and he laughed as if that was a ridiculous answer. It was, really. He pulled back, and we looked at each other. "I'll tell you when you get back," I said. A smile curled his mouth, left side first, as always. "Deal." "Deal." "Max Antarius?" Ariadne murmured, and Max scoffed. "Give me a minute. This is a momentous enough occasion, isn't it?" Then his gaze slipped to Samarin, who looked as admirably collected as ever. "I'd tell you not to do anything stupid," Samarin said, "but that would be useless and outdated advice." "Thank you, Samarin. I, too, treasure our friendship." Still, something softened in his gaze as he patted his friend on the shoulder, gave him a little nod, then turned to the gap in the rail and the rocky stairs that led down to the scar. "All right," he told the Syrian. "I'm ready." Ariadne volunteered to lead him down. He did not look back as he took his first steps. The last thing I heard as they departed was Ariadne's voice, solemnly saying, "Good luck, Max." And with those words, the match began.
Chapter 77. Max. This entire concept was the most ridiculous fucking idea. When I was 21 and generally a naive idiot, I had thought there was a certain romantic appeal to the fourth trial. Now, I wanted to laugh at myself for ever having thought that way. What had once seemed natural and primal now struck me as barbaric. Sure, this certainly will encourage rational, compassionate leadership. Still, even as I told myself that there was nothing mystical about this process whatsoever, I had to fight a shudder of unease as I went down the stairs and landed in the unnatural, rippling darkness of the scar's floor. The light and air were strange here, even stranger than they looked from above. Mist that disobeyed the laws of nature swirled from the floor and the jagged rock of the walls. Shocks of light glinted in the stone that surrounded me, as if fireflies were buried within it and still, half a millennia later, were trying to dig their way out. But more unnerving than all of that was the way it felt. It reminded me of how I had felt when I melded my magic with Tisana's, except while that had been a pleasant, alluring sensation, this was odd and saccharine, like a noise so high-pitched it left my ears ringing. I drew my magic to the surface, readying myself. I looked out into the dark fog, and though I couldn't see Nura there, I knew she was waiting. There was a time when her magic was as familiar to me as my own, and here, in this twisted place of amplified senses, I could feel it hanging in the air. "Do you expect me to come chase you?" I said. I did not raise my voice. She could hear. Sure enough, her voice rolled from the darkness. That's entirely up to you, Max. I wouldn't stop you if you wanted to walk away. I won't. What an interesting heel turn for you. Of all things, this is the one that makes you stay. I still could not see her, but her hatred, no, not hatred, hurt, slithered through the air like the hiss of a snake. I have no desire to do this, I said quietly. Flames thrummed at my fingertips, carefully tethered. We don't have to, Nura. Why, are you afraid? I felt her magic wrapping around me, burrowing deep, searching for fear in all the places she knew so well. I'm angry, I said. I'm tired. No lies there. I turned around to see her standing there, silver stare picking me apart. Something was different about her. Something dangerous was closer to the surface. I showed you everything. Her voice sounded like her knives whipping through the air, quiet and deadly. I showed you all of it, and you still threw it back in my face like this. When we were together, all you wanted was for me to carve my fucking heart out for you, and that's what I did. I showed you. I always have loved you. Always. It was the truth. I understood it now, the dangerous constancy of Nura's love. When she lifted her hand to my temple in Salatsai, she had been utterly convinced that she loved me. Convinced, too, that she loved the people she was about to kill. And you love Ara, I said. An odd vulnerability rippled across her face. More than I have ever loved anything. Then help it be better, Nura. Let your love be an action, not a feeling. Love this country by sparing its people from yet another war. You saw what I saw. You know I can't avoid it. You can. None of this has to happen. Not like this. Do you want people to speak of Ara the way they speak of Thrall? Is that what you want to become? If they'll speak of me that way, I'll let them. If someone needs to make the hard decisions to save us all from this mess, then I'll be the tyrant and burn for it later. Hell, I already have. Until now, I had managed to keep my anger carefully controlled, measured against whatever scraps of compassion I had left for the girl I'd known. But now, fury ripped through me so violently that the flames at my fingers brightened. Hard decisions, I breathed. People, Nura. These are people. What's the difference between a life worth saving and a life worth throwing away? I saw what your hard decisions are. I lived it. Tisana lived it, and I won't let it happen. I knew immediately that I'd said the wrong thing. 1 second, and the glimpse I'd seen of Nura as I knew her 15 years ago disappeared like a corpse falling beneath black waters. In her place stood nothing but cold steel. I warned you back then that bleeding heart would get you killed, she said, but I never wanted it to be me. Nura. But she was gone. Shadows wrapped around her like a cloak, reducing her to a smear of darkness. Just like that, her decision was made, and I knew her well enough to know that there would be no coming back from this, no half measures. We had sparred hundreds, thousands of times before. Just like she always did, she struck first. I dodged, then blocked, then danced backwards. Even after all this time, my muscles knew her patterns intuitively. I conjured a wall of flame, bright enough to sear her outline from the shadows that hid her, and she staggered backwards, only to immediately recover. I caught the glimpse of a grim, satisfied smirk on her lips. I saw that smile, and I thought of the expression she had worn when she brought Tisana to my doorstep, when she told me of her blood pact. Tell me I haven't been grooming her for this, I had begged, and she had been so traitorously silent. I blocked another strike. The familiar tendrils of Nura's magic reached for me, irrational fear nagging at the corners of my mind. Nothing compared to what she was capable of. Just as I was still keeping my flames closely restrained, far away from her flesh, we were still playing. She thought that she knew me so well. She had claimed so many of her sparring victories because she thought she knew me better than I knew myself. Often she was right, but she had never expected this. I had underestimated her, but she had underestimated me too. I let myself slow, deliberately, backing against the stone wall. I don't want to do this, I said, laying out the trap of my hesitation, and just as I knew she would, she took it. It happened in a split second. She lunged, not only with her knives, but with her magic, shadows swelling around her like wings. And in the same moment, I let mine rise to meet it. My flames roared into a river that coiled around me and lunged for her, clashing with her darkness, blinding us both. I'd never been hit with Nura's magic so directly. Even though I braced myself, it still took my breath away. To describe the sensation that flooded over me as fear would be like describing a monsoon as a drizzle. One blink, and I was looking at Kira's face as she fell against the floor of her shed, fire tearing up her clothing, her hair. I was hearing Reshe's whisper, "Now you have no one but me." I didn't know whether the floor beneath my feet was the stone of the scar or the blood-stained tile of my family's estate. I didn't know whether the flames at my hands were reaching towards Nura or towards my siblings or towards the people who had lived in Salatsai. My mental walls, meticulously crafted, tore apart like paper. Still, I pushed forward, resisting the urge to fall to my knees. Down here, my magic was rawer, brighter, hotter. Our power collided in a burst so wild that it consumed us both, and seconds later, we were both flung against opposite walls of the ravine. My breath came in ragged gasps. Sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. Through the warping mist of the scar, Nura and I looked at each other, wide-eyed, as if we had both surprised ourselves with the extent of our power. I flexed my hands, coaxing magic back to my fingertips, and then we began again. Chapter 78. Max. I was standing in my bedroom at my family's estate. "Look, Max, just came out of its silk today." Kira's hands held out a glass box. A little red butterfly was within it. Its wings were on fire. I looked up and Kira's face was rotting. No, I was in the scar, fighting for my life, for Tisana's life, for a title I didn't even want. The world shook as my back slammed against the wall. No time to catch my breath, no time to hesitate. I fell back, dodging Nura's next strike, and surging towards her. No, I was in Salatsai. Nura was looking up at me. I trusted her. I loved her. If they want to shit in their own beds, they can lie in it. You do always try so hard. No. I was leaning over Nura, our magics roaring around us both, light and darkness and fire and fear threatening to smother each other out. She was blocking me with a blade, but my staff was more powerful. Her eyes were wide, and through her anger, her lethal determination, I caught a glimpse of fear. Her stance buckled. For a moment, I could see an opening. One strike to her throat. I was fast enough. I could make it. But it was a lethal shot. I hesitated. Went for her shoulder instead of her neck. Too slow. She countered. No. I was in my old apartment in the wake of Salatsai, the wake of my family's deaths. I was drowning in grief and anger and rage. Nura was there. She peeled her clothes off. Her body was decimated, covered in burn scars, disfigured. She crawled over me and whispered in my ear, "This is what you do." No. Yes, and you think you can rule. You have destroyed everything you've ever touched. Nura's scars beneath my hands, Tisana's scars. Atraclius's warped, bloody glasses. Everything you've ever loved. The burning butterfly. Tisana's face as she waved to me, the tower's doors closing over her goodbye. No. I was here in the scar, fighting for the title of Arch-Commandant, fighting for everything. Magic was so thick in the air that it burned my eyes, my skin. Nura's shields against the fire that surrounded us were beginning to wear down. Her cheeks were red and slick with sweat, little strands of her hair singed. If I had managed the end of the world, I might have thought it would look something like this, with every familiar grounding force of the earth stripped away in favor of nothing but wild, uncontrolled destruction. I lunged, she dodged, I pivoted, struck just enough for her to fall. But I was unstable. She brought us both down. She was on top of me, her knife clutched in one hand and magic crackling at the other. My staff flew from my grasp. I could have called it back to me with a single thread of magic. I didn't, just as Nura didn't use her knife. We were far past the point of steel, past pretending that those weapons mattered. My own memories were unraveling, Nura's magic tearing apart the fabric of my mind, but through nothing but force of will I staved her off. Her eyes were bright and glistening. I was still holding back. We both knew it. She tugged on an old memory, one that made us both wince. A lonely little girl and an ill-tempered little boy hiding from a party. "I'll just call you Max." "I can win," I said. "You know that I will." "Then do it," she ground out. Through clenched teeth. Samarin's warning rang out in the back of my head. "I don't want to win that way," I said. The world had fallen away. There was nothing around us but our magic and the magic of the scar. Yield, and this is done. It was like talking to the winds of a hurricane. I didn't know why I bothered. There was only the faintest glimmer of hesitation on her face, then raw fury drowned any remaining remnants of our old fond memories. No, she whispered, and then the world fell apart. I didn't have a name for what she did then. My head felt like it had been split like an egg, memories pouring out like runny yolk. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. Through the fog and the pain, I saw Noura's blood running down her arm, saw a crushed glass bottle in her hand. I knew Noura's magic. She was powerful, but this was something else. This was worse. How far had she made it with her experimentations in deep magics? It occurred to me that I'd never asked. A certainty snapped into place. Seconds, and I would be gone. I saw death standing there, waiting. "I've been expecting you for so long," it whispered. "Are you finally here?" "Not this time," I replied. I opened my second eyelids.
Chapter 79. Tisana. My knuckles were white. I saw the whole scar light up with crimson light, as if it were a wound split open, and my heart stopped. I knew what I was seeing, and beyond that I could feel it. Max's deepest magic, the strange kind that called to the foreign powers that lived within me too. Samarin hissed a curse beneath his breath. I told him not to. He had to, I murmured. Yet a part of me was relieved. I knew how powerful Max's magic was. Noura was good, but she wasn't that good. If Max had resorted to this, it meant he was desperate, yes, but it also meant he would win. He'd have to win. But then I felt something in the air shift. There was no other way to describe it. It was like a sound I couldn't hear was scratching the insides of my ears, vibrating and roiling within my bones. Every hair on my arm stood up. The contents of my stomach all soured at once, and I staggered back from the rail, pressing the back of my hand to my mouth. Beneath it all there was something more, a certain sick, slithering familiarity. Samarin gave me an odd look. What's wrong? The Syrian's stances went weak, then rigid. Even Ansara stumbled, her hands tightening around her spear. What is that? She muttered. Ariadne turned her face to me. You feel it too, she said, and I nodded. Dread clenched in my stomach. I rushed to the railing and peered over. I couldn't see anything but flickering orange light and the mist of the scar's magic. But a dark pressure was building in the back of my mind. Something is wrong, I muttered. I'm going down. I turned to Samarin and froze. He was looking past me, a strange expression on his face. Ariadne, he said quietly. I turned. The Syrian was standing crooked, like marionettes held by weak strings, so different than their perpetual rigid grace. It took me a moment to see what Samarin did, that the delicate veins beneath their skin, clustering around the scars in their eye sockets, had become a familiar shade of black. I noticed this only for a split second, before Ariadne's spear lit up, and she lunged for Samarin.
Chapter 80. Max. I've made a terrible mistake. I didn't notice at first, overwhelmed by the power that stormed through me. My body unravelled. I was everywhere and nowhere at once. The flames around us roared and billowed, the heat cracking the ground beneath us. The force of it was enough to make Noura let out a gasp and leap backwards. Her magic was severed, like a string sliced with a rusty blade. I tried to rein in the power of it, but it was so much more than I had anticipated. Another burst, and Noura was slammed against the rock wall. She dropped to her knees, then fell to the ground in a heap, unmoving. Dread. One thought cut through my mind. I didn't want to kill her. I didn't know if I had. I barely thought about my victory. I had won after all. She had stopped fighting. This realization didn't even have time to settle. I felt raw power tear through me, yes. I felt fire and magic and strength, but I felt something else too. a presence that had been lurking, waiting for its opportunity to step inside, and I had just opened the door. Something in the air shifted violently, all at once, like the world was suddenly inverted. I felt sick. I felt wrong. I tried to close my eyelids, close myself off from this soured piece of magic, but it was running too hot, too fast. Something beyond me, stronger than me, was pushing it forward. If the magic was water, then this felt like a monster had reached up from the murky depths, grabbed my ankle, and yanked me under. 1 second I was about to declare victory. The next, I was drowning. "There you are," a voice whispered, just as I lost my grip on the world.
Chapter 81. Tisana. Ariadne charged towards Samarin. Her movements were odd and choppy, but just as skilled. A split second and that spear would have been buried in Samarin's chest. But he was fast too. His hands went up and Ariadne's body locked, twitching and fighting against his magic. "Ariadne." The tone of his voice alone said everything we were both thinking. What the hell is wrong with you? Neither of us had time to ruminate on that question. The others lunged for us. Samarin reacted fast, but there were 5 of them, too many for his magic alone to stop all at once. Too dough for me. Samarin flung his magic out to them, made them stumble just long enough for me to evade. On instinct, I tried to use my own magic, but it sputtered weakly at my fingertips. Useless. The tip of Ansara's spear sliced my arm. I dodged clumsily, then grabbed Ariadne's weapon, which she still clutched with hands locked up from Samarin's paralysis. Samarin's attention faltered as another Sirizen struck him. Shit. I dodged another blow and gave the spear a powerful tug. Ariadne released it just in time for me to swing it back around, use it to block Ansara's strike. But I was off balance. I stumbled. My back hit the ground. Ansara fell over me, blocked only by the spear braced in my hands. She was so close now that I could see in vivid detail the dark veins around her eyes. Gods, had they spread further, even in these last seconds? "Who are you?" I demanded, because I knew implicitly that this was not Ansara. Not anymore. She did not answer. Her face remained blank. Instead, her body lurched, hand reaching for the knife at her hip, preparing to stab my unprotected midsection. But 100 sparring sessions with Nura had taught me how to respond to such a move. I countered, throwing my weight over her. A second later, and our positions were reversed. She thrust. I grabbed her wrist. It could have gone either way as we pushed against each other. Then I tore the knife from her. Still expressionless, she moved to strike again, but I was faster. My blade met her throat, opening a river of blood down the front of her black jacket. Ansara's body went limp all at once, and for a moment expression flooded back over her face, doll-like stillness giving way to a twisted gasp of dismay. She fell over me. I acted next on nothing more than instinct. I had no magic of my own, but I had managed to take it from Irene and from Max, even from Stratogram Inc. The Sirizen drew from deep levels just as I did. Could I steal Ansara's magic too? I didn't know. It was a ridiculous guess. Still, it was the only one I had. I sliced my hand and pressed it to the wound of Ansara's opened throat. She let out a sickening, gargling moan. Her magic flooded me. It hurt, burning my veins. She went slack. When I pulled my hand away, black rot consumed her throat. And I had magic, even if only a fragment stolen from someone else's life. I had no time to be disgusted. I pushed her off of me, grabbed the spear, and leapt to my feet. Another Sirizen was lunging for me, and I whirled just quickly enough to block her with Ansara's spear. With considerable effort, I forced my magic through it. Il Sahaj always took my magic beautifully, but between the unfamiliar weapon and the unfamiliar magic, this was clumsy and sluggish. Worse, I rarely fought with spears. My body still moved as it would wielding a sword, and the length and weight of the weapon was awkward. pain lit my abdomen. I was bleeding. I stumbled, then counted. Despite my poor fighting, I managed to land a strike. Black and red, blood and rot, bloomed over the Syrian's side. She staggered, and I yanked her closer, grabbed her face with my open hand, tried and failed to ignore the sound she made when her expression came back, only for a second before decay overtook her face, and her magic flooded into me. She fell. I whirled towards Samarin. He had grabbed a dagger which he was now yanking out of the limp body of one of the Syrian. Ariadne was the only one left, frozen mid-strike, fighting against the hold of his magic. He turned to her, then hesitated. His magic faltered, just long enough to leave her an opening to attack. I didn't think. My spear was through her back before her blow landed. She fell. The spear made a sickening sound as I pulled it out of the limp body, one that I barely heard over the staticky ringing in my ears. Samarin slowly rose to his feet, his gaze lingering on Ariadne's lifeless face, then rising to meet mine. I had never seen Samarin look outright frightened before. Once Max had told me that during the war he would gauge whether they were really in trouble by the expression on Samarin's face. If Samarin looked panicked, he'd told me, that's how he knew they were really in trouble. We were really in trouble. "I'm going down," I said. "We'll cover each other," Samarin replied, but I shook my head. "No, go to the surface." His eyebrows lurched. "You can't go down there alone." "We do not have time to argue about this." In the distance, I could hear footsteps on the stairs. More Syrian? They could be coming for us. Frustration flickered across Samarin's face. "You can barely use your magic. You can't go down there alone." "We cannot let this become another Salah's Eye," I shot back. "We're too close to the towers. And the city, and—" My hand reached into my pocket, closing around the 2 feathers there. I hesitated. I did not believe that Ishka had lied to us. Still, that didn't mean I trusted him or believed that he could help us. But I did know that the magic I felt in the air, the magic that had tainted the blood of the Syrian, was different, inhuman. Perhaps the very magic he had warned us of. I thrust the feathers into Samarin's palm. "If I do not come right back, burn these," I said, and he shot me a perplexed look. "Is this—" And when I nodded, he let out air through his teeth. I thought he might question the decision, but he nodded grimly. "Tell Phileas and Cyril," I choked out. "Tell him to get them ready to leave." I had made such a mistake, bringing them here, serving them up to be pawns in yet another country's wars. Stupid of me. Naive. "I will," Samarin said. "And protect yourself." "I will." My eyes burned. "I'm sorry, Samarin." There was no time for me to be sorry, but I was anyway. I wanted to tell him how sorry I was for tearing him away from what he had built, for tearing all of the refugees away from the tentative peace they had created. Samarin just shook his head. "Creating is harder than destroying. In the end, it's always worth it." Gods. When Samarin said things, he said them like a promise. I nodded, closed my eyes until they stopped stinging. When I opened them again, I cleared away everything but focus. "Go," I said, "quickly." I was already turning away by the time the words were out of my mouth. I did not know how long the energy I stole from the fallen Syrian would last, and Max was running out of time. I ran down the stairs. The fog grew thicker, the dense feeling in the air stronger and more painful as I descended. It built inside of me, too, a knot growing in the pit of my stomach. I wondered if this is how Max had felt as he ran down the halls of Esmaris's estate, when he came back for me. He had always come back for me, just as I would always come for him. I just had to be fast enough.
Chapter 82. Max. Hello. This was not Reshe. It slithered through my head the same way and had the same inhuman, unmarked quality, but this was a different voice. This connection was more chaotic, more tenuous. I could feel the ragged edges of the thing that was speaking to me, like a silhouette that couldn't quite step into focus. It was more real than Reshe, more alive, and its hands were wrapped around my throat, squeezing, squeezing. The world had fallen away. I was somewhere different now, somewhere I'd only caught glimpses of during the worst of my Reshe-induced fever dreams. A dead plain and a starry sky. In a physical world that seemed very far away, I understood that my body was still there, time suspended, my knees on the stone ground of the scar, surrounded by fire. This place, this was different, deeper than the physical world, and the voice had dragged me here. "Where are they?" it asked. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Where are they? Where is she?" She, Tisana, Nura. With my confusion, their faces shot through my mind, and the presence grabbed the images. It paused at Tisana's face. Familiarity. I didn't like that. Not one bit. "Who are you?" I repeated. "I am the blood of the people that yours have stolen," the voice said, "and I'm reclaiming what has been taken from me." Focus. If I tried very hard, I could solidify the world, or the not world, around me enough to see it as a physical place. If I focused, I could see the shadow as something resembling a person. My magic snaked out towards it. The images split my vision like a crack of lightning lighting up the sky for a fractured second at a time. A man's face, startled and angry, gone too quickly for me to recognize it. Copper gates covered in crawling vines. Overflowing bookshelves and glimpses of writing I did not recognize, all there and gone in less than a second. The presence flickered like it had been struck, then charged towards me with renewed rage. "I sense her in you, in your blood and in your magic, and I will not abandon her, nor any of the others your people have taken from me. Humans are past the point of earning our forgiveness. You had mercy once and squandered it. Now I see that you have never deserved it." Another avalanche of images, this time of bodies strewn in swampy forest, dead faces beneath the water, a woman's face that I did not recognize with sad violet eyes. The images merged and tangled with those of my own. The aftermath of Saladsai, my family's burnt corpses, Tisana's mismatched gaze. All at once, I realized why this magic felt so unfamiliar, so inhuman. I realized why I had been dragged here the moment I opened that passageway between me and the deepest levels of magic. "You're Fae," I said. "You're the Fae King." Now I understood. The Fae that Nura held, the ones that she was trying to make into the next Reshe. She had created it. She had created the war she was trying so hard to stop. "We don't want a war with you," I said. "Your people were taken by one human, one misguided human who doesn't deserve the power that she had. But her reign is over, and I swear to you that I'll return the people she took from you." "You are lying to me." "I never lie. It's a personal flaw." A humorless chuckle shivered up my spine. "You do not know that you lie, but it is a lie nonetheless, and even if it is not, I am past the point of trusting any word that comes from your fickle mortal minds, and how easy it has been to turn you against each other. Humans are weak and selfish, easily divided. My people were that way once, too busy squabbling over petty issues of pride to innovate, to fulfill our potential. Not anymore." He would not stop. He would kill for Reshe. He would kill Tisana for it, and anyone else who stood in his way. He would ravage Ara, and maybe we would deserve it, but I wouldn't let it happen. "Listen to me." My magic grabbed for his. We tangled, equally matched. He was very far away. I could feel that. The distance was the only thing keeping him from overpowering me. "A war between our peoples would be bloodier than either of us are prepared for," I said. "I don't support this, and I never will. We can still stop this from happening. I will return your people to you. We will never hurt you again, I swear it." Funny how an hour ago I was begging Nura for the exact same consideration. "You're right about humans," I said. "So much about us is vile, but we also have the potential to be better. Give us that chance." The presence paused in consideration, but then the sky lit up. Both of us stopped, our attention snapping to this new intrusion, a burning thread of magic drawing from this deep, deep level. My blood went cold. I recognized it immediately. Tisana. The king's focus on her was all-consuming. He reached out for that thread, as if examining it, pushing further, and it was only then that I realized there was something else intertwined in it too. It was a faint little fragment of magic, so weak that I wouldn't have seen it if it wasn't looking, but once I did, I knew it. Of course I did, because once it was a part of me too. The king's desire was ravenous. He wanted her. He wanted Reshe. It was only a split second of distraction. Still too much. I lost my grip on the magic above, my resistance slipping. It was the only opening he needed. He forced his way through the door. I heard the voice whisper, closer than before. I have already given you enough chances. My eyes snapped open. Before me was Tisana, emerging from the flames. But when I stepped forward, my body was not my own.
Chapter 83. Tisana. I ran down the stairs, cutting through bodies like they were nothing. Something in the air had shifted, the magic growing sicker and sicker. The Sirizen threw themselves at me. When one fell, another was 2 steps behind. If I'd had time to think about my situation, I would have been amazed I made it this far alive. Though perhaps that was because the Sirizen, at least near the end, were not trying to kill me at all. At one point, a particularly strong one overpowered me. I cringed in anticipation of a blow, but it didn't come. Instead, she wrapped her arms around me and began to drag me away, and only made it a few steps before my dagger twisted in her gut, her flesh rotting. No, they weren't trying to kill me. They were trying to take me. I had no time to consider what that meant. I fought my way down the stairs, slipping on blood as stone became rougher and more uneven, as the air grew thicker and darker, as it grew harder and harder to see through the flame-dyed fog. My stolen magic was screaming at me, but I wasn't sure what it was saying. And somewhere, far beneath all that noise, I might have thought I heard the rumblings of a familiar, wordless whisper. I staggered down the bottom of the stairs, taking out 1 Sirizen, then 2, and then I was able to run a few steps without being attacked. Perhaps I had killed them all. Perhaps I had simply outrun them. Through the mist, I saw a familiar silhouette. Max was standing there, his back to me, surrounded by flames. He wasn't moving, wasn't fighting. I didn't see Nura. He was just standing there. Something was wrong. So wrong. Max? My voice barely seemed to reach the air. The magic in it swallowed the sound of his name. He turned around, and I suppressed a gasp of horror. The magic that I'd maintained at my fingertips fell away in shock. It wasn't him. I knew it immediately. I knew everything about Max, knew every pattern of his movements, and even the turn alone was enough to reek of wrongness. The way he looked at me was distant and empty. Black veins surrounded his eyes, the corners of his mouth. They peeked out from beneath his sleeve, too, on the insides of his wrists, darker than I had ever seen them before. And yet, despite his lack of expression, I knew there was something there. Something behind him. We had made an awful miscalculation. We had thought we could play with this magic, build this connection to the world below, and outrun the consequences. At the worst possible time, it had caught up to us. I approached, slowly. The air was so hot that my skin stung. Max did not move. His eyes, dark, fully open, looked past me. Max? I murmured. He had to be in there, still. He had to be. I have been looking for you.
I felt something reaching towards me. Something from within him, from within the magic that we both drank from, right now. "I have been looking for you," the presence whispered again. A familiar voice inside of me stirred. A voice that I had thought was gone forever. I barely breathed. I took another step. Only to nearly fall to my knees. The floor shook violently, the stone rumbling. Deep fissures opened in the walls, releasing rivers of glowing mist. Boulders tumbled down the ravine edges. The scar was collapsing. I pressed my hands to the ground, threw all of my magic into stabilizing it. But my magic, stolen or not, was not built for such things. Stone didn't want to listen to me. Fire bit my cheeks. The floor was so hot that my palms burned. I lifted my eyes and my mouth went dry. I thought they were just shadows at first, slipping from between the openings in the rocks. But they were moving too strangely. It took a moment for my mind to carve out the right shapes. Human, but different. Long, wrong-way limbs, intangible forms, and faceless heads. Monsters, like the one that had attacked us at the cottage. They crawled up the walls, reaching for the surface. I tried to pull them back with my magic, but the second I let my attention waver, the walls began to crumble faster. Distantly, I heard footsteps behind me. The Syrian? And all this while not Max, paced towards me. With every step, the sharp pain at the back of my head grew stronger. That familiar nagging whisper grew louder. "Let me go!" I thought I imagined it at first. "Reche? Let me go!" "It is you," Max said, so quietly, so calmly, despite the chaos that rained down around us. "I knew you were here." I couldn't speak. My magic demanded total focus. With one weak scrap of strength, I threw up a shield to keep him from me. His magic tore through it easily. He never broke his gaze from mine. Those eyes, gods, they were not Max's. They were strange and foreign. They were inhuman.
"Aoife," he murmured, "do you remember? Or have they taken your memories from you too?"
"Aoife?" The name speared me, and all at once something inside of me was torn open. I felt hands reach inside my mind, pull my thoughts apart. Max's hands grabbed me. Pain bloomed over the back of my skull as it cracked against the stone wall. I barely felt it. Not with that unfamiliar magic tearing apart my mind. Reche screamed, and I screamed, and our voices mingled somewhere between the physical and spiritual worlds. "Let me die!" Reche wailed. "I was dead! Let me go!"
"You were never dead, Aoife."
One hand moved to my cheek, cradling it. His face was so close to mine that our noses nearly brushed. His palm was hot against my face, and when it pressed to my temple, his magic surged further into my mind. The pain was unbearable, so intense I could barely breathe. And in that moment, several worlds collided. Suddenly, I was no longer in the scar, looking into Max's familiar and unfamiliar face. I was looking, too, into a face I had never seen before. A man with dark copper hair and moss-green eyes, and pointed ears peeking through the wave of his hair. And I was looking up, at a starry sky that I recognized as the world beneath this one, the deepest level of magic. I was looking at all the bleeding threads of magic that connected us. Me, Max, Reche, and so many more streaks, 100 more tethered to this thing that held Max. "Why do you call me that?" Reche whispered. I saw Max, But I also saw this man who stood behind him, thousands of miles away and yet also here, his presence floating up from beneath the surface of magic like blood into water. "Ava," he whispered, "that is your name." "I do not know that name." A flicker of sadness, a strangely human emotion. "Yes, you do." The betrayal, blonde hair flowing in the wind, golden grass beneath my fingertips, the warmth of an embrace, the scent of skin, the feeling of safety. "You do know, Ava." Ava, the feeling of hatred, hating the way he said that name, hating it and loving it, knowing this person, trusting them, mourning them, perhaps loving them. "You just do not remember." Tenderness shifted to ice cold. The threads of magic linking us went dark and malevolent. The copper-haired man's face hardened in anger. "You do not remember because of all they did to you. But I have come to take you home." "I have no home," Reshe whispered. But the words were barely formed before Max's hands were at the sides of my face, an ugly mimicry of our goodbye, and the pain split me in two as he set to work ripping Reshe from my mind.
Chapter 84. Max. The world was unravelling. I threw every bit of myself, every scrap of magic, every remaining drop of willpower into fighting it. My flames still roared, out of control. With what little strength I had left, I tried to whisper to them enough to keep them from devouring us all. But almost all of my magic was being siphoned off by this presence that had taken hold inside of me. I couldn't close myself off from the deepest level of magic, as if something had been wedged inside the door. Tisana was fighting him, albeit weakly, her eyes closed, mouth twisted in a soundless scream of pain. The king reached deep into her mind, searching, slicing. Stop, stop, stop. It was like slamming my fists against a sheet of glass. Tisana's eyelids fluttered. When they opened again, they flicked to me and held there, searching mine. Bright with tears. "He has roots," she choked out. "Everywhere, Max. He's connected to this world everywhere." She could barely form the words. The horrible realization hit me. In the world beneath this one, the world where I was trapped, I looked up at the sky, at strings of light lashed from star to star. I realized what I was looking at. Not stars. They were him. Holes he had torn into the boundaries between magics, the little threads he had planted to draw himself to Ara. And the biggest tear of all was in me. I was the opening that he was using to claw his way into this world. Magic collided with magic, and Tisana's silent scream became a piercing one. I felt her magic withering. I felt him hacking away at the power that still was hidden deep and weak within her. Whatever was left beyond it was barely magic at all. And she was stretched so thin, going in so many different directions at once. If he didn't stop, he would kill her. "You've destroyed everything you've ever loved." Of course it was Nura's voice of all things that floated through my mind then. Maybe under any other circumstance I would have been angry that we were here. All of this was a result of selfishness and pettiness and stupid, ascended damned human selfishness. But now I only could think of one certainty. Tisana needed to close it off, this bleeding wound within me. She could do it perhaps under normal circumstances. Not now, with her magic so far gone. "Kadwan." The voice made the king stop short. My face turned. I felt the king's recognition and his anger. I felt the distant, distant echoes of Reshe's hurt. Ishkar stood there. He had wings now, which were tucked in close to his back. Golden feathers bathed in the scarlet light of the flames. His white robes were singed. A large sword was in his hands, still reflecting the licks of fire. "Ishkar." I heard the word come from my lips. One of my hands still pressed Tisana to the wall where she slackened, half conscious. "Why are you here?" He wasn't speaking Aran. Still, I felt the word's meaning in the magic that we shared. "This is not the way," Ishka said. "You are making a mistake. You will only discard more lives if you do this. Hatred spiked through me. How many lives have already been sacrificed because of the choices you made? Too many, Cadwan. Do you think I do not know that? Ishka stepped forward, cautiously. It is not too late to turn around. I felt an expression twitch in the muscles of my face, a sneer at my lip. I'm not like you. I will not leave behind the people of mine that the humans have stolen, and I will not leave her. Aoife is gone, Cadwan. She has been gone for centuries. This thing is not her. It's more convenient to believe that, my voice said. But I have had enough of leaving my blood behind. The humans have proven who they are. They have proven that they will never stop. You're trying to cure your loneliness. I'm trying to right the wrongs that you have brought upon our people. Anger flooded me, and I could feel the king's grip on me weakening, as if knocked off kilter by the sheer force of his own rage. He whirled to Ishkar, my feet pacing forward. Perhaps to you it was always worth sacrificing some meaningless lives in the name of your petty political games, but that is not the world I have built. Our people deserve to know that any one of their lives are worth burning down humanity. You want her because of what she is, because of the power she offers. I'm not you, I spat, and there was no time to think, no time to move, as I whirled around, pressed my hand to Tisana's temple, and in one violent burst ripped Reshe out of her mind. Tisana screamed, her knees buckled, the pain overtook me too, overtook even the presence within my mind. The power it had taken to do that exhausted all of us. There it was, an opening, seconds, not even. I had no time to think. I dove for it. My magic roared past his. Every flame in the scar suddenly brightened, like the sun had emerged from behind a cloud. I slid my hand over the blade still clutched in Tisana's shaking hand, then pried it from her grasp and did the same to hers. Her head lolled, then weakly lifted to look at me. She was bleeding magic, bleeding life, but her eyes told me she knew what I was asking her to do. Her eyes widened. No. Cut it out, I choked out. She shook her head. No. I felt the presence within me collect itself, start to rise, start to reach for power again. We had no time to argue. I pressed my palm to hers, our blood smearing together. Do it, Tisana. Take my magic and do it. Her eyes glistened with tears, reflecting flecks of fire. My fingers closed around her hand, knuckles whitened. Now, I choked out, just as I felt the Fey King diving for the connection between us again. Just as Tisana pressed her other hand to my cheek and whispered, "He got the parrot to match the coat." If I had control over my own body, I would have thrown back my head and laughed. Who the fuck even does that? Tisana's mouth formed. I love you. The passageway opened between us, and I gave her all of it, all of my magic.
Chapter 85. Tisana. It happened so quickly. I reached deeper into Max, deep enough to see all of the connections between us, between him and the Fae, all of the threads of corrupted magic that were flooding up from the deeper levels beneath. It was there, far inside of him, like an open wound gushing infection. This was it. This was how the Fae King was reaching him, how he was reaching Ara. I was still bleeding too, where Reshe had been carved out of the deepest recesses of my mind. A crippling wound. Maybe a deadly one. But Max's magic surged through me, strong enough to power me. Even though I could feel myself consuming it, consuming him, drawing upon the soul-deep connection between us. I wielded all of that power. The presence, the one that lingered between all of us, lunged for me. Too slow, only barely. I yanked the passage closed just in time, even though I felt it grab me the same way I had once felt Esmaris's dying grip on my hair. And in the last seconds I could have sworn I saw a face. A woman's face with pointed ears and tan skin and deep violet eyes. She reached out only for a moment, before she, too, was gone. Distantly I felt Max's agony, and yet also I felt his determination, a wordless encouragement. Gods, live, Max! Live, live, live!
I begged it of him. Begged it, as I buried deeper into his mind, tangled up in his memories, in his emotions, in all of the infected threads where the Fae King had tied himself to him. Please live. I drew up the last of our power, and I severed all of those infected threads. Max's memories rained down over me like shattered glass.
Chapter 86. Max. Pain, the scent of blood, the thickness of magic in the air. The floor was shaking. I was in Saladsai. I was in my family home. I was here in the scar. Tisana. I forced my eyes open and my second eyelids closed. The world was numb and blurry. My mind was broken. Tisana. There was a shard. I had to force the pieces together. Even then, there was so much missing. I turned my head and saw her face pressed against the ground, unfurling mist between us. A beautiful girl with patches of colourless and tan skin, one silver eye and one green, staring right through me. One tear falling to the ground. Panic. Was she dead? She looked as if she could be. And that would be. No, she was not dead. Her fingers were reaching for me weakly, and mine, of their own accord, reached back. But before they could touch, she was lifted off the ground. I managed to look up. There was a man there, or not a man, not human. He had wings and pointed ears. I struggled to find the piece of my mind that knew him. "Can you move?" he was saying. "We need to leave, now." Leave? To go where? I didn't even know where we were. Behind the winged man, shadows poured from fissures in the wall. They took the shape of humans, though their forms were broken and unravelling. "I cannot carry you both," the winged man said more urgently. "Get up." My eyes fell back to him, to Tisana in his arms. "Go." Forming the word took all of my energy. The man hesitated, then looked over his shoulder at the approaching shadows. "Go," I said again. "I will come back," he said. "Try to get to the surface." I wasn't even entirely sure which surface he was talking about. Not that it mattered. I nodded all the same. The man's wings spread wide, and then he was launching into the darkness above. The shadows scattered, as if afraid of him, before righting themselves and turning faceless heads towards me. I tried and failed twice to push myself to my hands and knees. The floor seemed to be tilting. The walls quaked and trembled, stones tumbled down. I succeeded in rising to my knees, then my feet, staggering forward. I only made it 3 paces. Something yanked me back. I fell in a heap, and then a grey-eyed woman with silver-braided hair leaned over me. There was blood on her face and hatred in her eyes. Nura. That name came to me fast. My hand closed around the dagger on the ground. My body knew the movements, but my muscles wouldn't cooperate. She disarmed me in seconds. The blade went sliding across the floor. More and more stones fell. The ravine was collapsing, and Nura's eyes never left mine. Figures that this is how it would end. The thought floated through my broken mind, and maybe it was because all of those individual pieces were lost that the culmination seemed suddenly so inevitable. 1,000 moments leading here to this place, this act. 1,000,000 twisted pathways that all arrive at this destination. Is this what they call fate? Me and her destroying each other. "You don't get to run away, Max," she said. "Not this time." The rumbles of shifting stones swallowed her words. Her face was close to mine. "You should have killed me," she whispered. "I warned you about that bleeding heart." The walls collapsed, and then darkness.
Chapter 87. Afer. Strike that. Reshe. Strike that. Afer. Sound came first. The sound of birds. Then the rustle of a breeze through leaves. The distant click of footsteps on a polished floor. All things that perhaps I knew once. Then touch. The soft sensation of cushions beneath me, of smooth fabric on aching skin. Smell. The clean scent of damp earth, of distant flowers, of strong tea, of lilies. How did I know it was lilies? I opened my eyes.
I stared at a ceiling formed of intricate patterns crafted in copper, vines and moss twining around them. Those patterns framed glass, which revealed a churning grey sky. I twitched my fingers. My fingers. I expected to feel someone else here. Someone else in this body who would fight me for control or linger just out of reach. But I was met with nothing but silence. My mind was cavernous, empty, lonely. There was no one here but me. Aoife? Warm fingertips brushed my hand, and on instinct I yanked it away. I sat up too fast, making my head spin and stomach churn. "You are safe," the voice murmured. "You are safe." I heard it in Tizana's voice, in her thoughts, within the mind we had once shared. My mind was empty now. I turned. A snarl at my lips, already lunging out of the bed. I collided with a figure, and the two of us were on the ground, me crawling over him, his hands gripping my shoulders, before I even had a moment to look at him. "It's me, Aoife." "Do not call me that," I snarled. And then I looked at him and stopped. I did know him, even though I didn't understand how. He was a ghost from a life I no longer remembered. Someone else's life, not my own. It was always someone else's life. He had a sharp, angular face, a smattering of freckles across his cheeks, auburn hair that waved over his forehead. A copper crown, formed in the shape of a stag's horns, sat upon his head. But it was his eyes that froze me. A familiar mossy green, and now they were looking at me as if they saw me, as if they knew me. I did not like it. I did not want to be seen. I hissed and leapt away, staggering backwards until I fell against a wall. I was in a bedchamber, a fine one from what I understood of such things. The tile was cold beneath my feet. "Where am I?" I blurted out. What is this?" I did not know how to word my question. I looked down at my splayed hands. They were not Tizana's. They were not Max Antarius's. They were not the withered hands of the man in the room of white and white. The copper-haired man approached me slowly, carefully. I did not like the way he looked at me, as if I was something to be examined, something to be understood. It was easier not to be understood. "The body is yours," he said quietly. "Come, look at it." "I have no body." "Look." He held out a hand, gesturing to a mirror on the other side of the room. I regarded it warily before stepping towards it. What I saw within it made my heart clench, though I did not understand why. A female fae stood there, wearing a simple white shift. She had tan skin and long, deep red hair, and a smattering of pearlescent purple across her cheeks. Her eyes were a dark violet. They were deep-set and tired, and very afraid. I stepped backwards. "You recognize yourself," the man said. I did not know how to answer the question. My head hurt. An image burst through my mind, an image of 3 beautiful people in a room of polished black stone, an image of a face in a mirror, a face that looked like this one. "It's all right," the man said gently. "You have time." I looked down at my hands again. My gaze trailed up, to my arms and the expanse of smooth tan skin there. Unmarked skin. I did not understand why something about that seemed wrong. Then I turned my hand and saw black ink tattooed on my inner wrist. 3 symbols, swirls with varying contents. I knew they were words, but I could not understand them. Yet the sight of them hurt. I blinked and thought of a sheet of black stone reaching towards the sky, covered in symbols just like this. "The body is a recreation of yours," the man said quietly, "but only a recreation. You had tattoos once, telling your story. You have already lived so many lives. It seemed wrong for you to start with none." I opened my mouth, then closed it. Then I dropped my hand and turned to him. "Where is this place?" I said. The corners of his mouth lifted. "Let me show you." He led me down beautiful hallways of more gold and copper and glass ceilings, plants spilling everywhere. Other fae passed us in the hall, dressed in inordinately complicated clothing. They cast me strange looks and stopped to bow to Cadwan as we passed. At last we reached the end of a hallway and stepped through a set of open glass doors onto a balcony. The sun was bright. I had to squint. My head hurt. A breeze sent goosebumps to the surface of my skin. I was not accustomed to being so in tune with a body's sensitivities. Is this how humans always felt, when they had flesh to themselves? "This," Cadwan said, "is Eladar, the one house." His voice changed somewhat when he said it. I did hear that, even if I still did not understand the nuances of what the change meant. His gaze flicked to me, watching me closely as I stepped to the railing of the balcony and looked over. A city spread out before me. It sprawled far enough to fill my vision, beautiful copper buildings intertwining with greenery. All of this was built upon the side of a mountain. The bronze of the buildings and green of the forest and slate grey of stone all pieced together, each complementing each other. There were little houses in the distance and towering vine-wrapped structures and crowded roads and bridges that connected them all. In the distance, beyond the sheer drop of the slate cliffs, the calm blue-grey of the sea reached out towards the horizon. "Our world was very different," Cadwan said quietly, "all those years ago. All of the houses constantly fighting with each other. When the House of Obsidian and the House of Wayward Winds went to war, it nearly destroyed the Fae race. Centuries of fragmented houses, or no houses at all." He was watching me. I could feel it, even though I would not look at him. "I united them. The only way we can thrive is if we do so together. And we have. All those broken pieces have been brought together for this. A unified Fae kingdom." My head hurt. My stomach churned. I do not understand why this matters to me. If Cadwan was taken aback by this response, he did not show it. "I understand if it doesn't now, but I thought you might like to see your home." My gaze snapped to him. Home? 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 How I had craved a home! How I had longed for one! Is this place what a home was? It did not seem like what I would imagine. It seemed cold and loud and crowded, an overwhelming place to live with a mind so cold and empty. I looked to the city. Without my permission, memories collided. Burning cities and war, unbearable pain, a room of white and white and white. The heartbreak of betrayal. And then anger. The sudden flood of it was a relief. At last, something familiar. At last, something that filled the emptiness. "You would never understand," I said through gritted teeth, "the vile things that were done to me." A cold silence. "Trust me when I say that I do," he said. "No one came for me, for so many days. I whirled to him.
Why? If you knew what I was, then why would you leave me?
Pain flickered across his face. I tried, he said. I didn't know you were alive, Aoife, and I could not find you. Not until I felt the shifts in magic. I felt you first to the south, in Threll, and then in Ara. Then that pain hardened. I knew the emotion I saw there too, an anger that reflected my own. They began taking us, he said, shortly after that. 6 Fae disappeared, all while I was learning what had been done to you. I reclaimed them, but only one has survived. And what they did to you. Hundreds of years of it. His words grew clumsy. It seemed strange for him to speak that way. He did not seem the type to lose his grip on words, but he stopped, looked away, then turned back to me. The humans thrived for so long because we allowed them to. Once lives were only worth as much as the power of their house, but now we are one kingdom. Every Fae life is worth it. Humans had already slaughtered hundreds of our people long ago. They do not get to take a single life more. Not one. A sneer formed over his nose. I will never fail to fight for my people ever again. The world will be better off when they are gone. Silence. The intensity of his words seemed at odds with the gentle breeze through the leaves. Cadwan looked at me, and his gaze slipped through mine like intertwining hands. Something in it this time made me pause. There were memories in that look, memories that he had and I did not. I do not remember, I said quietly. I do not remember any of it. His gaze softened. I know. Perhaps you are looking for Aoife. Perhaps she no longer exists. Another change in that stare, one that I did not have the language to understand. Perhaps, he said, but I am happy to have you here, nonetheless. Strange, I thought. I did not know how to describe the sensation in my chest. It was uncomfortable. Everything was uncomfortable. Even if I am only Reshe, I said. Cadwan's hand fell over mine. This time I did not pull away. Even then, he said.
Chapter 88. Max. Reality slipped through my fingers like falling sand. I could only catch grains of it at a time. Sometimes I glimpsed a fragment of a memory, something big, something important, only for it to slip away like a ghost. Consciousness swung in and out of my grasp. I awoke several times in a room so white it made my stomach turn, greeted by excruciating pain and people I didn't recognize leaning over me, looking perplexed. Those days passed in a blur. They were less vivid than the dreams. I experienced reality as if it were on the other side of foggy glass. But my dreams were sharp, even if only in broken pieces. I was searching for something. I was missing something. I didn't know what. In my dreams, I saw the girl with mismatched eyes and spotted skin. Sometimes she was laughing or talking or buried in a book in utter concentration. Other times, she was leaning towards me, her face serious, her hands on either side of my cheeks. Come back, Max. You have to come back. And then she would lean over me, her white hair tickling my eyelids, brush her lips against my ear, and whisper something I couldn't hear. Blink. Making my way to consciousness was a battle every time. I fought it valiantly, but once I got there, I didn't know what to do with it. Reality shifted constantly. I was in the white room. I was in a crowded room in a little cottage. I was crouched in a garden, surrounded by flowers, turning around as someone called my name. I was in a beautiful golden hallway, being jostled by bickering dark-haired children. I was in the same golden hallway, surrounded by dark-haired corpses. Blink. I was in the white room. A slender woman with braided silver hair stood there, arms crossed over her chest. Check again, she was saying to other people here. They cannot have fled that fast. They're traitors, and we do not let traitors escape in wartime, not alive. My brow furrowed. I strung together pieces of memories. Traitors, Tisana, the scar, Nura. The woman in front of me was Nura, and she was trying to find Tisana, trying to... Panic leapt. I tried to sit up, tried to say something, but the moment I moved, the word unravelled like burnt paper. Blink. I was walking down a long hallway. I was wearing a stiff jacket that didn't fit me. The edges of my vision were fuzzy. My head ached. There were soldiers on either side of me. I turned my head. 2 behind. I looked down. Chains shackled my hands together. I turned my wrists and saw circular symbols tattooed on the insides of my wrists, black ink over dark veins. Stratagrams. The word leapt to the back of my mind with satisfying certainty. I wished my mind would produce something more useful. Where are we going? I asked. The sound of my own voice surprised me. It seemed to surprise the guard beside me too. He looked at me and opened his mouth. Blink. I was standing in a circular room. Hundreds and hundreds of eyes looked upon me. The light shining down on me was so blinding that I couldn't make out their faces, only silhouettes. The woman with braided hair was in front of me, facing them. Her voice was loud, echoing off of high ceilings. So powerful it reached even the people crowded into the back of the room. We face an enemy more powerful than any of us have ever imagined, she was saying. The Fae are monsters, and Maxentarius Farleone sold his own people out to them. We will find Tisana Vitezic and her fellow traitors, but today we are able to find one shred of justice. Tisana Vitezic. The name shook something loose. The woman turned to me. We should have known, she said, what Farleone was capable of after he slaughtered so many innocents in the Battle of Sarlatsai, but so often we do not see the ugly truth of people until it is too late. Sarlatsai, fire, corpses, decimated buildings. Blink. When I opened my eyes, I was shaken. Did I do that? My knuckles were white. Wait, I wanted to say, but I wasn't sure what I would say. I remembered so little. Perhaps I was guilty of what she accused me of. The woman's voice cut through the air again. On 72 charges of murder, for the Cyrazin killed in the Battle of the Scar and the civilians killed in the collapse of the towers, we find Maxentarius Farleone guilty. Wait. On the charge of high treason for inviting the Fae into the country of Ara and undermining his own people in a war the likes of which we have never seen, we find Maxentarius Farleone guilty. No, that wasn't right. Something was very, very wrong. I just didn't have the words to describe what. The woman with braided hair looked over her shoulder at me. Her gaze was sharp on the surface, but there, a little deeper, there was something else, something that ran deeper than cold leadership. I closed my fingers around a fragment of memory. And in light of new information, to bring justice to all those who lost loved ones in the fall of Sarlatsai, she said, we now find Maxentarius Farleone guilty of war crimes, resulting in the slaughter of 432 known Aran lives and countless other missing persons. 432. The protest that I'd been about to unleash died in my throat. The smell of burning flesh hit me so vividly that it might have been happening here in this room. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. Stop, something is wrong. And in fitting punishment for the severity of these crimes, wake up, Max. And in light of the grotesque power obtained by ex-Captain Farleone, come back, for the protection of all Arans, as the Arch-Commandant of the Orders and the Acting Queen of Ara, I sentence him to life imprisonment in Ilizath. Ilizath. Blink. Salty ocean sprayed my face. I was standing on a stone walkway. My arms burned. I looked down. More stratagrams had been tattooed on my skin. My hands were bound. So were my ankles. The guards on either side of me pushed me forward. The woman with braided hair stood beside us. The air felt wrong, putrid. I looked up. A smooth ivory tower loomed, rising into grey mist. The ocean thrashed against it so violently that salt sprayed over me, as if nature itself was trying to topple it. Tall black doors opened before me like loving arms or parting jaws. Welcome home, it whispered. I didn't move. Something still lingered behind curtains in my mind that I couldn't part, something so important. But my mind was a collection of broken pieces that didn't fit together. Something escaped me. Something was missing. I peered over my shoulder. I could have sworn I saw a figure there, shrouded in fog and the mist of the sea, a woman with mismatched eyes and spotted skin reaching out for me. "Come back, Max." "Come on," one of the guards muttered and pushed me forward. The cold shadow of the prison enveloped me. It seemed to slither, a serpent of shadows, and it wrapped around me like a lover's embrace. "I told you," Elizath crooned. "This is where you belong." I did not belong here. I stopped short, just before the doors. "Move," the guard growled, but I whirled around. All at once, the broken pieces snapped together. I remembered all of it, every moment rendered in perfect, fleeting clarity. Nura stood still, watching me. "Does this feel good, Nura?" I ground out. "Does this feel right?" She said nothing. One of the guards tried to grab me, but I held my ground. I thought of Tisana. I thought of Samarin. I thought of Moth and the people who had relied on me to lead them, to protect them. I had let them down. Tisana would keep fighting. The thought came to me with an equal measure of pride and sadness. All I wanted was for this world to be good enough to let her rest. Now she will be fighting forever. I resisted the guard's grips for one more second, meeting Nura's stare. I pitied her. "You have made such a massive mistake," I said. "Come on," the guard growled. I pushed his grip away and turned around. I didn't hesitate as I walked into Elizath's open maw. It was only after the shadows enveloped me that the fear took hold. My memories withered. I was seized by a sudden, desperate desire to turn back one last time, to see if there was someone there reaching for me, a girl with spotted skin and mismatched eyes. "Max, come back." Too late. The door had closed.
Chapter 89. Tisana. The garden was especially lovely today. When I looked outside the window, I saw nothing but a sun-drenched expanse of colour, like paint spattered upon a canvas. It was overgrown and feral, the way I loved it most. Day turned to sunset, turned to night. The familiar clutter of our bedroom surrounded us. I felt so safe here. Max's lips were at my earlobe, my throat, my jaw, and then, at last, my mouth. Kissing him felt like coming home. Our bodies melted into each other, limbs intertwining, heat mingling, until there were no boundaries where he ended and I began.
"Tisana,"
he murmured.
"What if this was always us?"
Another kiss and another. I was drunk on them. This?
All of this.
He pulled away, just enough for me to look into his eyes, our lips still nearly brushing.
Do you ever think about that? What if this was us, forever?
Gods, the way he said it. The way he looked at me. Like it was a question he truly wanted to know the answer to. Fear clenched in my stomach. The fear that I hadn't made myself into someone deserving enough of this kind of love. Yet. The fear that when I opened my fingers to give him whatever I had locked away for so long, it would not be something worth taking. But I looked at him, and I loved him. And that love was more powerful than the fear of it. I placed my hands on either side of his face. "I think about it," I whispered. "I think about it all the time. It is a dream so vivid that I know every detail. I know what your eyes look like surrounded by the lines of age. I know what your hand feels like beneath mine, weathered by decades of life. I know the way our features look combined in our children, the cadence of their voices, the way you sound when you call their names. And I already love them." I kissed him again, deeply. "You make me selfish. You make me want, and nothing has ever been enough, except for you." I felt his smile beneath my kiss, felt his warmth envelop me, and whatever fear I felt in allowing myself to voice such a ridiculous dream, voice a dream that would be so painful to lose, was drowned out by his affection. How silly of me, I thought, to ever have been afraid of something so beautiful. But then my eyes opened. Outside the window, where there had once been flowers, there now was only ash and a burning pile of hands. Where Max's form had once been, there now was only cold sheets. Dread fell over me. Dread and horrible regret. I tore out the door, searching for him. He couldn't leave me. I hadn't told him the most important truths. I hadn't given him my dream to share. There was so much he needed to know. And I could not lose him. I could not lose him. I ran outside, ash still burning beneath my feet, scorching my skin. I screamed his name. But he was already gone. The sky was blue and cloudless. No, it wasn't the sky. It was fabric, the roof of a tent made of faded blue cotton. The floor seemed to shift and move. My mouth was so dry it felt as if it was full of sand. When I jerked upright, I did it so clumsily that I tumbled out of the makeshift bed and fell in a heap on the floor. The air smelled different, and it was hot, dry, not the moist, cool air of Ara in the winter. Reality came back to me in pieces. The Arch Commandant battle, the attack by the Sirizen, by the shadows, by the Fae, cutting it out of Max's mind. Panic suddenly overwhelmed me. I knew right away that something was wrong. Everything was wrong. I was halfway across the tent on my hands and knees when the curtain parted. "Tizana," Samarin said my name in one breath of relief. "You woke up." "Tizana?" I heard the shout from outside. Seconds later, and Cyril pushed his way through, already on his knees beside me, wrapping me in a rough embrace. "I was so afraid you were never going to wake up. Gods below, after a month, A month? I was only looking at Samarin's face. Something in it made my stomach churn with dread. "What happened?" My voice was hoarse. "We fled," Samarin said quietly. "Fast." There was a wrinkle between his brows, something he was not saying. Panic rose. "Where's Max?" I asked. Neither of them answered. "Where's Max?" Silence. Horrifying silence. I tried to get to my feet, stumbled. Cyril tried to stabilize me, but I yanked my hand away. "We had to leave fast," Cyril said quietly. "After the collapse at the Scar, the Sirizen were already looking for you, and Samarin, and all of us. Ishka brought you back to us." I didn't care about how little sense any of that made. I didn't care about how casually Cyril mentioned Ishka's name, or that he knew Ishka at all. I didn't know why he was telling me any of this when it didn't answer my damned question. My head whipped to Samarin. Samarin, who was looking at me with this terrible, terrible sadness. "Samarin? Tell me where he is." And then Samarin said quietly, "He is in Ara." In Ara? Where were we? Bile rose in my throat. I forced myself to my feet, ignoring Cyril as he tried to steady me, as if I were a newborn deer about to fall. I pushed past Samarin and stumbled outside, squinting against blinding sunshine. The smell of the ocean hit me all at once. Ara's ocean? No, that smelled thick and weedy. This was dry and salty. When my eyes adjusted, I was looking at a beach. Large tents like the one I had stumbled out of were set up along it. People, men, women, children, were going about their business outside. It was clear that this was a settlement that had been here for some time. Slowly, people stopped, stared at me in silence. It took me a moment to realize that these were the Threllian refugees. Only one of them approached me, Phileas, who took 2 steps forward, then stopped, lips parted, looking lost. They were all looking at me with such pity. "Where are we?" I demanded, to no one in particular. "We are in Threll." A gentle voice came from behind me. I whirled around to see Riasha, books stacked in her arms as if she had been on her way somewhere important. All the air left my lungs. "Threll?" "We fled. Do you remember, child?" I did not remember. I didn't remember anything. Of course you didn't. You were in and out. Ishka told us everything as we left. He brought you to us. Told us of the Fey War and how they have allied with the Threllian lords. Hatred flickered in her eyes. The new Arch-Commandant hunted everyone who had anything to do with you, just like you feared. So we fled. Barely escaped, if I'm being honest. Her gaze rose past me to Phileas. And now we are here, biding our time, until we can fight. No. None of this made any sense. How could I have been unconscious for so long? How could I have made it out, but Max didn't? The last thing I remember, we were entangled. Even our minds were locked together. How could I have escaped without him? My gaze fell to the horizon, to the sea. The next thing I knew, I was running down the beach, my limbs only half cooperating. I didn't stop until the cold rush of the surf hit my feet, then ankles, then my shins, and then I fell down to my hands and knees in the water. I tasted nothing but salt. Tizana. I hated how gentle Samarin's voice was. How calm. How could he be calm? "How could you have left him?" I whirled to him. The words wrenched through me like knives. I didn't realize I was weeping until sobs contorted my words. "How could you have left him behind?" Pain shuddered across Samarin's face. He said nothing. "We have to go back for him." "We've tried, Tizana, many times. Nura has him. She sentenced him to Ilizath." I closed my eyes. This pain put everything else to shame. "No!" I choked out. My love, trapped in a place that preyed upon his mind, that twisted all of his worst memories. The most precious soul imprisoned in the most horrific place. The thought of it made me want to tear out my own heart. The thought of it made me want to burn down the world. "We will find a way to get him out, Tizana," Samarin murmured, but my rage was already bubbling over. "We must go back! Now, Samarin!" My voice rose to a hysterical spike. I could barely breathe. "We cannot leave him there! Not for a second longer! We cannot leave him! We can't!" Sobs unravelled my words. Samarin's arms wrapped around me, and without thinking I clung to him, to his stability. I felt his grief, his anger, settle over mine. "We are going to get him out," Samarin whispered against my hair. I pulled away from him and looked out across the sea. It was an endless expanse. Thousands of miles of ocean between here and Ara. Thousands of miles between me and Max. I thought of that goodbye kiss right between my eyebrows. I thought of everything I didn't tell him, of the life we could have built together. And I thought of the person who had taken him from me. I had no words for this, but I sank to my knees and looked out over the sea, as if I tried hard enough, I could reach out over those thousands and thousands of miles, reach out for him in Ilizath. And I let my grief become rage.